think. It matters not what gods you bring. We're to raise the dead. We gotta go. Just like the tales of prophecies. Just like the heartbeat of the sea. We Don't try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. You were staring at the window, and it said, I wanna take you to the sea. And when I'm better, we'll do everything. I gotta stop making promises I can't keep. But if I was gone tomorrow, won't the waves crash on? Is it selfish that I'm happy as we pass the setting sun? Someday I'll be overcast, but you won't have to cry, 'cause we'll do the grieving while I'm by your side. I said, don't try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. And I'm so scared of getting used to this. All the vines that keep you tethered in your room. Well, someday both of us are leaving here, but for now I'll just bring this sea to you. Will you meet me in the daylight like we did before? Then I felt you on my shoulder, and you weren't suffering anymore. You said, I'm sorry that you worried, but don't apologize. I told you to forget me, but you stayed by my side when I said, don't try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, and when we're gone, everything goes on.
Like a bomb squad. like a bomb drop. And hello and welcome to the Glory in Navori Runeterra Open for the Americas, the first Runeterra Open. And at my side, Spider Mention. I'm Sparking IC. Spider Mention, how are you doing? Are you excited for what's about to happen for the Americas?
I'm doing good. I'm really excited. It's gonna be a great event.
Yeah, I'm super hyped. I basically just came from Cologne back to Berlin. Was like, hey, there's an LOR event going on. You know what? I want to hop in there, cast that, and I'm super excited what's going to happen today. Especially because this is the first Runeterra Open after the beta phase that we just had. Obviously, we just have to say it because I think by now everyone knows it. There have been some complications in APEC and EMEA. I'm still excited to see how the Americas shake out and what's going to happen today. So everyone, stay tuned. There might also be some complications here, but we are going to try to bring you a nice and smooth broadcast. At least that we can guarantee. So again, first Runeterra Open, first real Runeterra Open after the beta phase. And have you played the beta phase?
I played in the beta. I played yesterday as well.
So, okay. Did you already notice like a big difference? I mean, for people who haven't maybe participated in the beta phase, you could quickly reiterate how day one goes since we didn't have day two in the beta phase.
Totally. So day one, if you haven't played in it, it is similar to the Gauntlets best of three, where you get to play at your own time, unlike the old seasonal event. It is 9 wins or 3 losses, and then your run ends, where you again you get to play on your own schedule. The matchmaking is random currently, and you just play through, with the top 64 records making it into day 2.
Exactly. Top 64. This is a bit different than seasonals. Not only is it way easier to play, but obviously the bracket for the top cut is also wider. So you have more options of getting in. You don't need to be one of the top 700 players on the ladder. And now that we also have a wider bracket on day 2, obviously the bracket also has an extra stage. We see it here. We are on the top left of the bracket. Don't worry, guys. This is a still top 64 bracket, as we just mentioned. This is just the top left part of it because, again, the top 64 bracket is so huge on broadcast, you just have to kind of splice it up or it looks a bit ridiculous. Now, the round of 64 is new. We didn't have that in seasonals before. And this is the top left part of it. And look at the matchups that we have here. We are starting out with Tankbuster versus Maddie 24 Mayo. This is already an absolute banger of a matchup. If you don't know, this is, by the way, single elimination. So one of these two players will already be out after the round of 64. Can you believe it?
It's really, really something. Those are 2 incredible tournament grinders.
Yeah. Now we are going now to the bottom left part of the bracket. We also have a couple of really good players here. First matchup, Makers versus Filthy Gamer Weeb. Immediately jumps into my eye. We also have Puffball Panda here, who performed really well in the open rounds in the Swiss phase yesterday. And I think, again, since this is a top 64 bracket, we are probably going to have some disappointments. Again, where some players that are usually making it further into a tournament, usually making it top 32 of seasonal, might not make the top 32 of the open rounds today. But that means we at least get one more round of competition. And if I see someone like Makers going up against Filthy Gamer, we immediately we start out with bangers on all sides. In the top left of the bracket and the bottom left of the bracket. Can't wait to see the top right of the bracket. We probably have some banger matchups there as well. It's a bit brutal, don't you think, when you
I think I think there was a lot of similarities between the MR tournament last week and this week. I think it seemed like a lot of players were really down on that Seraphine Bilgewater deck that was around last week that I believe Majin took to the finals and won with. That was as part of the third deck in the staple all new champs lineup. Although I did see that a couple of people topped with it. I think taking a Samira deck and taking a that deck was still the big common thing to do. Whereas I think a lot of people also tried to target that strategy, taking for instance an Ash deck or a Demacia deck.
Yeah, Ash currently obviously there to absolutely hunt down mid-range decks, but also performs really well against some of the later stage game decks. You can tack it in very, very different ways. We saw some creative ways to go. We also saw, again, some rather uncreative ways. The good old Everosen Trapper found its way back into the deck as well, especially if you want to go up against aggro a little bit more. But something like Reckless Trifarian also getting in a spot in the deck is really interesting because that is a card that obviously did not always shine on Legends of Runeterra. It has been there since beta, but it was in a few decks, mostly played also in Reputation, which again, until now, also did not have the greatest reputation, ironically, but also found its way into the deck now, which is really interesting. Currently, again, we do have a couple of full mid-range lineups that you can play that I find really interesting. For example, if you go something like Ash LeBlanc, Leona Samira, and Malphite Talia, which did really well in EMEA, at least in the Swiss phase of the tournament. I would be interested to see if we see something like that as well, especially going up against Karma Set. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean those like big mid range decks are really interesting against like an Ionia strategy, right? Like where they can, especially those big boys like Malphite, 7-cost unit going into those stuns and recalls could be tough, but those lineups, it's cool to see that like despite all the changes that happen to these decks with the rotation and cards leaving the standard format, it's cool to see the way that people have adapted to get those decks still into top cut.
Yeah, so we expect a lot of mid-range, we expect a lot of Karma, Seraphine, and obviously Samira. This tournament wouldn't be Glory in Navori if Samira wasn't there. She is all over the meta currently and still one of the biggest menace that you have to plan around. Either ban her, maybe try to target her. Don't know how exactly that will work. But before we actually hop into the matches, we are going to go into a very short 5-minute break. After that, we should have the first matchup ready for you guys. I'm really excited to see who we will have on stream for you. So stay tuned. We're going to be right back. Pythos, right? And that is one of the best new cards that Bando City has. It's not really a replacement for Pokestake, but kind of. And we still have the Nora package. And the Nora package is also what made this deck work in the past. It is going to be a bit more difficult, obviously, against this Fist deck, because we have a lot of elusives in here, and the Nora package usually doesn't run elusives outside of Nora. So you're kind of reliant on actually rolling some elusives.
Yep.
Now, with removal also gone, it's going to be really tough in the early game here to actually contend with the Samira deck, especially if they get Samira early. We already see Samira doing some work here. And you gotta remember, this is not necessarily an aggro deck that Tank Buster is running. This is more of a combo deck.
Yep.
You could say so. Also something that Swain usually struggles with.
Exactly. Plus, they have the version the tank is running has a good amount of removal on its own, besides just the Samira challengers, like we just saw that heavy metal come out and take down a second Nora already on turn 4.
I see Miel has made you something unique.
It's looking kind of grim right now. We do have the
Yeah.
triple swine in hand, though. We do have the triple
Yes.
swine.
Triple Swain
And we
is
finally got removal.
exactly. It's pretty good to give us access to first and second flock.
Which is going to be important to take down this Inferno. Now we did finally take down the Samira. Obviously, no Thunder Trigger this turn, so we couldn't go for the all-out. Would have drawn it now, but I don't even know if we would have gone for the all-out, even if we had the chance. Fizz now on the board. Also a huge win con. Again, this is going to be extremely hard to deal with, because usually in Bandle City you don't have AoE removal. And currently in Noxus, you don't really have AoE removal either, except I think... What is the only AoE removal in Noxus right now? They took away the Katarina spell. So
Yep.
it's only Reckoning, right?
It would have to be Reckoning, yeah, which, I mean, it does. I do not believe. Yeah, so based on what we're seeing in Mati's deck, I don't believe he has an answer to this Fizz.
Yeah. Fizz just a really annoying unit to deal with. You don't have any AoE damage. The good thing is, though, that you'd finally have a Swain on board, and Swain is not only giving you the access to the flock, but Swain is also enabling you to actually push a bit of damage and maybe threaten Tank Buster right back, okay? Then the one thing that this deck can't do is heal.
Exactly.
So you can kind of try to exploit that, put them under pressure, force them to block, and then hope that that will be enough to get you through, which usually it actually isn't. Because even if they have to give up on a couple of elusive units, they still have so much draw and so much combo potential on the deck that they can easily refill their board, and then you're going to struggle with it.
Yep. And the other thing this deck, the Samir deck struggles with is blocking fearsomes, especially early. We don't see a Shelly in Tankbuster's hand, which means that we can't buff this up. And if we wanted to block this fearsome, we would have to use our all out here, which I doubt Tankbuster really would like to do.
Yeah, all out again. Just such a great card to save a unit that you want to push damage with in that moment, not that you want to block with, right? Because the same thing that you are struggling with, Maddie is also struggling with. Maddie also doesn't have healing. Also has a limited HP pool that you can exploit, especially with so many elusives already in hand, and knowing that Maddie doesn't play any AoE. Now, Shelly is drawn as well. Unfortunately, will be discarded at the end of the turn. Inferno does not really give you real cards. It does give you fleeting cards. You're going to lose that, but you're fine with that, honestly.
Yep. And we're probably going to lose most, if not all, of our board here with seeing the double flock in Mati's hand here.
Yeah. That said, it's just so easily replenished, right? If we lose our whole
We've got all
board,
these elusives.
we leave Maddie with cards in hand, and we can immediately refill our board with full elusives. Yeah, we see already here, and that is going to be a huge problem because that is a lot of damage pushed. Now, we could flip Samira here if we wanted to. It doesn't really do anything for you unless you actually find another Samira off the top immediately. So honestly, understand that we don't go for it here. We need all those cards for next turn. And
It's another all out.
Hello? What is happening here, okay? Where's the blood bait?
These are some of the best rolls I've seen off a Burblefish in a while. And we're probably going to get another card if we play down this Father Fury with the last of our mana, which we may well do since it's fleeting.
Absolutely. Again, want to get as much elusives on the board as possible. This is already 9 damage that we can push. That is lethal next turn combined with both the all-outs, the warning shot, and, my new...
And another warning shot off the top. Oh, but the stun comes in from the Swain and the countdown.
Yeah, hits the Fizz. Finally in interaction, it's Fizz can't dodge. That said, why do I feel like we still just have...
I think we're still in a really good spot.
Yeah, the stun is also really important here. This is a huge top deck for Maddie to actually prevent one unit from hitting the Nexus. Unfortunately, that's the only way we're preventing the damage, which means that we actually do get... Which I think Maddie has a potential out here if we commit... Yeah, okay, we pre-commit the ults. We have to push lethal, says Tank Buster. And that gives Maddie the opportunity to send out one of these I want to have an out.
Playing around that one stun and understandably not playing around a second copy of Wallop. There are only 2 in the deck.
Ooh, this is tough though. We only push 6 here. Losing that 4 damage is absolutely crucial. Again, if that would have hit, Maddie would have been on 13. We would have had lethal immediately. Now, don't push lethal this turn. Next turn, there's a Swain with Overwhelm. We don't really have anything we can do. The only thing that would help us is Maddie somehow decides to develop.
Yep.
Probably not going to happen. So, we are in deep trouble right now. We can technically draw a card this turn, if we want to. We do have to give up a little bit of damage for that, though. There's a line, I think, where we go Test of Spirit into Prize Fight into Pirouette. I don't know if that saves us.
No, I don't believe so.
Yeah, we have 4, we have 5 damage. Really unfortunate. We'll have to go for it, obviously. What are the top decks here?
Top deck outs. So we don't run the monkey card, so we can't push lethal and it still doesn't save us. I think our only top deck would be swindling something that Mati draws.
I think it's All Out. I think All Out is our only top deck. If we draw All Out, we can actually block with Fizz, we can block Swain, and we survive. But
Alas.
All Out wasn't a top deck, and that means Swain is going to hit through, and he's going to hit true, and he's going to deal exactly the damage he needs to. This is Exacties, lethal, and Maddie decides round number 1, and hey, this was a race to the Nexus, and an early Swain actually decided it, and you mentioned it perfectly. You mentioned it perfectly, right? Hey, this deck can't block fearsomes. Can't deal with them.
We only had the one fearsome blocker, and it didn't have enough health.
Exactly. But we did play to our outs, right? We did not use all of the warning shots there. We just kept them in hand, saying, hey, if we find an all-out, then we can actually go and survive this turn, potentially, and then find lethal on the next turn. So also well played on both sides. Next game is going to start now. Game number 2, the Tank Buster. Actually swapping deck as well, going up against Maddie now. Maddie here on PNZ Shadow Isles, which is... Again, one of the control decks that is playable right now. Also lost a bunch of cards, obviously, but still one of the few decks that can actually still be played post-rotation. And on the other side, we have Seraphine Jack, which honestly haunts my nightmares. Me and Boulevard had to cast like 10 hours of Seraphine Jack versus Seraphine Jack versus Karma versus Seraphine Jack.
Yep.
You guys...
Now, this PNZ Shadow Isles deck from Mati is interesting. It appears to be Jace only, no Heimerdinger. Looking to control the board and answer any threats that Tank Buster can put out.
Yeah, the Heimerdinger Jace, again, really popular deck. Before rotation, now post rotation is built a little bit differently than before. Also had to adapt to the meta, obviously. For example, we lose Withering Veil and similar cards. We still have a bunch of AoE in this deck, though. PNZ actually helping out with that, funnily enough, which used to be the region which was kind of low on AoE and kind of more single target removal heavy. And I don't know if you've seen what Nips and Boki had brewed up for EMEA with the Caitlyn in there as well, but that was a really interesting list. Now, obviously, I think this is a bit more of a traditional list, and I don't know how this will do against the deck, because we do have a couple of pings, obviously, in the Mystic shots. I think we do play the Seraphine Champion spell in here as well, so we can try to ping off the kegs, but we really have to remove BB as soon as she hits the board. We really have to remove Seraphine as soon as he hits the board, because once Tank Buster combos off, this is going to be extremely tough to deal with. Like a Vengeance to remove a keg is something that I have seen before, and it hurts, but sometimes it has to be done. But it also means that you're probably losing this game.
But we do see the Soul Harvest in hand from Mati, hoping to leave that up and probably answer a BB immediately.
Oh, hell yeah. Soul Harvest, absolute MVP currently, especially against decks like these.
Yep.
where we don't really have any ways to buff our champions and units outside of the range. And we kind of starting to overdraw a few cards. Doesn't really matter though. What does matter though is that this Jack is putting up a little bit too much pressure here for my taste.
Indeed,
Okay,
and we see the vengeance come right out on it.
already pushed 4 damage. Again, Jack is just a really solid unit. Kind of only fits into this deck because he gives coins, which not only refills mana, but it's also another spell for Seraphine that we get. And also it's just a really good mid-range unit to stabilize. Kind of fulfills the same role like Set would do in the Karma deck, just a little bit, no, not a little bit, way worse. But he kind of does it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Alright, Hextech Obliterator coming out. Yeah, you can't let Albus
You
stay
can't
on board,
let,
okay?
yeah. Ever since this card was buffed, you really can't let it stick around.
Oh yeah. I mean, he's a man of capital, okay? He will invest it, and he will invest it in damage into your Nexus.
Absolutely.
But-
And we see a second Hexbliterator come into hand off the Pharaoh's Financier. So Tank Buster staying prepared for any other threats.
And there are a lot of them, okay?
Yeah.
More Albus, Jace himself, Heimerdinger, other threats that you have to take care of. We do find Seraphine now. We have double BB in hand. Currently, more than one answer, actually. We have... I don't even know what the card name is, honestly. I should know. Is it Eradication?
Eradication, yes. That'll answer
Yes.
any BBs. Basically every unit in the deck besides Jack. Unless Seraphine
Yeah.
happens to roll a buff spell.
Which, again, do you use that for like one BB or one Seraphine to say, okay, this is a 6-mana removal for either of those cards? Or do you like sometimes say, okay, I'm going to read it out, I'm going to wait until both of them are on the board, and then I'm going to play it? Usually you can't really afford that, especially at 16 HP, because maybe your opponent actually OTKs you. It's probably possible if your opponent has like a non-leveled Seraphine plus a BB on board. But again, once a single leveled Seraphine hits the board, or once BB hits the board, and you know your opponent has a leveled Seraphine in the deck that they could play potentially, then you kind of have to consider firing off it immediately.
Exactly. You can't really let a BB and a leveled Seraphine stick around.
All right, we are kind of in the stall section of this matchup. We've seen this a lot.
Playing the
Seraphine.
coin just to play something and reset the timer.
Nice.
And hitting the burst pass that we know doesn't work the way it used to.
This is peak competitive gameplay.
Indeed.
Especially the current meta. Okay, so we also play a card on Medi's side. Obviously nothing huge. Don't want to just commit the Jace on board right now. And
We
yeah,
see Mati
this is
thinking
gonna
about
go
the
like
Caustic Rift, saying that there's not many X ones I really need to deal with. Might as well get this out and take the Seraphine level progress.
Also make it really awkward for Medi, actually. What we do by that is giving Medi 10 cards back in hand. So
Yep, absolutely.
this is incredibly awkward.
Yep, making Mati have to play a card, and by choosing Jace, forks him again, continuing to keep 10 cards in Mati's hand.
So not only are we going to lose a Jace here,
Yep.
we are also going to overdraw a card if we don't play... even if we play first finds here. Oh, wait, this... Oh,
Yeah,
this is not a good spot for Medi. I mean, it's probably fine if you overdraw a card, but it's really nice for Tank Buster to actually go for that line saying, hey, okay, yeah, I want to make you overdraw a card. Okay, that one wasn't
And this-
important.
yes, we've overdrawn 2 cards on Mati's side, and they're both just the 1-drop.
And you got a high roll in some aspects of the game, okay?
Yeah. We see a third Shock Blast on Mati's side here.
Yeah, Tank Buster here refusing to actually play the Seraphine before she's flipped. Sometimes you can
Yes.
just play her when she's like 1 off, because then you potentially generate the spell where you will just flip her immediately afterwards. But again, as we mentioned, you kind of want to get BB and a leveled Seraphine on board at the same time. That's why you can't really commit an unleveled Seraphine that easily if you don't have a second one in hand. We saw there, Maddie this time around just committing an empty spell saying, hey, I can't afford to like burn cards now. I already burned like 2 1-drops. Draws the third one. Oh, what if burnt the next 1-drop? Oh, Maddie.
Wow.
Kicking himself saying, hey, but maybe I should have.
Maybe I should have let
another
this...
card.
Maybe this is the top deck I should have let go.
Yeah.
Casting the
high
high note on his own unit to get the 1-drop buffed.
A really interesting play. Obviously, we just kind of have to push the tempo in some ways. The control deck is on Maddie's side, but it's like more of like a mid-range control deck where we actually have to push somewhat of an advantage to win the game. And on Tankbuster side, obviously, we have the combo deck, which means that Tankbuster can actually chill way more than Maddie. Can actually sit back and wait for Maddie to do their thing and say, hey, once I set my combo up, then I will try to kill you, especially with those 2 warning shots in hand. And I don't really have to commit beforehand. And on the other side, Maddie just kind of has to pick up the pace from now, which the hand doesn't really lend itself to doing that, unfortunately. A bunch of burn in hand, removal in hand, but like no tempo.
And all our removal in hand is slow speed. So we can't commit multiple other than the high note, which does not kill either of the BB or the Seraphine. It'll let us ping off a keg at most.
Yeah, well, at least we push some damage here.
Yeah.
But doesn't really matter to Tankbuster. Tankbuster just like really waiting for an opportunity. Slam down a BB in a safe spot, slam down a Seraphine in a safe spot, and then hop off.
We did redraw our second Jace here.
Okay, this is a huge threat that currently Tankbuster can't answer. Place a Seraphine. How do we answer this? We just play the Jace and we have double Shock Blast potentially.
It's like we're going for the Aftershock and high notes. This will kill a leveled Seraphine.
Yeah, she's too dangerous to stay alive.
Yep. So
Too dangerous.
we take out the warning shot to level her. I would expect Tank then decides to draw some cards, probably doubling this time trick. Yep.
Ooh, talking about drawing cards, Piltover, Tailstones, and Formula.
Oh, and we see the second Seraphine.
Seraphine! Oh my god, second Seraphine in there as well. That's huge for Tankbuster. Again, there is more removal on Maddie's side, but it is so expensive. So if Tankbuster can actually put up another Seraphine next turn, potentially fill up.
And we're drawing more with the Rummage. And we find a back alley bar and a Sputtering Song Spinner. Both expensive, but great ways to push extra cards, both with our BB on board, and doubling those Song Spinner spells. Oof, that's hard to say, with Seraphine.
Yeah, they're both set up the OTK, right?
Yes.
So we make everything cheaper, which again, with Maddie's removal being so expensive, our combo pieces being then cheaper just gives us a huge advantage. And then the Sputtering Song Spinner, obviously, as you mentioned, also very expensive, but stacks those kegs like no other card that is in the deck. That is actually, okay, that's a pretty nice pull.
Yep.
A couple more blockers here. You'll like to see it.
Here we go.
That is the double J spell. That means you can potentially feel a bit safer dropping Seraphine here. The problem is you can't really combo off this turn. So even if you do manage to stick her, you just give another turn for Maddie to try and remove her.
Exactly. And we can see with our caster vision, we have 2 more Shock Blasts in hand, which is presenting a 2-turn clock.
Yeah.
If we can't remove this Jace.
Yeah, that's a real problem right now. This Jace is just really tough to remove. Again, we did have a couple of big removal spells to so far deal with the threats, but right now we do have to spend a couple of cards to actually get rid of the Jace. I mean, we do have the high note. We do have potentially an Aftershock. That would do it. We have a couple of other options if we want to invest more powder, but I don't think we do.
No, we'll probably just do this Aftershock into either the high note or the Harpoon.
Oh yeah, I can totally see this. Yeah, we absolutely have to get rid of this Jace.
Yeah.
Such a huge threat right now. And you see, right? For all our card generation, all our draw, we found a way to get rid of this Jace. It did cost us a couple of cards in hand, but it doesn't really seem to matter.
Exactly. Especially since we're going to have all of these cards doubled with Seraphine down, and if we can get Seraphine and BB to stick, we have a lot we can push.
I like this play. Obviously, you could have played 2 blockers, but the chance to actually roll a fearsome blocker there was really low. So going in and actually removing one of the threats that could have potentially put you in range of double Shock Blast is really good from the Tankbuster. Probably saves himself a little bit of that one. Now the problem is, though, again, another fearsome unit that we can only block if we actually throw down a BB right now.
Yep.
And if that gets removed in response, we are in trouble.
Exactly.
Potentially still do it. in response to the BB being removed, we could potentially play line up, knock him down, generate a few kegs. But the problem is if Eradication comes out to actually just kill the BB, then the keg will like die with BB, so we can't actually pre-commit spells, which is just really tragic. I don't know if that is going to be the case though, because I think Maddie would kill their own unit with that. So
That's true. It does kill all units at minus at 3 or less health. It would kill his own unit. However, it would keep him safe against the keg. So we are seeing the Soul Harvest instead.
yeah, I like this. I like this. We have to push lethal somehow, right? We can't give up on our units. Say, okay, here I have 12 HP. You generate a few kegs. I don't care. And Fracture, Confront. I mean, Fracture is pretty good. The problem is you also hit your own Nexus, so you have to be really careful when you play that one. Answered Prayer, Sunburst Vigor. Sunburst Vigor could be nice to go up.
Oh, and we see the form up, but the time is running out. We're not going to be able to save our unit.
No! Oh my god, timer actually mattering. Yo, that was huge.
That is so heartbreaking. We'll be able to use it to block if we need to, though. And we probably do to play around. You know, we don't see the multiple shock blasts.
Oh, okay, yeah. So shock blast comes in, almost takes out the tentacle, leaves him alive. Unfortunately for Maddie, tentacle 1 point of attack, too much. We could have, if it had 3-1, could have taken it out, but yeah.
Yeah, so we're gonna have to see if we can stick again this turn.
And it does not seem like we can.
No.
Which is fine right now.
When the Piercing Darkness top deck instead will heal Madi back up to 17, which will just probably be too much for Tank to handle.
Madi here just actually getting all the removal they need is really huge.
Yeah.
Don't have to be sharp to make a point.
Now that said, if we're gonna get rid of Seraphine, we do have to invest another 6 mana. We kill the Tentacle alongside of Seraphine, which again is gonna be really tough Tank Buster to deal with. The good thing is, with the Seraphine on board, we can get rid of the unit on the other side, which also leaves Maddie with 3 more damage in hand, but then also up to the mercy of top decks, basically, to find a lethal next turn. A bit better for the Tank Buster.
Yep.
Not really that reliant on top decks. We do have another draw in hand.
Oh,
and another back alley bar.
Yes.
Okay.
Allowing us to refill our hand. Nothing too impactful here, but we do have a 0 cost attune unit, so we get a point of free mana if we need it.
A prank. I mean,
Yeah.
what do you prank here? There are a couple of cards you could actually prank. Prank Tailstones, make it more expensive to play them, maybe more expensive to remove a bar. Ooh, Ruination. I mean, you probably don't prank Ruination. If your opponent has to spend 9 mana, we'll be looking pretty good anyways. Acceleration Gate is an interesting card to prank, but it doesn't really make sense because your opponent doesn't really have units, so...
Yep.
Yeah,
so we do plank the Ruination. Oh, and we see a second. We see our third and final BB off the predict here. Interested to see if we take it or if we take the healing.
Yep, we go for the app. I mean, the app is also, right now, a lot of damage to the Nexus, actually, because there's no unit on the board.
Yeah, there's no units. Yeah.
Yeah, we always hit the Nexus, and it's a free card right now. I don't think we play it right now. Unless we are really, really, really afraid. Yeah, of Shock Blast. I like this, because Shock Blast is slow speed. You can always react to it. I would keep it as well. Nice.
And we hit BB off the top. Oh, but Mati drew another Soul Harvest, and it's going to come right out.
He goes back and forth between these two. I would rather be on Tank Buster's side right now, though, okay? You are putting up the threats. You are asking the questions. And Maddie always has to find the answers, which is really unfortunate for Maddie right now. And we saw when Tank Buster was actually asked the questions, and Tank Buster had to find the answers. Tank Buster was also struggling.
Yep.
against the Jace. So you always want to be on the other side of the equation. And again, with this play, we actually would also be fine, obviously, against the Shock Blast. Maybe there was also the read from Tankbuster that there is no Shock Blast in hand anymore. I don't know if we played all the Shock Blasts that Maddie actually main decks. That is probably the case. So we're like, okay, no more in hand. If there was the potential of one in hand, we could have just started out with the Ebb and Flow and then immediately had the healing on burst speed once the removal or the burn was committed. So, more healing on our side. Not really finding lethal on either side, though.
We're going to get to push a little bit more damage this turn.
Look at this. Jace. He's here.
Yeah.
Okay, so
We have Jace and removal for the one unit.
Yeah. We don't have removal for Jace on the other side. This is a huge problem,
Yes.
right? So right now Tankbuster says, okay, I can push a little bit of damage. It's not gonna be lethal. Next turn, my hand is really bad. It's just a bunch of 1 damage pings, and those can't remove the Jace. Now, we don't know that there's a Jace right now, but I feel like once Tankbuster knows, it's gonna be a little bit upset about what's happening. Especially because it's not like we can top deck a BB on top of it, right?
We're out.
It's just gone. That option is gone away from us. And Maddie just really top decking the answer to that BB. Just absolutely huge last turn. Did also have a Panic Ruination in hand, obviously, but.
So is this this is one piece of damage short to kill this Jace, huh?
Yes. Because we have to take 2 slow speed actions.
Oh, but we're not seeing mana to kill the Otterpuss, so we have to roll an evasive keyword off this Jace to push lethal.
Alright. Interesting that we go for that. We could have also elected to kill this Otterpuss, but obviously this, with 2 units on board, then she yields higher chances of winning. Does not do
Does
so
not
now,
hit
though.
the keyword. So we take our free block, our Jace grows, and we'll heal at the end of the turn, but we still don't have an answer on tank side.
I honestly don't know what tank can top deck. Jack surely isn't it?
No, I mean, Jack gives us a blocker, but it gives us a blocker, but we see the vengeance in Mati's hand. It's just not enough.
Yeah, and it just looks like the superior mid-range deck is going to take this win. I love calling this like a mid-range deck because to me, honestly, everything Jace related, even if it's Shadow Isles, is always going to be mid-range.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Agreed.
And,
I mean, it has all these controlling tools, but you still win on board. Oh, and the burn top deck. That's gonna be it.
All right, Mystic Shot goes in, Tankbuster goes out, and Maddie secures the top 64 win, moving on to top 32. And for Maddie, this is just like old seasonal. Maddie just basically finally arrived. Okay, he's like, had to play 1 extra game on the next day to get into my top 32. I'm finally here. Really sad that Tankbuster is obviously out. This was a matchup that we could have potentially seen in the finals, right?
Absolutely.
Really good players here. What do you think about the 2 matches that we just saw? Did you expect this match to go this way? I know on stats it's like kind of a 50-50 between Heimerdinger Jace and the Seraphine deck, but it should be Seraphine favored if we go a bit more into the Sentinel Control version of the deck.
Yeah, the Seraphine, the Seraphine deck, I think that, like you said, this one could have gone either way, but it looks like Mati came very prepared for Tank's lineup. Looking to take all these removal spells, try and target these small pings in this AoE removal to try and hit the Samira deck. Make sure it can't get in too fast. So, maybe this game wouldn't have gone this way. It looked like Mati was prepared for that Samira deck.
And this is the beauty of tournaments, right? You can't always trust ladder stats because you look at the way that the lineup was prepared, and you see, okay, there is a bunch more removal that's actually targeting Seraphine and BB specifically. So you're probably prepared for that matchup quite a bit, right? And the I don't think the usual ladder version would quite run the same cards. For example, Eradication is a card that we don't usually see in the list. We maybe see like an extra Piercing Darkness for that. But here, the Eradication, obviously also another great tool to easily remove a BB. We saw not only remove BB, but also like completely negate the keg work alongside of the BB, right? You can't stack up some kegs because they are obviously also going to be removed. So it's really awkward once you get in that situation. So nice prep work. And yeah, deserved win, absolutely. And what a good matchup to start round 1 with. I don't actually know if we have another matchup lined up for you. Maybe we can hop into another one. But for now, this was our first feature match for the top 64. We're going to try to bring you a nice, exciting feature match for every round. What do you expect to see? Now, obviously, we saw Heimerdinger Jace, we saw Samira, we saw a little bit of Seraphine. I may be a bit disappointed we didn't see Karma. What do you think should be in a typical top 64, top 32 match for the Americas?
Yeah, I mean, like the Samira, the Karma, which Tank brought, but we didn't see played, but would have hit the ban. I think we'll see plenty of Karma throughout the day, plenty of Samira, and then some of these mid range piles, like we said earlier, I think we'll see plenty of Ashe throughout the day. And then maybe some more of these P and Z removal piles. We didn't see Annie Caitlyn from Mati was banned here, but that is a popular deck in lineups to target Samira, so we may see a bit of that today.
Yeah, for sure. Again, would have liked to see that. Would have also meant a faster matchup. That's unfortunate, but I know there are a lot of Seraphine fans. There are a lot of Karma fans, specifically in the Americas. Okay, looking at you, Margin. Looking at you, Akado. Actually, looking at all of Mastering Runeterra right now. Okay, you guys are sick. Okay?
They love their pink and they love their Piltover control.
Yeah, they do love it. All right, but we did see that the timer actually did matter, and you know what? All you Karma players and Seraphine players, you have to watch out for that. We actually had it matter today, okay, where you couldn't get a card out to save an important card, so that might be a problem. But it seems that we are gonna cut to a short break, and after we are back with more Runeterra open action for you guys. So stay tuned. We're gonna be right back. All right, welcome back to the Glory in Navori Runeterra Open Top Cut. We are now at round number 32, and still here with me, Spider Mention. How are you doing? We had a really exciting round one. How excited
Yeah, that
are you
was
for round
a blast to watch and a blast to talk about. Really excited to see where round of 32 goes.
two? Yeah. I had to take a deep breath because, like, if you remember round one, we had like an actual timer win there, which it doesn't happen that often, right? And it wasn't like the usual timer win where it's just like, okay, both players just go to timeout. No, it was actually game was still in time, but it was just so advanced that the rope was flying faster and faster. And then unfortunately, Tank Buster couldn't quite get behind it. But I'm super excited now for round 32 because we're going to jump into a different matchup. And again, there are a couple of prominent players still left in the tournament that I'm really excited for. Anyone that you want to spectate, anyone that you spied out that is still in here in the round 32?
Yeah, I mean, we still have a number of notable players here. I think in the bracket, going to the top left of the bracket, we see Mati, as we saw. We see Floppy. We see in the bottom there Majin Bay, still in, the winner of the Mastering Runeterra tournament last week.
Yeah, and Sujakon against Floppy, also an excellent matchup. We see Tippy Tips also still in it to win it. So this side of the bracket, unfortunately, again, Tankbuster and Maddie, that's just an unfortunate matchup right in the beginning, is still stacked. And we have Floppy versus Sujakon as probably a really, really good matchup for the top left. But we also have to obviously look at the other pieces of the bracket. Again, this is a top 64 bracket, so it had to be pieced up a little bit. Now we at the bottom left. We see Makers Made It versus Gamer Weep. And again, both also really good players going up against Gone, who won against a Rigby, another good player, unfortunately already out. Tunnel Shark going up against You Stunned. Then I see at the bottom, by the way, more players still in it to win it.
More piece against Eland, another OCE player. Playing, not getting any time zone wins there.
Yeah, yeah, it's really funny that OCE still has to play in the Americas. I don't know if there actually is a better time zone outside of APAC foes,
Yeah,
right? It had to be APAC, but unfortunately, they are in one of the time zones that is, not perfect for them. Let's just say that. At least it starts a bit earlier now because they do have to play an extra round, so they have to wake up even earlier.
Yeah.
Going to the top right now, we have Duckling not making it. Looney Louie against the Cup is Mine. Cup is Mine defeating Kuro D Fox. And we have Nate Stone versus X Dragon 55X. Total taking the win over Xello. That is nice to see. Total again advancing another round. Now facing Donut. That's going to be a hard matchup.
Yep. Donut, world's qualified player. Going to be tough.
Oh, for sure. And Donut also has something to prove, right? But we are now hopping to the bottom right of the bracket, and we have Blueberry Muffin, then one against Goblinator. Now going up against the Americanas, obviously the runner-up from the last Mastering Terror Open. Again, also on the other side of the bracket of margin, so there could be a rematch potentially going there. But there's someone at the bottom of the bottom right bracket that is also wanting a rematch, that also wants to take the win as Icado, that also made it around and is now facing up against Cryos. Then we have Fairly Fangirl moving on, now going up against AK Thomas. And then we have Button Clicker versus Alexander on the side of the bracket.
Yeah. All around, we're seeing some great matches in this round of 32.
Yeah, really excited. I couldn't really pick one specifically out of these matchups because there are really a couple of good matchups. We will set one up again to feature for you guys. So we have probably a matchup that you won't see on any other stream. There are quite a bunch of people also trying to stream their POV, but it's obviously a bit hard once they drop from the tournament. Then you kind of have to realize that you do need a couple of streams that stream the players that are not streaming themselves, right? And that we try to do. And obviously, we have a couple banger matchups here that we can actually stream for you guys. Now, we did already see a bit of control, a bit of combo, mostly in round one. So I'm excited to see a bit more mid-range maybe now. The question is, did people even bring mid-range? I always suspect that Americas is less inclined to actually bring mid-range. Somehow, whenever I look into the Americas tournament meta, I just see way more combo than I would see in other regions. Even though you have Mo in your region, which isn't he just like an aggro one trick?
I feel like he got that reputation, but
Yeah, I'm just joking.
when that Nami Shadow Isles deck, he was a big player of that deck too. So
Yeah, no, don't worry. I'm just joking.
Oh yeah, I know.
Yeah, I saw Mo in chat. I just wanted to if he's still here, I want to trigger him a little bit. All right, okay. But yeah, I do want to see a little bit more mid-range now, but hopefully, because I am a big fan of mid-range decks. Obviously, as you can see here, this was they asked me what do you want, Icy? What do you want on your caster card? And I was like, okay, hello, Scargrounds main. I want Foliot on there. I want some mid-range stats, and I want something that synergizes with Scargrounds. So even though Scargrounds rotated out, we do have a mid-range centric meta right now. I would say in a lot of parts of the game, but we do have a couple of really strong mid-range decks that are still in it. For example, one deck that we haven't seen in round 1, obviously, is Leona Samira. Again, that is a really strong deck. The only thing that kind of holds it back in the tournament meta is that obviously it plays Samira. So you kind of want to play Samira Fizz, obviously. Now, if you want to play Samira in that deck, you kind of have to replace Samira in the Leona deck. So you either go for a full mid-range lineup, or you kind of have to find a substitute. People tried Diana. It didn't really work out. It was okay, but not that great. You also really don't want to run 3 Kale. Do you have any option there? What would you do if you had to play both a Samira Fizz deck and a Leona Noxus deck?
Well, I can tell you exactly what I did do because I did that yesterday. I took Samira Fizz. It was my most practiced deck. And I decided to try Annie instead of the Samira in the Leona deck. And it's okay. You get a lot of those Daybreak triggers. But, it's still lacking without that Samira.
I can imagine, but Annie is a really interesting choice because that deck, again, as you mentioned, does run a couple of skills with those Daybreak cards, and also does run a couple of spells that you can use, right? Pure Red, another slow spell you can use. You have Fervors, a couple of ways to level Annie, and I think the deck does really well with extra 1-drops. There are really aggressive versions of the deck where you do play a couple of extra 1-drops, so Annie does really fit in there. So I would be interested to see if we, again, today, see a lineup that both plays Fizz, Samira, and Leona, and we might see some creative solutions to that problem where you want to play Samira in 2 decks but can't, unfortunately, because we are playing in Riot Lock. Yes, it's not a seasonal anymore, it's now Runeterra Open, but the format didn't change after all. The only thing that they added was an extra round of 64.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, okay, so kind of setting up some expectations for the next round, obviously. Outside of mid-range, any decks that you were missing? Again, we saw a bit of control, we saw a bit of combo, but there are some out there decks that don't really fit in the mid-range section, neither in the control section that we also haven't really seen either. There is for example, Maokai Nautilus, which is kind of a hybrid between mid-range and control right now, that was hailed as a deck that could potentially beat Fizz Samira. Now, if that actually worked out in the open rounds, that is an entirely different thing, because a lot of people say it actually doesn't. And if it doesn't, why would you still bring the deck?
Yeah, I mean, I think people were also trying to target Karma with that deck as well. Mm-hmm. Try and race the Maokai level before they can flip Karma and get multiple Karmas back in deck. But we see Morpice making it to the round of 62. Perennial Maokai Nautilus player. I have not seen his lineup, but I would assume he brought it. So we may have seen that. We may get to see that later today. Some other decks, maybe an Aatrox Demacia deck. It sounds like we're going into game right now. We're seeing Majin Bay versus Impetus. We're seeing the Karma set deck versus this Samira Fizz. The 2 most prominent decks featuring the 2 champions from the Glory and Navori expansion. And we see that... Go ahead.
Yeah, and of course Majin is playing Karma. What else? Yeah. What else could he play?
Exactly. He loves his combo and he loves his Ionian.
Yeah, playing up against the Samira Fizz. Really interesting there. We see the Butcher. For those who are only familiar with the really beginning, the old Samira Fizz list that came out right after the expansion, you're probably not used to seeing Butcher all that much. You're probably more used to seeing just Elegant Edge. But Butcher just really an adaptation to the PNZ meta that we also had. Like, right, we had the Seraphine Jack, we had the Karma decks, and those are just really annoying with all the 2 damage-based removal spells. And Butcher turns out really good against that.
Exactly. I mean, we're seeing a very aggressive version of this deck here from Impetus. We're seeing no Shellys and 2 Powder Pandemoniums in this version.
Yeah, as well as 6 1-drops here.
Yep.
Again, playing Elegant Edge and Butcher. Potentially trying to go up against the Karma deck. Again, you can try to be a bit aggressive, but this Karma deck has a lot of soul tools, and we see it here as well. Has a lot of removal. Damage-based removal, though, which we can try to dodge here with the all-out. All is just such a great card.
It's so good, but we're seeing the Samira's gonna go down anyway to this Mystic Shot in hand.
Yeah, that's almost it for mana, though. At 2 mana, this deck isn't really that dangerous anymore, and your hand is still looking premium, right? You have Father Fury. You might be able to play your whole hand this turn.
Yep, we can even stun this elusive blocker out of combat if we want to push even more damage.
Alright. Okay, so we probably don't play Buttblade. We could stun the elusive blocker, then we could play 1 Bubblefish. Hope we hit like a playable.
Oh, and we stun the fearsome blocker instead.
Yeah,
push extra damage that way.
Yeah, actually makes more sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Bubblefish comes in. Genesis is actually better than Bloodbait. Yeah, we would like to play that over Bloodbait.
Yep.
100%. It's really nice to see that there's actually worse cards in the pool now. But we decide to actually not go for that. Play neither of these cards. Just really want to push the damage we have on board right now. And again, that is a massive amount of damage we just pushed. And we still have the board advantage. No cheap removal spells in Margin's head right now. We have some healing. We find another Mystic Shot.
We find a Mystic Shot, but Impetus draws with a repeatable burn spell and the Stylish Shot.
It's just such a cool card, right? The animation, the flavor. It actually, as a burn player, obviously you are missing Decimate, but you can't be mad about getting something like Stylish Shot.
Exactly.
Ooh, often the end of the round. Yeah, we can't really do anything on Impetus' side. Is there anything Margin can do? Margin could potentially use the mana to just draw. But obviously has to be afraid of 2 unknown cards right now in Impetus' hand. He knows that 2 cards are 1-cost spells. Doesn't know which those are, but just the knowledge that those are not an Inferno, not a... not another Samira. Just helps a lot. Ooh, Noxian Tellstones!
We get the Tellstones, which could help us buff our way out of a small ping.
And Warning Shot as well. There's a lot of burn damage here in combination with the units that are going to swing in here. And once one unit gets through, we actually get the Stylish Shot back. Oh, High Note. Pretty good.
High Note is huge. Especially because if we see this High Note come out, you know, that's a great draw from Majin, but we're going to blow this out with this generated Tellstones.
Yeah. I do think we have 3 coins in hand right now, if I'm not mistaken.
We have 3.
Which, yeah.
We have 3. That'll be just enough to give us the tag out.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, thank you for the observers. It's always nice. Oh.
Oh, and we use it on the other...
Okay, so that is obviously going to get recalled now. So we actually push no damage. We don't get the Stylish Shot back, which is really unfortunate for Impetus. We do get back Father Fury, who is going to trigger Plunder again, and is going to generate another 1-cost spell. And the additional Plunder trigger is going to help us with the monkeys. So there is some positive in that, but
we generated a second Bloodbait. So that was an interesting line, deciding to play around another ping spell instead of the tag out.
So, who's betting where, Lise?
Yeah. That said, we do have one more turn to just fire off the Barb Chains here.
Yep.
Potentially draw into the monkeys next turn, and that should be enough burn to actually close up a game.
And we won't have an answer to it unless Majin finds a deny.
Yeah. Majin just really has to, like, wait and chill here. You don't even want to attack here. Oh!
Or I guess we do.
Okay, so Margin obviously knows that there is no real card in hand right now because those one-cost spells haven't been used, so he probably takes a guess, okay, those are Blood Baits, or Jettisons. Just swings in here. That does give Impetus the option to block here, and I don't think the option to block is all that bad. Yeah, we leave one unit open, which is fine, because if we plundered enough, we can potentially just play 5 monkeys right now, which is lethal. And
Yes,
so
and we
cleaning
just
the board,
gave the board space for those monkeys.
yeah, more issue maybe find a deny. Nope. Caustic
No,
Rift,
and
unfortunately,
Caustic
also doesn't
Rift
do
is
it.
just going to push that burn to the if we draw the monkeys.
Yes, move Mixologist though. More healing could be really
Yeah.
important.
Agreed. I'm interested to see if we skip here and go and hope for the deny, or we just go for the healing. Because if we can get through this last turn, we get Karma down. We don't have any draw to refill, but we do have plenty of coins.
And we have another Karma. And we do go for the Mixologist. We do have the healing now. This could be absolutely huge. Let's see what Impetus draws again. Impetus is going to draw 3 cards this turn.
Yep. Oh, and he draws the Powder Pandemonium, but we drew two. We drew a second Mixologist.
That is just a huge amount of healing. But we don't have any removal, so
We do have
didn't pick up the Caustic
the
Rift.
tag out. Is it enough? No, we play Fizz instead.
problem is the monkeys will also, again, not only like generate that burn, but also going to generate that units. And they're going to give vulnerable to all of this. So
Yes.
potentially this 3-3 Butcher is also going to be a problem.
I'll make it my
I do think with like 2 Mixologists, you're probably surviving this turn.
Yep.
But I don't want to do the math. That's for the blockers.
Agreed. But with the monkeys granting vulnerable, we are going to be able to pull the elusive blocker to the side. And we're
Yeah,
not
Fizz
going to be
ain't-
able to rely on bouncing Fizz.
No, especially because we do know that.
There are 3/1 cost spells in hand, and we assume at least one of them is Bloodbait because it hasn't been cast.
Yeah. Exactly. So we like kind of expect that there will be something that could save the Fizz. Probably have to recall something else. Potentially just a Butcher. We do give up on an extra monkey here to hit through with the Fizz, which honestly is fine. But the extra healing coming through from the Mixologist here just really crucial. Again, we also have more coins available now. If I'm not mistaken, at least 2 coins so we can actually play a tag out. Yeah, we played 2 Mixologists. It has to be 3 coins. So tag out, probably going to be played on a 3-3 here. We could also just block it and recall a monkey, but that's just I don't know.
Yeah, that's just saying we'll take the burn anyway.
I mean, you only take 9 damage here. What if you just like say, let it go?
We could also even remove the Mixologist and get an extra point of heal. Recall our Mixologist and get an extra point of healing next turn.
Ooh, yeah, also really clever play. Good mention. See if Margin goes for it. There are a couple of options you can do here. You can I'll let it go, recall the monkey, or recall one of your Mixologists. This is like one of those decks where you actually do have to think sometimes.
Yeah.
I know people on Twitter and on Reddit are really down on this deck, and like to mention that is probably the easiest Karma deck that was ever playable. But
Agreed. But
especially
it's
in
still
situations,
there's still plenty of lines to have to think through.
yeah.
And we
So-
are. It looks like we are going to recall our own Mixologist, try and replay for healing.
Yep, this will generate another coin. That means we have 3 coins in hand. We can exactly spend that 1 mana, get 4 mana back, play the Mixologist this turn, and we should be pretty safe from burn.
Yep. Which will allow us to get down our leveled Karma next turn.
Yep, there we go. Right, at 4 coins. I missed
I'll
something.
make it my business to know the
Oh,
odds.
doesn't really matter. Again, next turn Karma plus another Karma means we have plenty of card generation. Impetus is now basically left with Fizz as the win condition.
Yep.
And that is probably not enough against Karma, if I'm honest. Like, at this point, Margin just has to find Caustic Rift, and we can safely remove the Fizz from the board.
Exactly.
Not really helping, obviously, that we generate 2 Blood Baits and a Jettison. High note. Oh, yeah, high note also really good here.
We draw the second Fizz from Impetus for Rally.
It is an interesting card, but it's so tough to actually play in this spot. Because there's so much removal on the side of Margin Beta you could potentially have that even if you like open attack next turn and then just like pre-commit the Fizz spell, Rally, it's probably not going to go through. Now we also see Set again. Not a great way to get rid of the Fizz. Can be challenged, the little guy. We do have the second one in hand that we can play immediately after. But it does hurt to lose this one.
Yep.
Margin just thinking, do I hit end round here? This is like, if you're a combo or control player, you're always like, okay, my opponent has like 10 mana open, he's not spending any mana, just like, you're itching to hit end round there. You're itching for like, they're wasting their mana, I get more value, but obviously in this spot, doesn't really matter.
Taking a little bit of mana back and just gonna ping off the units. Oh, and it gets us the Showstopper, but we can't cast it. Well, we can, but Fizz will be able to stop it.
He will, but that means Impetus has to play the Jettison. And then next turn, actually, to get
Fizz, yeah. Either pre-commit the Rally on the Fizz or play Bloodbait. Oh, but it doesn't even matter. We're just pushing lethal.
Oh, I completely forgot that you actually also have lethal. Yeah, you see, I was like, so this is a combo deck, blah, 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 but I forgot that this is actually like a pretty straightforward deck where you just actually get units on board and you push lethal that way. It's not like Ezreal Karma where you just like pop off of like a few Get Exciteds and like Mystic Shots and you try to put everything on stack and kill your opponent. Hey, you just have like Karma, couple of other cards, you have enough removal, enough stuns, and then you have Set who can just like basically remove the entire board, especially in combination with Karma, where all of a sudden, not only do you obliterate a unit, but you also deal 2 damage AoE to everything on your opponent's side. Just works out, Margin takes the first win, and who allowed this to happen, okay? Someone at Riot decided to make Ionia strong again, and they had to take into account, okay, that Margin would absolutely love this. Now we are in the mulligan for the next round, and Margin here actually with the mirror match going in with Samira as well. I do suspect that probably a certain Seraphine deck could probably be banned here.
Agreed. Yeah, and we're seeing some interesting things in this mirror. Majin has teched in one Nami into his version of the deck. So and he has the Shellies, but does not have the Powder Pandemoniums. So we'll see if Majin's version that's aiming to stabilize can beat this much more aggro version.
Yeah, just looking at the lineup, by the way, just to confirm, yes, it's Jack Seraphine that Margin played. So Margin actually going in, I think, with the same lineup here that he played during the Mastering Runeterra Open.
Agreed. I believe that is the case.
Ooh, okay. Wait, you concentrate on the game, I have to check something else in that case real quick.
And we see the heavy metal come down on this this elegant edge. We're not letting Impetus stick any units.
Okay, guess what Ikato is playing?
Is Ikato playing the exact same 120 cards?
I don't know that for sure. I'm still checking the deck list, but at least he's playing the exact same lineup. And I would think that he's potentially playing the exact same 120 cards, which could be really interesting because we had that exact same scenario in the Mastering Runeterra Open. So seeing it here again and seeing how these two players perform could be really interesting because last time around in that tournament, they performed absolutely insane, right? Ikato going undefeated through Swiss into top 4 and Margin taking it in the end here. Swindle going in, we get another Burblefish for us, always nice. As you mentioned, Impetus with an aggressive version of the deck. And Margin more with like the standard, more combo-ish version of the deck. Does have the Shelly in hand. I don't know if Margin potentially also plays 1 or 2 copies of the monkeys, but probably not.
Yeah, from what I'm looking at here, it looks like Majin's on exactly 0 copies of the monkeys. We get our plunder, so we can just go off and draw as many cards as we want this turn.
Yeah, 2 philosophies here of deck building going up against each other. Obviously, the deck that is built for more aggression, like the deck from Impetus, is going to have the faster start. That said, once we get the Shelly down, the deck from Margin actually on the board outscales the deck from Impetus incredibly quickly. And at that point, if we don't have more elusives than Margin has on board, we just can't get through anymore because units are just so much bigger on Margin side. Finding the Samira is also kind of a mirror breaker because all of a sudden you do have Challenger and all the units on your opponent's side are pretty low in HP, which allows you to clean up the board again and will secure a small advantage for Margin.
Absolutely. We're going to burn this coral creatures off the top, but I don't think that's too big of a miss. One other thing, since we run 3 Swindle on Majin side, we may not main deck any monkey spells, but we can always try and steal them from our opponent.
Wait, hold on. Wait, I missed this. I missed that one. Did you see what just happened? This is not Fist Samira. This is Fist Samira
Nami. Yeah,
okay,
we drew our one of Nami.
Hold on. So this deck is way more combo heavy
Oh yeah.
than the deck on the other side. And it looks like we actually stabilized early enough that this will matter because Margin is going to pop off with stats that Impetus just can't keep up with.
Absolutely.
I like it. I like seeing Nami, especially with the new skin. Margin obviously had dripped out as well.
Yep, and that new skin is beautiful.
Hey, all the Dragonmancer skins actually pretty well done, I have to say.
Yes, agreed.
Actually got me to play Kaiser again. And I have to say, Kaiser, they unfortunately rotated the one card that made Shurima really, really good for like champion heavy decks. So now that you don't have Rite of Calling anymore, Kaiser, Mono Shurima, and everything else just feels incredibly bad to play.
Meanwhile, we see Impetus running out of cards. We're casting this Ransom Riches, trying to generate another unit and flip this Fizz. However, we see a lot of elusives on Majin's side. Not sure that this Fizz is going to get through.
Obviously, this could have been a slightly different game state if we would have traded our board, had potentially the monkeys that could potentially get vulnerable to our opponent's units, maybe trade off the board. Didn't happen here, so it just looks absolutely perfect for Margin, who's also going to be able to flip the Samira this turn, as well as going with a huge attack.
Agreed. Interested to see how Impetus plays this out here.
I don't know how you play this out of your Impetus. I don't know if there's a coming back. Oh my god, we get the Burblefish off of that? That is the perfect draw.
Perfect draw. It's free. We will not have to burn it. And that Burblefish comes down and flips the Samira.
One of the best animations that we have in the game.
Absolutely.
I have to say. Alright, let's see what the RNG is. Okay, the RNG for Margin when it comes to Burblefish is a little bit better than for Impetus last time around. Actually, a lot better.
Yeah, we get the Guile out. And we have 3 elusives that can block all of these, along with 2 more Burblefish in hand.
Yeah, this is just all Margin right now. I don't think there's a way for Impetus to get back. I know we as casters, we have to like kind of hype up what can happen in this matchup, and I would like to tell you that Impetus can get back into this game. I would really like to tell you that. It's not going to happen though.
I don't see a way. He's able to keep the Fizz alive, but we're going to start. We can get these Burblefish down right now and start ticking up Samira's combo meter. Get our early attack off. We got a stylish shot even off the Burble.
We also have Shelly, right? So we have Samira and Shelly who are just going to be popping off with all the spells.
We have Samira, Nami, and Shelly. We get to attack, generate a free spell, and Impetus sees it too. And Majin takes it down 2-0.
Yeah, really the impetus was an impetus to find something that could answer the combo pieces of Margin there, but Margin just surviving the early game and just, I think probably in this matchup, just having the better deck, right? Especially in the mirror match, if you have a couple of pieces that do help you to sustain yourself and then build a bigger board, that is just going to be ending up with the W, but also having that Samira, again, really huge. If you find your Samira and your opponent just doesn't, it's one of the champions, and it's especially in the mirror match way more important than finding the Fizz. Well played for Margin. That was a quick 2-0, especially for someone that brought a Seraphine deck and a Karma deck. Luckily, Seraphine deck was banned. We were saved from seeing both of these decks today. But the Karma match was also really quick because Margin had like 1 or 2 turns where he had to think a little bit more. And again, the deck sometimes lends itself to having a couple of turns where you have to really think about what's going on. But Margin obviously is so proficient on the deck that it didn't really happen often for him, right? Most of the decisions for him were at least pretty clear.
Yep, and he won right on turn 10, right on board as well. It will just pick off the last few units and then just pull the only blocker to the side.
Yeah, beautiful, okay? I have to say, I'm not the biggest fan of the deck, but like whenever I see either Margin or like how to play it, I get it.
Yeah,
I get it.
fully agreed. They make it look easy.
They do make it look easy. I don't know if we have another match lined up for you guys. If anything, we can actually hop to a very short break. And once we are back, we are either in round 3, the top 16, or we are in another game of the top 32. So stay tuned, and we're going to be right back. All right, we are back. We are still in the round of 32, and we have another banger matchup ready for you guys. So we're going to hop into SutraCon versus Floppy Mudkip. What a matchup we have here for you guys. And we again see Samira, but on the other side, we see a deck that you have mentioned already that you were excited to see.
Yeah, we see this Aatrox deck, Aatrox Demacia. I would presume our second champion here is Vayne. She is on board, so I think I can safely presume that. But yeah, we see that we're in match already. SutraCon appears to be up 1-0. And this is game 2 here. And we see that we're trying to take down this Samira with the challenger, but the all-out will not save her. Oh, it will. But does it flip her? No,
Yeah, but if
the
we do flip it
Bloodbait
with the
does.
Bloodbait, feels bad that you have to play a Bloodbait, but if it flips Samira and if it helps us survive, it's absolutely worth it, and we do get it done here. We sacrifice a lot for that, obviously, but
Yep.
I think we can live without the Shelly. We're gonna have a Battlefish that we can play, and I think Coral Creature is also not terribly necessary for the W, so we don't even need to play it.
Agreed, and we can even get this this Butcher down this turn to try and to just draw our Snapjaw Swarm now and just discard it.
It's a clever play. See, I gotta be real with you, okay? I haven't really played the deck. The only Samira decks I play are Samira decks that usually are not combo heavy, okay? I'm a small kind of guy, so having someone here on the caster desk that actually plays these decks and thinks about these lines is really nice.
And we see SutraCon did exactly that.
This looks pretty bad for Floppy Mudkip right now.
Yeah,
SutraCon. Oh,
we are
can't dump
getting
him.
to do a pseudo rally here with the tumble on the scout unit. So, so SutraCon is either going to have to block down and sacrifice a lot of these units or take quite a bit of damage. But the Samira is leveled. Oh, but
So, yeah, here the thing is, we could potentially... Yeah, we could have equipped Wayne to go in, but we keep the mana open, because this means we can potentially try and remove something here with a Fisher Whack.
and we will likely see him try and Fisher-whack the Samira so that we can't level or rally, rather, next turn.
Mira currently...
Plus,
on-
Vayne already flips, allowing us to generate free tumbles every turn.
And you know what? Tumbles together with Aatrox means more healing.
Exactly.
Aatrox, one of the, well, he is a big champion, okay? But he's a pretty straightforward champion in what he does. He's kind of like the Nautilus of the Darkin, which cost some casters, mainly Boulevard, to not really like him. And I kind of have to say, I share Boulevard's sentiment.
Yeah.
It's not the most exciting unit in the game.
No, but he is big and he does provide healing.
Oh, that he does. Ooh, Fizz, though.
We see Fizz off the top, but we did lose our ability to rally. And without the ability to rally through this board, it's going to be hard to push lethal, seeing the Aatrox healing in hand.
Yeah, the Aatrox going to come in. We're going to pseudo rally again. We also have no removal currently for the scout unit here. Yeah, this is going to be tough. I have a couple of jump blockers that we can throw in the way of this, but at 7 HP, we basically have to block down every time. I think the pressure is mounting up in Sudrakon. I don't know if he's going to be able to withstand it. The units don't have Overwhelm, they don't have Elusive, they don't really have any evasion. I don't know, Fearsome, Brash, or anything, but just because they have big stats, we kind of have to block them.
Yes. And because they have quick attack, there's no evasion, but they do just get to take down these units for free.
Level Fist coming in. We're going to be answered here by the Aatrox just to get the healing out. It's still quite a bunch of damage that we are going to be able to push here. Floppy, what are you thinking about? I don't think there's not many options here. You could... Okay, so... Could obviously swing in himself now. I don't think that would do anything. Could try to play Valor instead of Aatrox. Valor plus Harp is, again, another Challenger unit that can also take down units. So it depends on what you value more, right? Do you value the heal more, or do you just value the removal more at this point?
We just pass, saying that we'll let Sudrakon push damage and just develop the Aatrox afterwards. You heal it back up.
Sudrakon has a couple of options here to give Fizz and Luffy. Obviously, Style Shop, probably the best. We want to get that back in hand. You shoot a bit. And doesn't really do anything else for you. So, probably just going to go in with that. Do keep in mind, though, that maybe you want to use your mana in slightly different ways. You currently can't trigger Plunder, so you can't really draw off Inferno. Don't really have to worry about overdrawing anything. Throwing expensive cards away. Just swinging in, pushing 8, generating a Jump the Waters. It's actually in this matchup, Jump the Waters is not the worst card. It's an additional blocker, technically has Overwhelm, and can potentially get rid of some annoying units here.
But we heal right back up to 10, and we're going to be able to swing in with this Aatrox.
Ooh, okay. So, potentially, we could keep up the mana for the Noxian Tailstones. Yeah. Alright, I might like this, because if Aatrox actually swings in, we could trade him down with Fizz if we want to.
Yeah.
I like this. Are we going for it? We are going for it. Okay, Sudrakon saying, hey, this might be the only way I win.
Yeah.
And then next time, we do have to Jump the Waters to potentially trade down the Scout unit. Just attack it. In that case, the quick attack doesn't matter. Might get back into the game. I don't think the 4 healing actually matter that much to Sudrakon. This is damage that we could potentially push in a turn.
But can we get this, this...
Range Knight effect off the board?
Or can we get this, World Ender to be able to be cast this turn? And flip this Ranger Knight Defector into a Scout Aatrox.
We can get it to 8. We can get it to 7. We can actually get it to 7 because we are going to rally off the Scout attack.
Right.
So we actually
but will we have,
can get it to 7.
We can get it to 7, but yes, we can get it to 7. Yes.
Yeah,
we'd have
I think I know what you want to say.
Yeah, but we'd have to. We're not going to.
Yeah. I mean, we can still get it. Can we get it down to 5?
I think,
Yeah, we can.
yeah.
Because we just tumble. Oh no, we can't.
We can
not
get it down to 8 on this swing. We can get it down to, I think, as low as 6. But we'd have to spend more mana to do so.
Yeah, we can get. I think we can actually get it down to 5, if you really want to do it. But then you don't have 5 mana anymore because you need to commit another weapon on the Wayne. And
Yep.
I think also your thoughts were kind of like, even if we get it down to 7, we don't have like any mana to actually equip something. So
Yeah.
it didn't really matter if we would actually be able to do that. Now we did rally off the scout attack, which is really nice. Which means again, Sudercon actually can't really commit the Chum the Waters because it would mean it would just get eaten immediately. And I like this. We immediately go in. There was a slow speed spell on the stack. We had the answer there. This means we had lethal on board. Sudercon had nothing that he could do, and the game is over just like that.
Yep, absolutely. Yep, that means the series now gets tied up at 1, and we'll see a nice game 3 from these two opponents.
Yeah, really nice play there. Obviously, Sudakron wasn't really prepared for that, but I think the pressure was just too high. It was just too high.
Exactly.
Now we go into the mulligan, game number 3 between Sudakron and Floppy Mudkip. Ooh, finally we see Leona. Let's go.
Yes,
And this
we're
time with
seeing
Reckless Cypherian as well.
Reckless- Yeah. This deck is Leona, Diana, Kale, and we're seeing this Reckless Trifarian here. It's just a one copy on Floppy Mudkip's side. Very interesting card to tech into this matchup.
Not the perfect hand there for Sudakon. Actually, pretty bad in this matchup because you are going to be, again, under heavy mid-range pressure. And we know how Samira actually does against mid-range decks if we don't have a great start, right?
Yep.
It's not doing well.
No. And we get off to a really fast early start.
Yeah. I mean,
Well,
again, you can actually play these mid-range piles to mid-range lineups to actually kind of bully Fizz-Samira a little bit, especially if you tech it. Like, the Reckless Cypherian is actually a really good anti-Fizz-Samira tech because it's such a huge unit that does force blocks. It's actually one of the reasons we did see it in the Ash decks as well,
Yep.
where, again, against, like, traditional aggro decks, yes, Trapper is a little bit better, but against this Fizz-Samira decks, you just put him under so much pressure with this huge 5 attack unit on 3.
Yep. Absolutely. And we see that Reckless Trifarian comes down here.
We have to stun it, yeah.
Yep, and we pirouette, saying that, we can try and trade into this Solari Soldier with our Coral Creatures, and not allowing this Reckless Trifarian to get in.
Ooh, okay, I like this attack. Obviously, Sudakon has to think, they probably have a Pay Cascade, but sometimes you just have to take the block here, right?
Yeah.
That could
It's
be
hard. This
nothing.
Coral Creatures isn't doing much else, but if the Pale Cascade does come out, we can use this prize fight to trade it down anyway.
But this is high level Runeterra. They could have been bluffing, right? And sometimes you have to take bluffs because you have to take into account if they are bluffing. What am I doing here? Do I have to take this block? Probably I can't really take this extra damage. Can't really like lose the opportunity for a value trade. Now, okay, we can go in with the prize fight. That means we still get the trade. We pretty much lose a card that didn't really matter to us. So for Sudakon, this was actually pretty fine, and I think completely justifiable to go for this block.
Yeah.
But the hand does not get cheaper.
No. We draw a top deck Shelly, which means we're not really getting our any of these cheap cards down.
And in the meantime, Floppy Mudkip here actually assembling a small army on the board. This is the mid-range power, and we actually have some Overwhelm and Burn here, and that is not something Sudakon can deal with. I would like to potentially see an open attack here. Floppy again setting up a huge mid-range board. Does have a couple more options, but does not want to run into another pirouette, right? We want to make use of this Reckless Trifarian, and we want to make use of this huge big body, and we want to push in some damage to close out the game with the Might and with the Fervor.
Yep.
Ooh, you could actually remove Inferno here. What if you just go for the Might here? What, like, I think Sudarkon is not looking good if this Inferno dies.
Yeah, this might is saying that you have Sutracon has to have a ping plus all out just to keep the Inferno alive.
Yeah, the problem is if you don't block for Inferno, you unfortunately are in just double fervor range, and you don't have the removal in this sort of deck to deal with fervor at all. So, what is the trade-off here? Do you play around Might? Do you play around the double fervor? And potentially saying I would rather play around the Might, because even if they have it, yes, I lose my Inferno, but at least I don't lose on the spot. Against double fervor, you would kind of lose on the spot. It's a tough decision to make.
Agreed.
I would also understand if you don't block, because again, you also need to somehow win. Sudokon, like,
yes,
at the
really
same time as
to
me.
decide.
Yeah, really struggling. Oh my god. See, that's why I don't play these decks. I would rather play the Leona deck. Less decisions to make there. The only decision for you was, do I open attack, do I develop? I know my opponent plays stuns, so I open.
Agreed. And we decide not to take the block.
Such a tough turn for Sudrakon here. Let's see if it pays off.
And another interesting thing, we top decked, or last turn, the Sunburst from Floppy, the one copy. And since we open attack, this will still have Daybreak. We won't be able to buff anything out of protection.
Yeah, goodbye, Shelly. Inferno stays alive, but at least Shelly is gone from the board again, a huge threat, especially combined with the Inferno. And it would enable us to potentially draw into a couple of Burble Fishes again, and then build a huge board out of nowhere. Now, that opportunity is unfortunately gone. We do have a lot of cheap plunder cards in hand, though. So, Sudrakon is gonna try to pop off this turn, gonna try to draw a lot of cards, takes a look into Floppy's hand, maybe finds a Fervor, maybe finds a Might. Okay, did not find a Fervor.
Does find a Might. Top decks the Barbed Chain to try to draw some more next turn as well.
Yeah, Butcher comes in as well. Find a Fizz. Okay, we are getting there. We're finding out cheap elusives. In the meantime, Floppy just has basically one option. Okay, Floppy says, okay, I'm gonna like kind of watch what you're doing here. I can't interact with your elusives anyways, so I'm just gonna like try to survive here. I'm at 18 HP. I am probably gonna survive, and the next turn I'm just gonna swing for lethal.
And we top deck the Samira, which we can use the Flare on the Butcher even to try and push removal, or use it in combination with the All Out to try and eat one of these 3 health units as well. To do that, we would have to burn a card by we pinged with the Stylish Shot, but still we would have to burn a card unless it's a Burble Fish off the top.
And no good options for Sudrakon. Yeah, Sudrakon really has to decide. Floppy, on the other hand, and that's why I love playing this deck, really, Floppy doesn't really have a lot of decisions to make.
Yep. Floppy just has to decide, am I going to play one more unit or not?
Yeah. On Floppy's side, it's like, can you, like, hurry up, kind of? Like, I know you're popping off, but I just want to swing in next turn and, like, finish this game.
Yeah, I have my Might, I have my Fervor, I have my... If I play this Sabo, I can even push one more just on board.
Yeah, almost nothing can go wrong, honestly.
Yep.
Especially because there's so many low HP units. The only Inferno really is big enough to block and potentially ruin your Might lethal. But even then, again, with Might and Fervor, even through Inferno, you can push those 6 damage.
Yeah, and if Sudrakon tries to remove this Legion Saboteur, we did hold up exactly Fervor. And Sudrakon did not see that in the Swindle, does not know we have it.
Yeah, and it's just not enough for lethal here. At all. Not enough damage. Just, again, these mid-range lineups, they are working well against Samira, especially if you tag them specifically for this matchup, which might have been Floppy's game plan all along. You know, Floppy dropped the first game, but ever since then, both of the mid-range decks are now performing really well against Samira.
This is interesting. Instead of pushing the burn face, we're going to Fervor, take down this Samira, and take the extra one ping next turn and try and win on board with our wider board.
Technically, it should be about as much damage, right? Because you are also potentially hitting in with another 2-1, so you're pushing also 3 damage. You know your opponent doesn't really play any fast speed removal, so you are sure to get like an extra unit through here.
Yep. Just by open attacking, unless there's one more Burble in hand, which we likely would have seen before the swing. we're now 1 unit wider. The opponent, Sutracon, can't develop. And we have this might in hand to push one of these units over the top from the blocker.
Yep, and we see there is absolutely nothing Sutracon can do here. We can't even burst speed activate all out, which means that all out can't be activated at all in this combat, so we don't even get the extra stats to potentially buff a unit up after the overwhelm is committed. So I do have to think that's just it. I do have to think Floppy Mudkip will just take it here. The GG comes out. Sutracon sees the writing on the wall, says, okay, I'm going to try to somehow block this down a little bit, but I know you have
the might in hand.
Yeah. Yeah, the swindle. It showed it already.
So the only real decision from Floppy Mudkip is which unit to commit the might on.
I mean, honestly, knowing what your opponent can actually generate, knowing what your opponent can play, you could even play it on the Saboteur. If you want to go like super safe, yeah. Okay, yeah, you don't want to make like any bad decisions that could like cost you games in other matchups. So like, why would you commit it on the 2-1?
Yeah, I think it actually is. I think it's most correct to commit it on the 2-1 because no all out can protect it. And there's the only thing. Yeah, I don't believe there's a 1-cost spell in regions that could kill it. That's currently in standard.
Yeah, at least not at fast speed, right? We needed like first speed, fast speed answer there. Just didn't have it. And again, this was a really, really one-sided matchup. We've seen it in the Aatrox matchup as well. Just the pressure that these mid-range decks had. Too much for the Fist Samira. But we do have to say, right, it was also not the best Fist Samira game that Sutracon had. The opening hand looked atrocious.
Very unfortunate from Sutracon's side. This very aggressive mid-range Leona pile, generally favored into the Samira deck, and it's hard to say what would have happened if Sutracon could have stabilized and gotten those early cards, but like you said, it looked pretty one-sided.
Yeah. All right. It seems that we have the top 16 ready for you, so we are actually going to hop into that right now. The bracket here in front of us, and look at that. We have Floppy there. We already saw it. We also have Tippy versus Margin. Gorn versus Hugh Stunt. Eclipsum versus Elland. The Cup is Mine versus Dragon. Total made it around further. Is now going up against Card Gamer. The Americanas going up against Alexander. And Valley Fangirl going up against Icado. Couple of good matchups there. What's your favorite out of all of these?
I'm really excited to see Cup is Mine and Dragon. Those are Cup has consistently top 8'd, top 4'd these Riot tournaments. Very interested to see how far he can get today.
Absolutely. I'm also really interested in, obviously, Icado potentially going up against the Americanas. If both of them win the next matchup. Again, just happening back to the Mastering Runeterra Open. But then we also have Margin on the other side going up against Tippy. This is like one of the streamer matchups going on there, which is also really interesting. So we have a couple of great matches in the round of 16. But before that, obviously, I don't think we have any more games left in the top 32. So that means we are going to hop to a very, very short break. And once we are back, the top 16 is going to be here in full action of the Glory and Navori Runeterra Open. Stay tuned.
fire to redemption on the other side. We're standing and we're burning bright. Alright, 'cause we are kindness, our future knows not your pain. Our past knows only victory, so we still remain. In the dying moments, can't look to the distance, and you won't miss us. We're coming to resist them, and when there's nothing gonna be left, not a single breath in a sea of death. We're gonna stand and defy them. So come in and see the open, 'cause we are sworn to redemption. Come bring all you can bring, it means nothing. We awaken. Just like the tales of prophecies, just like the heartbeat of the seas. We gather. It's not a start, but strike again. It's not a start, but God to bring. We're all afraid and noise, we raise the dead. We gather. 'Cause in the dying moments, can't look to the distance, and you won't miss us. We're coming to resist them, and if there's nothing gonna be left, but a final stand, so be it. Gonna meet them in the fire. Come in and see the open, 'cause we are sworn to redemption. So come bring what you can bring, it means nothing with violent suspicion. So very unforgiving. Just like the tales of prophecies, just like the heartbeat
Give your body to the fire. It's true that you were born to die. So now we set your spirit free. Let the lifeless clear away. For we have come to save you from your pain. So let your voices scream. Powerless lifelines free from time. 'Cause we exist to survive the changing tide. The blade is born once again. Another one is slain. Bringing out everlasting fires. Fires, yeah. Cold rivers go throughout these veins. Another torment gets me. The pain is coming out. To my waiting ears. So now we set your spirit free. Let the lifeless clear away. For we have come to save you from your pain. So let your voices scream. Powerless lifelines free from time. 'Cause we exist to survive the changing tide. Live my life till let it free you of your life. Give your body to the fire. When you're tired all the time. We must guide you to the light.
All right, and welcome back to the Glory in Navori Runeterra Open, the first one after the beta season. We are now in the top 16. And Spider mentioned, are you excited for this one?
Oh, I am. There's still so many great tournament players left.
Exactly. And two of them we are going to show playing up against each other in the next round. It's going to be Total Master, who you might not know as a player necessarily. More as someone who casts as well. And then we have Card Gamer, and we also have the deck list for the two of them ready. And we're going to start here with Total's deck list. And there we see a pretty unique deck list. We see Aatrox Reverse Row.
Yeah, this is a deck that had been around, very briefly on the America's Ladder. And I know a couple other people took this. It's a really interesting deck that has a bunch of different game plans. You can try and win through the Aatrox plan, through the one-drop Fearsomes plan, or even through the Zolani Bloodweaver plan. A lot of different ways this deck can go with a bunch of different power cards.
Yeah. Zolani, really interesting in this deck, but again, there's some spice that we have in here. We're going to move along to the next deck and see if it's just as spicy as that one. Samira Riven Varus, not super spicy. Again, this is a deck that we have seen on ladder and in tournaments already, but it is a pretty cool deck to play out because it has a lot of combo potential. And we see here 1 Riven, 2 Varus, 3 Samira, pretty basic build. It's basically the evolution of the Varus Akshan build. Unfortunately, Akshan falling a bit behind now that you are missing the most important card in a lot of Akshan decks, that is the Absolver. And now it's going to be replaced by Samira, another 2-drop with quick attack that generates a lot of cards, incidentally.
Absolutely.
All right, gonna move along to the third deck, which is gonna be Diana Leona. Hey, I talked about it. All right, I said, hey, if you want to play Samira in a different deck, what are the options that you can take? I was not a fan of Diana, but it is working out here. Played it myself in some of the cups already, just like in the daily rumbles, and it worked pretty mid there. But it is certainly an option you can take, right? It's another quick attack challenger unit, just like Samira can be, that you can use to establish yourself in the early game and then transition that to the mid game. We also have the Winding Light in here because you play Runari Dustbringer to enable the Diana a little bit more. The Winding Light is also there as a huge top end finisher. And then we have another Xolani in here.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's not one I've seen in this deck before. Interested to see if we get to see it played.
Yeah, not only that, we also have a Moonlight Affliction and a Bastion, also cards that are going to be tagged in here by Total. Total going in with a super creative lineup, I have to say. I like this line, okay? I like just keeping Leona and Samira apart. They are 2 of the best champions we currently have, and then putting the Diana in here again. Someone in chat asked if Celestians are pretty good right now, and I'm saying they are, as long as you're not playing them with Shadow Isles or anything. You gotta play Leona Noxus. It's just the best. But that is all of Total stacks. And let's see if we can also pull up the decks from Card Gamer, because Card Gamer, obviously, running a completely different lineup. We also have the Aatrox, but this is not quite the same Aatrox deck.
Yeah, this is this Aatrox Vayne Quinn deck that you may notice we just featured last round in Floppy Mudkip. Well, Floppy Mudkip and Card Gamer are teammates and scrim partners. This is, I think, exactly the same list we saw Floppy Mudkip play.
Yeah, and again, it is a super basic list. It has been around for ages, so it doesn't make a lot of sense. So let's just go to the next deck. This one we have seen a million times. Ooh.
And again, we're seeing the Leona Noxus with 1 Diana and 1 Kale. And here we see again the 1 Reckless Trifarian. Great addition, trying to be big enough to get through those Samira decks.
I like this a lot.
Yeah,
I already said not a fan of the triple Diana, but 1 of Diana, pretty nice. 1 of Kale in this deck was meta before the rotation came in. Actually is played a lot as well already on ladder as a replacement for 1 of the Samiras in the deck. You gotta play those 3 Leonas anyways. But again, with the Reckless Trifarian, again, also as a huge mid-range unit to potentially overrun a couple of opponents, and with a bit more aggression. And the 1 of Sunburst, I like this. Okay, this is a really cool deck. We've already seen it perform. So let's hop to the next one. And there's gotta be a Samira deck, if I'm not mistaken.
And
there we go.
Samira Varus.
Also a little bit different than what Total is running, because we are missing the 1 of Riven here, obviously. Just going for a triple Samira and triple Varus. We have 2 Dark and Ballistas in here as well. For those who don't know, by the way, Dark and Ballista was buffed quite a while ago. No longer damages your Nexus. So you can actually put it in decks now.
Great. And we're also seeing a really spicy 1 of Transfusion, which is basically just an all-out for 1 extra mana, but targets 2 units and is always +2/+2.
My chest, it hurts so much right now. My heart is just, it's heavy when I see this Transfusion, okay? They took away everything but Transfusion for me. It's the last Skargron's Remnant that is currently playable in Standard, it seems.
Oh, they left you your Crimson Pigeon, though.
They did leave you my Crimson Pigeon. I feel like that was never made for me, though, okay? It was immediately everyone else was like, okay, I'm playing this Red Gwen, I'm playing this Leona, I'm playing this. I'm like, okay, I guess you can all have it. I'm going to play it as well, but I'm not going to be quite as successful as you guys. Yeah, but again, in this deck, Transfusion is pretty nice to work with the Varus and just give up a huge boost that you can potentially use to find that lethal saver unit. Fits in pretty well here. The All Out, obviously, one of the best cards that has been added, and with triple Samira, you can generate a couple of All Outs as well, because it is also Samira's champion spell. This is a deck that likes to combo off. It's also kind of a mid-range deck, but it has like that combo flair. So we have 2 mid-range lineups that do have some combo flair with not only the Varus, but also on the one side we have that really, really creative reverse row Aatrox deck that can potentially pop up as well with triple Solani. It's really interesting because I don't know if you've seen that, but at least Broken Ball from EMEA has been playing a bunch of Evelyn Aatrox, which kind of works the same. So you just like buff up all your husks, you kill them by just playing units, and then you just play a huge like 40-40 Solani and try to end the game.
Yeah, I actually haven't seen that Evelyn version. I have seen a bit of this Bilgewater version. I did not expect to see it in the Top Cut, but I'm really excited to see how it performs.
Oh yeah, for sure. I literally can't wait to get into this matchup because so far these has been the two most creative lineups we have seen today.
Yeah.
Okay, we had seen some spice a little bit. We had like one Nami and like a Fizz Samira deck, but like this is different, right?
Yeah, we're not seeing any Karma, no Jack Seraphine, and the Samira we're seeing here, none is paired with Bilgewater. Very exciting.
Yes, you're right. Absolutely.
Very exciting to get off these standard lists. Something very different than what we saw last week in the Mastering Runeterra tournament.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Perfect. Actually, you brought it just to a point right there, okay? I've been scarred from that tournament, okay? It was a really fun and hype tournament to cast because there was a lot of money on the line and there were a lot of good players there. I mean, there was like one of the best top fours we ever had in any tournament in general, but like still it was like a lot of the same decks going up against each other over and over again. And now we actually have some spice here in the Runeterra Open, which is really nice, and which also proves that the Runeterra meta is ever evolving. It never stops. Even between balance patches, right? You have some games like TFT where obviously every 2 weeks there's a balance patch that kind of like makes a new meta from itself. But in Runeterra, we obviously also have balance patches that are sometimes big, sometimes a little bit small, that shake up the meta quite a bit. But even if we don't have them, the meta like slowly evolves a little bit. And even post-rotation, where you would think, hey, with less cards, maybe this doesn't happen quite as much. But new decks are found every week, and that is always nice, and we are now seeing them in the Runeterra Open. When it comes to ban strategies, I actually have no idea how this goes. I like half the decks I never played that are going to be played here, so I don't know what you want to ban if you are on Aatrox Reverse Row. Absolutely no idea. Do you want to ban the other Aatrox deck? Do you like want to potentially just ban like the Leona deck because it's like a better mid-range deck in general? But I mean, you do have like a bunch of jump blockers with the Reaver, so I don't know. My brain is exploding when I think about this.
But it seems we're about to get into the game. This first match here between Card Gamer and Total.
Yeah. Okay, so we don't have to think about the bans because the bans have all been taken, and we do see that at least Total is going to be able to play their Leona deck, and on the other side, Card Gamer is going in with this Mira, and yeah, I think not the best mulligan you can have. A little bit better here. We at least get a unit, we can equip it, we get some Fearsome, we get some Lifesteal. Lifesteal really important in this matchup because, again, Total is going to just try to get there with the mid-range game plan. But as we see in Total Sand, even if we don't get there with the pure mid-range game plan, we do have the one of Solani that can save us.
Yeah. It seems like both players here are off to slightly slow starts. Not seeing really any champions in hand, but we do have the one of, like you said, the one of Zolani on Total side. So if we can get these units big enough, we can, get the Zolani going.
Card Gamer, on the other hand, finds the Varus off the top. Kind of important to find at least one Varus, because yes, you will tutor another one, but especially in these matchups, having the Varus champion spell is really good, just giving vulnerable to units that you can then trade off with the quick attack keyword that you have on the Varus, and now also on other units, thanks to that weapon being generated. Well,
absolutely.
It also just looks like Total, though, is gonna scale up heavily here, just with like those two Sun Guardians. That will be hard to deal with, and it also helps avoid like an OTK from Card Gamer with like a giant Varus, which then enables our Zolani, because there will be quite a bunch of buffed units and will die pretty early on Total's side.
Yeah, plus we drew the Stun Hawk here, so if we don't want this Varus to get in on any given turn if Card Gamer doesn't open attack, we can always stun it out of combat.
Although we play the Sun Guardian, have two of them on board, let's keep him scaling. You have the Ravoon as well. All that's missing is Leona, and we basically have Exodia assembled. Again, we have a little bit of interaction on card gamer side though, right? We already see that we do have a strike. We also have a freeze. There are some cards that can help us stall out the game against these other mid-range decks.
And we are equipping this unit just to advance our Varus's level up proc and get him 1 extra point of power.
Okay.
And we see
So
a
we find a
Diana top
Diana.
deck from Total.
Yeah, that's interesting. So you can actually buff up the Diana if you go for the Nightfall on the Twilight Protector, but the problem then is you have like a 3-attack Diana, which really doesn't do anything. You can trade off the 3/3, doesn't really help you. So like going for the Daybreak here enables you again with the bigger swing. Look at those Sun Guardians; they are already growing out of control.
Yep.
With no
And we
freeze,
can try
really
using the
gotta be
Diana just to pull something to the side, prevent another blocker. And still leaves open the Fervor.
Fine. It seems Card Game is actually setting up killing one of the Sun Guardians here. Just buffing up this Varus a little bit more. We have another Varus in hand, right? So we might not be that worried about this Varus fighting the dust. Could potentially go in for a double block and take out 2 Sun Guardians in one fell swoop.
Right.
Oh, looking at Total probably realizes this, right? It has to be afraid of an Unforgiving Cold. 5 mana still open for Card Gamer.
Yep.
Unforgiving Cold, obviously in combination with Varus on board, would mean that one of the Sun Guardians dies. Goes in for the full swing though, and we actually, we can actually trade off both Sun Guardians here if we want to. Yep. That is a big problem for Total.
Yep, using the Violent Discord to trade down both.
Good thing is, they have buffed stats, which means Solani is gonna grow at least a little bit for now.
Yep.
And we reset Card Gamer's board back to 0. We have another Varus in hand, but again, we need to develop all of that. It costs a lot, and the hand is now full of weapons and a couple of cards that are useful. The rest is going to be hard for Card Gamer to put together, while Total, on the other hand, again, has the mid-range deck that is just rather straightforward to play. A couple of interesting lines, obviously, but not quite as hard to put together as Card Gamer's hand right now.
Yeah. And we do see that Zolani in hand. It's going to be hard to get it to the power we need to splash. But we might just get it big enough to push overwhelm damage.
I mean, if it's just a 6/6, we will have a lot of small units on board. That is actually enough. Like right now, it should be a 6/6 already, no? You know, 2 buffs.
Yeah, it should be. I believe two units died with increased power. It's at least a 6/6.
Yeah, that is honestly enough. And it's like, we have removal for it, luckily, in the hand of Card Gamer right now. So we can deal with it. But if you look at the hand, there is a spell shield there.
Yep.
So this Solani, even at like a 6/6, maybe like an 8/8, is going to be a huge problem. You don't need to get it to like 12/12, 24/24, or 40/40. If you just have like a white board, which this deck can totally do, you see the amount of 1 drops and 2 drops that we have in hand for Total, then this Solani can also be a huge threat already. Now, talking about huge threats. Right now, on Card Gamer's side, we do have the Varus already on board. Now, attacking with Varus is a bit risky. Probably gonna just be let through, but you don't really want to invest spells right now. Obviously, if the Ravoon blocks, you would absolutely love to do that.
And we're just getting through here. You know, we're blocking one of the 2, but not blocking the Varus, saying that, you know, we don't want to force out anything too major from Card Gamer here, assuming that he has it.
Alright, on Total side, we get another one drop. We get the Crimson Pigeon. Potentially set up this Diana as well. Diana has a nice target on the other side with 2 health. Bolt is probably going to fall prey to Diana, but we have so much protection on Card Gamer's side that it might be a bit risky to go for it.
Yeah, while the all-out isn't active, we do have the momentous choice here that could protect any of our units.
I feel like at this point, Total just wants to get to a stable board, slam down the Bloodweaver, and go for lethal. So you just kind of has to like survive next turn, and your opponent not doing anything this turn, you could almost just like take this pass. Doesn't want to do it though. Wants to swing in, wants to push a little bit of damage. Yeah, wants to get some use out of the Diana with the quick attack and the challenger. Potentially gonna get punished here.
There is no forgiveness.
This choice coming in. Not the Violent Discord. That leaves the momentous choice, though, out of the hands of Varus. So if we needed to protect Varus, we don't have it. Luckily, we do tutor our third one. That is the last one we have, though.
But because we're blocking the 2-1, we could try to remove it with the Violent Discord. But we're holding it, we're pulling our Varus back potentially, saying that we heal enough, and potentially.
Ooh, okay. I mean, again, it's fine. We have another Varus in hand. There is no hard removal in total deck. We remember that Card Game is actually the one that does play the one copy of Sunburst. Total had, I think, yeah, with the Bastion in hand and what else? There was another crazy tech card that we had as a one-off.
One copy of Moonlight Affliction. Oh, we're going for this. So we can try and remove it with the Violent Discord, but it'll get beaten by the Bastion. We'll have to decide what to do there.
I mean, we can trigger the spell shit. It's gonna be costly, though. Because that is our only big removal spell. Once that's gone, like Solani on the other side basically has free reign. That is, however, only if Total actually survives the next turn, which I think Card Gamer's plan at that point might be to make that not happen. Yep, and there we go. Commit everything. Keep this Varus alive. Flip him as well, why not? Also like that we basically set up the Varus this way. Very good from Card Gamer here that we don't use it on the Varus, because then again Varus would strike, lose all the attack damage that he just stacked up. We want to kind of use that stacked up attack damage next turn to potentially try and go for lethal. I feel like if we don't go for lethal next turn, it's not looking all too great for us. So we're just going to try to set that one up, maybe even in the open attack.
Yeah, that strike was interesting. Striking to ping the spell shield instead of striking to take the healing and kill the Diana and prevent the fervor.
No. The fervor was on the 2-1.
The fervor was from the 2-1?
Yeah.
That makes more sense.
Okay, so how much damage can we push here? We can pull a 3-3. Okay, why am I asking? We're pushing lethal here every time. That's just it. That's just it! Card Gamer!
We'll take this down.
Attacked the Varus, kept the attack on the Varus, and is going to push for lethal right here. Have the all-out in hand as well. That's another damage buff, but it can also just like throw down another Varus spell if we want to. Enough damage here to just go in for lethal. Nothing Total can do. Again, Total has a silence in the deck, as you mentioned. Just didn't find it. The one-off, it's not there. It's not there when he needs it most. So sad.
And Card Gamer takes down this game 1, yeah.
Well played by Card Gamer.
Great.
Gets the W. Set it all up perfectly. And now we are about to go into game 2. I'm really excited to see what's going to be left up here. From both sides, actually.
Yeah.
Because maybe Total also, swaps decks. Maybe we actually see the Aatrox deck. Well, because like that is just a crazy deck to me. I just want to see it, okay? I don't know. You mentioned it. You already seen it. I personally really haven't. So I would see it in action for the first time. And we get the Aatrox decks obviously on Card Gamer's side. But okay, Total doesn't swap decks. Goes in again. Finds a bunch of 1-drops in hand. Could have an aggressive curve. It's usually not how you want to play this deck, especially not with 2 Solari Soldiers. You could keep 1 Solari Soldier and a Crimson Pigeon if you feel fairly aggressive right now. But could also just keep the Crimson Pigeon and toss everything else, potentially. Oh no, goes for the full aggressive hand.
Yeah. We see 3 1-drops and the Sun Guardian getting off to a really, really early start.
Yeah, Card Gamer can kind of hang with that, though. Has the hand to actually contest this board. Oh yeah, okay, especially now. Mr. Midrange himself, blocking Badger Bear.
Yep. The top deck Leona is nice though. If we save one of these 1-drops for next turn, we'll be able to drag something to the side.
It seems like we just want to. We just
We're
want to
just gonna go as
Yeah,
heavy
we
as
just wanna
possible.
Yeah, we
Get us
just want to
wide.
build the biggest board. Build the biggest board possible. Bonk them in the face. And there we go. One Sun Guardian already on the board. Can do the next one as well. Interesting. Again, we have the Winding Knight in this deck. Gotta remember, this is the triple Diana version. Card Gamer is playing the one Diana version, which means we also have cards to set up Diana, and those can also set up the Winding Light, which can be a huge game finisher. So we not only have the one of Solani, but also I think 2 Winding Lights in this deck. So this deck is way more top heavy than most Leona decks usually are, which can actually be a bit bricky, especially in these matchups, because if you can't really set up the Winding Light, and if your hand is running kind of empty, setting up a good Winding Light is not going to happen. And at that point, it's just basically a dead card in hand.
So we see the Blinding Assault and the Harp on Card Gamer's side, so we may be able to equip that there and go start picking off units.
Yeah, we have a couple of options here. We could just also go for the blocking Badger Bear. Yeah, going for the Scout here also makes a lot of sense because, yeah, we can just equip the weapon for it, start picking off units. You know, your opponent only has 1 man left. They don't really have anything they can do against this. Good play. Card Gamer saw the opportunity to actually get a couple of value trades here, especially wanting to trade down the Crimson Pigeon and the 2 Sun Guardians. Sun Guardians actually really big targets right now because, again, you are afraid of your opponent just throwing down Leona next turn, growing them even further immediately. So, yeah, with the Scout, just gonna take care of both of them, I believe.
Yep,
What a
and
play.
if we want, next turn we can even flip this Vein by tumbling this Scout unit again.
And pick off more units. And this spells total disaster for total. Yeah, this top deck is not gonna save you.
Oh, but it does prevent us from trying to swing in with this with our tumble.
We're basically trying to set up Diana here, so Diana can pick off the Burb. But yeah, but if you equip the Spear to the bird, actually, Diana won't be able to pick him off. I would try to keep the bird alive here. I don't know, yeah. I like potentially not playing the Spear here, because if you play around Diana and you keep the Burb alive for next turn, you have another quick attack challenger that can just pick off the board. And if Total doesn't have a board, there's nothing Total can do with this deck. This deck is built all around having a board.
Agreed. And we see the blocking Badger Bear come out. Wait to see if there's this Diana before we decide to try and if we want to try and protect this bird.
So, decision. Want to protect Diana, or you want to protect the bird? Can potentially generate another bird next turn. Vayne, or you want to check the bird. With the Quinn. So what do you go for here? Neither of them. I guess we just want to be able to block the pigeons and take them off now.
Yeah. Just get some a big unit, say we'll all block whatever.
That he does.
Why they call him the blocking Badger Bear, in fact. We see this Diana picks off the bird, we get the Harp back in hand, but we do see we can get another Scout attack next turn with the Quinn coming down.
Ooh, plus a Fleet Feather Tracker. Okay, this is actually a tough turn. I think we just like leave the Fleet Feather Tracker to the side. We just want to play Quinn. We have the Tumble available, which means we can actually equip again the Harp to the bird, and we have another quick attack challenger. But on the other side, we finally find that Moonlight Affliction. The one-off that might save this game. I don't think it will, but it can try.
Yeah. Because even if we ping off the Scout, we still can get 2 attacks this turn, and flip this Vein.
Still heart, steady aim.
I like this. Yeah, we're going. Okay, so, but here we're going for the full swing first, which means that at least with the Scout attack, we won't get a rally if the Moonlight Affliction comes out now. I believe it's probably going to stay in hand for now, though. That would be a heads-up play that I don't think would even hinder Card Gamer that much, and you would rather keep it for the situation where you have to actually protect one of your important units, which you A, currently don't have on the board, and B, again, currently no quick attack on the bird. It's going to happen now once, the tumble comes in, and now you can actually try to get the scout of the units to prevent the rally.
And instead, it looks like we're applying the quick attack to the Quinn instead of the bird.
I will release them from their
Yeah.
Push
Agree
extra
with this.
damage. Make sure that any blocks kill any unit. No protection spell can get anything out of range here.
Yeah, not only that, I mean, Valor is nice and all with quick attack, but a lot of the units here, at least the 2-1 and the Diana, you can actually just pick off with it, let it die. You're gonna flip the Quinn next turn anyway, so you're gonna generate a couple more of these bad boys.
Yeah. Deciding to go after the Solari Soldier again, trying to play around Pale Cascade. Very interesting.
Yeah, usually in these decks it's kind of just a 1-off or a 2-off, but we have to remember this is a triple Diana deck, so you have a lot more of those in the deck, and you have to play around them a little bit more.
Exactly.
Yeah, total. There's nothing you can do. You just have to let this go, and you kind of have to hope for the best next turn. Is your best deck Solani? That's the question. It might be.
Maybe a cheap spell to proc the Winding Light, but no, we can't do anything.
And I kind of foretold it a little bit when we saw the Winding Light in the open hand. For total, like, this card can actually brick you very heavily.
Yeah, without any of our Lunari Duskbringers, we don't have any cheap ways to proc this Winding Light. And the only other 2 cards in our hand that aren't Winding Light are too expensive for us to get this Winding Light down.
Oh, jeez, this is a big problem, but I feel like Total just kind of got the bad end of the stick here. We didn't find any Leona, right? For both of these matchups. This is kind of the most important card, actually, so not getting it here is just really sad. This is, again, this attack, this spells Doom. You just know what's happening here. You're just throwing out cards. You're showing your opponent what you have. Hello, I can pull this, this Vein. It's nice and all, but I don't have anything else for this turn.
Yeah, and while this Moonlight Affliction does get to push an extra 4 damage and prevent this Quinn from leveling this turn, it's still not really enough. We level Quinn. We can still push 5 damage if we want, or force a block by hitting this tumble, but we won't rally, and we still level Quinn on the open attack.
Yeah, plus this sets up lethal, right?
Yeah.
So you are kind of in like in a fork position here. So if you don't block this, you are on 2 HP, which means your opponent is going to find lethal next turn. If you block this, you lose a unit, and your opponent is going to find lethal next turn. What do? You lose either way.
Yep. And we draw the Aatrox.
Nice. Yeah, Total's just hoping that somehow Cardgamer makes a mistake here somehow. I don't know if like even a mistake can save him here. I don't think it can. Like, there's nothing. No.
Yep. The open attack full swing is just going to. We pull something to the side, Quinn levels, and there's nothing we can do from Total side.
Yeah, and unfortunately, no Leona, no Ravoon to actually get through the mid game. And again, just Cardgamer taking advantage of a good spot in the early to mid game to get rid of those 2 Sun Guardians. Absolutely changed the game around and left him with the bigger board for the rest of the game, and Total could never get the board back.
Yep. Yeah, getting those Sun Guardians off the board with that Challenger was huge.
Yeah, just found the spot immediately, right? So, hey, my opponent only has 1 mana left. I have 4 mana left. I can exactly play these 2 cards and can leverage a huge advantage here that just brings the tempo back to me. And I don't know. Yeah, the board just never could get back into control on the other side. We had 2 Winding Lights that we couldn't trigger. And I feel like even if we would have had the chance to trigger one of them, I don't think it would have really gotten us where we wanted to be, right? The board on the other side was still too big. Could have taken a hit easily because we also had a huge HP pool still left. And then when the Aatrox comes out in the late game, it's over anyways.
Yep. There's no, like, with what we saw that Total had, getting that Aatrox down, even if we were able to get that Winding Light down, Cardgamer was just going to be able to heal back up, and we were never really going to be able to push much damage anymore.
Yeah, Cardgamer just playing it really, really, really well here. Obviously a bit sad for Total that the run ends here, and especially sad because we didn't really find the Leonas, right? This was the whole reason this deck got good, right? Yes, the rest of the Sunburst package, or Daybreak package rather, got pretty good as well. I just want to say Sunburst got pretty good, the Sun Guardian got pretty good, but really Leona with the extra Challenger now and the Barrier is obviously the key to making this deck good. And you couldn't unfortunately get it, but well played to Card Gamer. What a game. Well, I don't know if this round is already over. This was a quick 2-0. We might be able to spectate another match, but before that we hop into a short break and we are going to be right back. If this was actually... All right. It seems that we actually have another game ready for you. It's Tippy Tips versus Margin. They are still playing. Super hype matchup. Let's get into it.
Yeah, we're coming in right on game 2. Majin down 1 versus Tippy Tips. And we're seeing a lot of spells come out from Tippy Tips' Karma set, preventing this lethal from Majin's his Fizz, Samira, Nami. And we see a leveled set on Fizz's, on Tippy's side.
And we also see 2 HP.
Yep.
And
while we're getting wide enough, you know, if we, with the leveled set on board and the place your bets in hands, this is looking pretty dire from Majin. But if we can find
top deck warning. Okay.
That's not going to do it.
No, that is not a top deck warning shot. And I think that means that Set is just going to clear this board up. It's going to be a bit annoying to actually get rid of the Fizz. So, yeah, I think we got to pull him. Yep. Right decision here by Tippy, saying, I got to remove him somehow. Oh, maybe thinking about it? Nah, you got to get rid of this Fizz. Otherwise, it's going to be an absolute hassle for you. Especially if Majin trades down the rest of the board. The only thing you can actually target with the set spell is going to be the Fizz. So Fizz can't even be hit by the AoE because he will just negate spell outright. Alright, push 6 here. I have enough coins to actually get the Obliterate this turn.
Yep, but can we find that last point of burn here? The Showstopper will do 1 point of damage. Can we find a second?
Can I find a Mystic Shot? Hey, maybe. Let's go. We go in.
Let's see what we draw.
And
it's a karma. That means if we can Showstopper, it is lethal.
It's not quite, right? We can't really get there because we have to spend 12 mana.
Yeah,
and
so
we didn't have any coins in hand.
So if Majin draws a point of burn, he gets there. And that's not it.
I mean,
and Karma generates Ghost.
Wait. We can still have burst lethal here, actually.
Yeah.
We have one draw. Majin has one more draw. Is it a warning shot? We are now.
There's a mystic shot.
It has to be a warning shot.
It has to be warning shot or stylish shot. If it's pirouette, we have burn lethal.
No, not even stylish shot.
Oh, stylish shot because the mystic shot goes on the stack. It has to be warning shot, and that's not going to do it.
It's Shelly! And Majin tastes his own medicine and gets beaten by Karma Set.
Yeah. And that looks like it's a quick 2-0 on Tippy's side. And Majin goes down here in the round of 16.
That was such a crazy game. We came in, and I immediately saw, okay, Tippy is down to like 2 HP. Majin had like a full swing with a couple of elusives and Fizz, and I was like, okay, yeah, this game is over. Then I saw Tippy just like throw 3 spells, survive that turn, and I'm like, okay, this is over. Then I looked back at Majin's hand, I'm like, okay, he has 1 more point of burn. He just needs to find 1 more point. He just needs to find a warning shot. I was like, can he get it? And unfortunately, he couldn't. It got so close, though. I really would have liked to see the full series. It had to be an absolute banger.
Yeah. That's exciting. Yeah. Seeing that Tippy Tips is moving on to the round of 8 here.
Oh, for sure. I mean, Tippy Tips, again, I think also a player that you would have expected to do well. Obviously, Margin in this meta, absolute beast. But it's still a card game, still a game of variance. This can be your meta, this can be your moment, but unfortunately, it's not quite working out like that always. You're not prophesized to win anything just because you are currently one of the players that benefits the most from this meta. It's still a game of variance, and we saw it here. Margin losing against Karma herself. The betrayal. It was there. Alright, it appears that we do have another game set up for you, another game 3, so we're gonna hop right into that. Eclipsum versus Eland. And, oof, does not look great for Eland. And I see an Akshan deck.
Yep, it looks like we're seeing what I would assume to be Akshan Varus versus Gwen Quinn.
I will end their cyclical war.
Honestly,
We Demacians are
I was talking a bit too much crap about Akshan, okay? I was not giving you enough credit, okay? I was saying, good old Akshan lost the Absolver, and now he is absolute garbage. But it appears that that might not be the case, because this Akshan somehow found its way into the top 16. And, while it's not looking fantastic right now, potentially can somehow win this game.
Yep, and we see that that while Eclipsum has a big board, does not have the Gwen that pushes the burn damage directly to the face.
I don't know if we have Ada at some point in the game, maybe, because we do have a potential way to get her back on the board if that would have been the case. The Eternal Dances, obviously reviving your strongest unit, which most of the time is going to be the Gwen if you don't have the Quinn already in the pool. So could potentially still find her, push some burn damage as well. But even without that, there are not a lot of blockers on the other side.
Yep.
Only 2 blockers. We have a couple of units on board. We should find lethal here. Ooh, especially if we go with the rally.
This Cataclysm, yeah.
I mean, there is double freeze on the other side. Problem is, freeze against the Hallowed deck is not fake. It's not real either, though.
Yes, but the freeze here coming down after this Cataclysm commits will allow us to preserve 1 blocker. But I don't know if it's enough.
won't make a difference.
All right. Well, I'm thinking about it. We could also go in with Quicksand, right? Just prevent the rally.
True.
Ooh, I like this play. Yeah.
And that is what we're doing here.
Still heart, steady aim.
Okay, how many health stacks are there? Oh,
Plus
okay.
4. Okay. So it is enough to take out the unit, but we did prevent the full rally.
But while we did that, we are still looking dead in the open tech, which means we have to commit the freeze next turn.
Yep. And but then even when we commit the freeze, we are seeing
Yep.
we do see the Cataclysm in hand.
So we have to commit the freeze now. That means we will trade off the Valor. The Quinn is not going to deal any damage. Let's hope a champion died, because that means we have 1 more blocker.
Yep. Yeah, by not going for the full swing, we're not getting to rally this turn. And we can on Eland's side, we can proc this Horde and draw a card if we need to.
Okay, so it appears potentially an
So we
Akshan
get an
back, yeah.
Akshan back, and he's leveled.
Let's go. Okay, another unit on board, another blocker. 2 of them on the board right now. Is it going to be enough? Honestly, don't think so. I mean, we could just like play Eternal Dances. Yeah. But like, look, we can even with the Eternal Dances, we could even, especially if there is a Gwen in there, we could also go for a Cataclysm. Yep.
Yep.
I don't know. This just does not look like it's gonna be somehow
It's
winnable.
not ideal. But if we need to, we could go ahead and get a Sandstone Charger out, proc this by procking this Warlord's Horde here. Of course, it would be after the Cataclysm, after we lose our Akshan. And yes, it is going to be a Gwen. So it won't really matter. We can keep this unit alive for the blocker. We can get one more blocker, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
Oh no, for sure not. There's gonna be a leveled Quinn attacking in. He's gonna also receive the Hallow buff as well, because you don't need to additionally put it again on the Eternal Dances. They're gonna revive Quinn anyways. It's nice that we tried though. And then showing, okay, I have some. I'm obviously a skilled player. I know how to play the optimal lines here to get another unit on board, to potentially have another blocker, but yeah, nothing's gonna matter here at this point. And this is also a deck that, by the way, we have seen today for the first time, right? We haven't seen a Scouts Hallowed deck at all today. So exciting to finally get that on screen as well. And it ends the game in a rather dominant fashion.
Agreed. And, you know, we haven't seen one of these yet today, but this is also really interesting. Eclipsa runs one of Vayne in this version, which is not something I see much of.
True. Vayne, again, sneaking herself in there. A unit that immediately post-rotation lost a lot of flair, right? Vayne was one of those units that obviously got, before rotation, hit by a couple of nerfs, because, let's be real, the original version of Vayne was pretty broken. But now it finds itself back into the meta, into a lower powered meta than pre-rotation. Some would say. I would say maybe a lower powered meta. This Samira deck, this fifth Samira deck, and this Leora deck, they are a bit sus, okay?
Yeah.
But finds itself back into a couple of mid-range decks, which I really like to see.
Yeah, I mean, Demacia lost a lot of tools that played nicely with Vayne, especially the Golden Aegis. But with the rotation, a lot of regions losing a lot of tools. We see Vayne coming back, and you know, despite losing that point of power a couple patches ago, she's still quite powerful.
Absolutely. Now, with that said, we already saw 3 matches here today of the top 16. Caught the end of 2 of them, but they were still pretty exciting, which means that we are ready to go to a break and come back with the top 8. So stay tuned, and we see each other in the top 8.
Kiss, sweet like poison. You know you make me reckless. I'll run, but you are friction. Your touch feels like heaven. You make me hate all my sins. You are my religion. My religion. I have a million reasons to leave you, but I have a billion reasons to keep you. I have a million reasons to leave you, but I have a billion reasons to keep you.
Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I dive in, bloodstains washing underneath the waves. Upbeat reaching out to keep you safe. As we fall, I can't hold on much longer. We're drifting down
Hey, what's going on? I'm taking over Sparkling Iced Tea's host position, and we're going into quarterfinals with Gone versus Eclipsum.
Yeah, I'm really excited. We just caught the end of Eclipsum's last round, taking down Eolint, and I'm really excited to see what they brought and how this quarterfinal shapes up.
Yeah, and let's go into the deck lists. So here from
So-
Gone, we have a typical Fizz Samir list. Everybody's been expecting this list. It's been the deck to beat, and just some things I noticed. There are some like minor variations with this list, and Gone has chosen to go for a list that has 3 heavy metal and no powder pandemonium.
Yeah, seeing we want that version that'll stabilize, has a little bit of removal, and then has all the top end in Inferna and Shelly instead of going for the burn top end in Powder Pandemonium.
Another thing I like to note is that it does run 2 coral creatures instead of the usual jagged butchers. So what coral creature signifies is that Gone wants to play harder for the combo game plan and having lots of spells to buff Shelly up, rather than the more like chip and go style when you put in butchers.
Agreed.
And let's go on to the next deck. So here we have Kale Leona. The usual deck is Samira Leona, but Kale is in the slot instead of Samira, as Samira's used in the Fizz deck. But the deck is still quite good, even without Samira, even though it's a bit worse.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing some interesting stuff here. We've seen this deck a bit without the Samira today. Last round we saw 3 Diana. We also saw a version with 1 Diana and 1 Kale, and then no 6th champion. Here we're seeing 3 Kale, so we get some interesting tech cards on the other end with the Brothers Bond, one of, and the full 3 copies of Pale Cascade and Might.
Yeah. And the 3 Kale definitely is good for threat density. In those matchups versus PNZ control, Samira isn't doing as much as you would want because she's just a 2/2 that gets Mystic Shot, and she doesn't have that big combo pop-off potential like she does in the spells decks. Here, Kale just serves as another threat and another card where if you don't answer her, she just takes over the game.
Agreed.
Let's go on to his third deck. Here it is, J4 Alawi. This deck seemingly popped up out of nowhere. It was getting some hype right before this open. And what are your thoughts on this deck, Spider?
Yeah, played this much of this deck. I'm not surprised that we're seeing a bit of Demacia decks here coming into the top 8, the quarterfinals. Although I am surprised, this is a deck that I think, like you said, it popped up late. I'm not sure how refined the deck got, but I'm also not sure, how prepared a lot of the people in the top cut were to play against it. So it's very interesting to see it here.
So funny that you bring it up because I was actually playing around with this deck myself and was thinking of bringing it to the open myself. And ultimately, I decided against it because the deck just felt like too linear and inconsistent. So when you like draw idol into Lally on 4, your deck your deck is great. It just like kills people and does exactly what it needs to do. But when you don't draw Alawi or don't like get your early tentacles, then you're kind of just left with a pile of cards in hand, and there are less divergent game plans than all the other decks in the format right now. I do like how God does have the 2 Nagakaboros as a alternate win con when your main Alawi beatdown plan doesn't pop off.
Yeah, agreed. And unlike a lot of these like Demacia mid-range decks, we do get to run 3 of Eye of Nagakaboros to try and dig in case we fall behind, while continuing to maintain that board presence.
And let's see some of the clips of deck 1.
Yeah, so here we do see the Samira Leona. Like I said, we've seen a lot of the Leona deck, but this is the first, I think, all day we're seeing it with the Samira.
Yeah. So what this signifies is that Samira is not in Eclipse's other decks. So this is a full unadulterated version of Samira Leona and Samira's role in this deck is mainly to just have be able to grant any of your units challenger, to be able to control the board, and sometimes drag a big bogger away for lethal. I definitely do like the element that Samira adds to this deck.
Agreed. And yeah, I mean, if the Samira isn't answered, it can, those, instead of being used for challengers, they can be used for pings. And if she's not answered long enough, she could even flip and grant rallies, which, old versions of this deck ran Katarina for rally, occasionally even ran Shunpo for rally. But with rotation, they lost those tools. So the only way to get rally in these regions right now is Samira.
Fortunately, in this deck, Samira does not rally much. Also,
True.
would like to note that Eclipse does choose to have one Moonlight Affliction, which is very unconventional. But it makes sense. You stun at slow speed and then follow it up with the Nightfall Moonlight Affliction to disable half their board.
Agreed.
Go on to his next deck.
Yeah, so here we see the deck that we saw at the end of the last round when we flipped to the last game. The Gwen Quinn with the One of Vayne.
Yeah,
we're
I'm
seeing-
very
Go ahead.
I'm very interested in this One of Vayne inclusion. It does make sense as your hulled units, and they're always getting that attack buff whenever they start an attack. So it's very good with Quinn. But even more notable is the amount of scout units we have in this deck, as we can rally on our opponent's turn by tumbling a scout unit.
Agreed. Not relying on drawing those cataclysms to do the scout rally for us. And then another interesting card here, which I believe we saw last game, was that One of Mist Call, allowing for us to bring back a unit in case they're removed.
That's interesting. Let's go on to Eclipse's final deck. And here is the classic Karma set. So I was listening to the broadcast earlier, and IT called it the easiest Karma deck in history. I actually disagree. I do think this deck has some more like complex lines that might not be like immediately identifiable. For example, there are games where you just don't draw Karma, so you need to figure out how to just take over the game with set, and that can include weird things like not playing things for mana efficiency, so that way you make enough mana or make enough cards so that you can play it all in one turn to get the showstopper.
Yeah. And here we are. We're starting game one with this Leona deck versus Eclipse's Karma set. And
Alright.
going already off to a quick start with several 1-drops in hand, 2 Crimson Pigeons, and the Sun Guardian going to start building up a big board very quickly.
This is actually a bit of an awkward hand from Eclipse, as it's mostly units and very few spells. So you are gated to a certain amount of unit mana per turn, and with the way that Eclipse's hand will play out is that they'll only be able to play 1 unit per turn.
Yeah,
and
with
this
this Pale Cascade's a huge blowout. We don't have an easy answer for it. We can use the Aftershock to maybe remove one of these units right here, and we will see it come down on the Crimson Pigeon. But with multiple more Daybreaks in hand, if we can't answer this Sun Guardian soon, it's going to get out of control.
we draw another deny, which is one of them, which we might be happy to see later, but right now, not what we're happy to be top decking into.
Yeah.
As we'd rather have some spot removal.
And we do find some, but it's not really going to be enough to ping out this Sun Guardian once one of these 2 Daybreak units comes down.
Gon elects to go Leona over the Ravun, which I agree with, as it disables a blocker while developing Gon's board.
And it disables a block. It disables potentially a second blocker with the challenger. I'm interested to see if Gon uses his one of Brothers Bond to push more of this Kale level up. I guess it doesn't. It's not necessary, as the Crimson Pigeon will proc itself.
Gon elects to not pre-commit the Brothers Bond here, deciding to hold it reactively for an expected Mystic Shot, but the Mystic Shot does not come out, as there's none in Eclipse's hand.
But we do find it now.
Nothing beats the feeling of stepping into the ring.
Daylight everlasting.
Right.
The rune comes down and generates a Heaven's Eclipse, a Heaven's Aligned, allowing us to flip this Leona without interaction.
Additionally, Heaven's Eclipse is pretty as a nasty pull from Ravun, as Ravun makes it so it's always day. So when you Nightfall the Heaven's Eclipse, when Ravun is on board, you actually get 2 cards.
Yeah, and in fact, it generated the Eclipse Dragon, which also, if it's Nightfall, does both generate its Daybreak effect of generating 2 cards, and the Nightfall effect is generating 2 cards, whereas the Daybreak effect is discounting those same cards generated.
Here, Eclipsum goes for a Mystic Shot, but fortunately does not have the deny mana to back it up. However, I do like that, as keeping that Leona on board is very dangerous, even if you don't have the deny to answer the Fervor, as having that Leona on board will just set up for a bunch of stuns next turn and present lethal on board that is very hard to deal with.
Yeah, now this is interesting. We're seeing the going as wide as possible, getting 2 Daybreaks here, and buffing that Sun Guardian up twice, plus another from that from the owl there.
Use a drink. Step into the ring. Where's the doorman?
Here, Eclipse's lining up their blocks, realizing it's not enough, even with the palm, and Gaunt is going to take the game 1.
Yeah. Like, unfortunately, as you said, we only really drew into units on Eclipse's side. We didn't see any real spot removal, so we really just couldn't stabilize.
Yeah. And it is worthy to note that this is a favored matchup for the Leona side. So, their lineup went in and did what it needed to do, beat Karma.
Yep.
Let's go into the mulligan of the next game. And here we have Karma Set versus J4 Alawi.
Yep. And we're seeing, again, a lot of units, but here that may be better, as we'll be able to block, and they're only able to do so much, especially with nothing over the top. Another thing that I find interesting in Eclipse's list, we see this Attentive Accountant, which is a one of in this list, which we don't always see from this Karma Set deck, allowing us to block elusives and just generate coins on strike.
Mm-hmm. And I wonder if going into the next turn, if Gon will like to play a Broadwing to bait out an Aftershock or some other removal, or to just go in with Z's Voice and start growing up that tentacle. Now, Gon top decks the Idol, which does favor going for a line that doesn't use up that 1 unit mana, and that's exactly what Gon does.
Yeah,
I like
that Idol top deck is huge. It allows us to apply Challenger to both of these Broadwings and clear Eclipse's board. We do have to trade off our Broadwing in the doing, but we do get to start building up this tentacle, and we keep one of our Broadwings around. Oh, but we had the two, right? We had the 2 coins. We got the second coin from the pit professional, allowing us to keep our attentive accountant.
Eclipsum is keeping on the grind and continuing to make money.
I'll make it my business.
And we heal up our attentive accountant and generate another coin.
Now, Gone in their head is thinking through the next few turns, thinking about how it's going to play out, and they're deciding whether they want to scale this tentacle or to draw with I have Nakaboros.
Yeah. And
To-
it looks like they spend both players tap out here, spend all their mana just on Gon's side, just scaling this tentacle as large as possible. And on Eclipse's side, developing a board to match.
Gone decides to play for this big tentacle, possibly giving it overwhelm next turn, and just says, I'm not going to look for a Lally, as even if we draw a Lally right now, our tentacle is still a little too small, and we only have a few more attack tokens to end this game before Karma Set reaches their end game.
Yeah. This tag out top deck is interesting. Previously, before that top deck, if we wanted to remove this tentacle, we had to hope that it doesn't get buffed and use the Hex Obliterator. But here, especially with Gone tapped out, we can just recall it. And that 8/8 tentacle goes back to hand as a 1/1. We can't replay it.
Yep.
And we can't, if we do replay it, it just stays as a 1/1, and we'll just have 2 lonely 1/1 tentacles on board.
Here, Eclipsum decided to address the tentacle, reset its size before it got too out of hand.
And we get the set down.
Wouldn't want to miss a second.
But here we see from Gone's side, we top decked the Alawi, but it might be too late as we were able to get this the set.
Right now, Gone is not exactly happy to develop anything, as any threat he develops will get pulled by Set. But he knows that if Gone passes there, then there's likely a pass back from Eclipsum.
And the open attack will
Do you realize who you're up against?
an open attack from Gone will summon Jarvan, which will challenge and kill the set without protection. And while Gone
However,
doesn't know that Eclipsum doesn't have any protection, we can see that.
No holds barred. I saw you looking at me.
Here, Eclipsum bites, dragging one of the tentacles and making another coin, allowing Gone to size up to the tentacle.
Oh.
We sail ever forward.
Yep. And Gone open attacks and allowing the Jarvan to challenge the set and kill it. But with the top deck Mystic Shot, we do get to trade them off. Oh, and with the top deck Mystic Shot, we stack these. We get to keep our set alive.
Here, Eclipsum decides to go for the Hex Split, eliminating the Jarvan, keeping the set healthy. And believing that, even if there isn't a Lowy at this point, we are late enough in the game that we don't think it matters.
Yeah, and here, because set can't die in combat this way, we're able to just challenge this tentacle, kill it, protect our set, and just continue rolling. Plus, we have 2 of these smooth mixologists in hand. We can even heal up the set so that it's safe from the tentacle smash in hand.
And be tested.
Hey, mate.
And that's exactly the line Eclipsum goes for to counter the top decked the summoned Alawi. However, we do see that Gon did top deck a Jarvan again,
I'm here to see you, of course.
allowing an open attack again to try and remove this set.
Now, even if Olawi is able to get a swing this turn and get a kill on Jarvan, a kill on Stat, sorry, with Jarvan, it's still looking like a good spot for Eclipsum, as they are going to turn 10 with a Karma in hand.
Plus
Now,
that
this
top
is the
deck
game.
formula.
Now, this is a game state that would have been good on turn 7, but right now it's a little too late in the game for Gon to effectively and happily execute his game plan.
Oh, and we top deck the concussive palm, allowing us to protect our set. And with Gon tapped out, there's really not much that can be done here.
And here we get a block, setting up the kill on the Olawi.
And the showstopper allowing us to obliterate this Jarvan.
It's looking like a pretty done over game state in Eclipsum's side, and I'm interested to see if there are any outs that Gon could play to.
Oh, but that's so rough.
Yeah.
Eclipsum top decking the place your bets, allowing us to draw 4 cards, generate more coins, and just refill our mana.
And this is the end game of this deck. Slamming Karma on turn 10 and casting Place Your Bets, generating a bunch of mana and drawing 4 cards. And from here, you just take over the game by controlling the board with generating showstoppers every turn and Karma doubling spells.
Yep, so we have to commit the coins first, so we have mana to commit the new coins that we get. And we top deck another Place Your Bets. Along with another set, allowing us to shuffle back more and just stun these out of the way. So here we just generate some more spells in hand. Shuffling back to a second Karma instead. And we can just generate all the mana and draw all the cards we want. Very humorous card generated here. The Flurry of Fists doubled with Karma, allowing us to apply double attack to any unit. But from here, it's just over. We can only summon 1 unit on Gon's side. We have all the mana in the world on Eclipsum's side.
And although set is going down, we still are threatening lethal, as this Flurry Fist will give anything double attack. So right now, with lethal in hand, Eclipsum is thinking the only thing that can stop this lethal is a single plus a... Okay, never mind. Gon Tentacle smashes the Palm of the Dragon to save some HP.
Yep, but with the Showstopper in hand, it's just not going to be enough. We can use the Showstopper. It doesn't even matter. We find another set, generate, which would, I believe, allow us to generate a second Showstopper.
And now Gon is tapped out. Not Eclipsum knows there are no responses, no more blockers that Gon can play to stop this attack. As only 1 drop in Gon's deck cannot block.
Yep. Just continuing to draw cards.
Yeah.
But we actually don't get our coins from that. So, we can't actually now... We now actually can't push lethal.
Shaken or stirred.
What an unfortunate turn of events from Eclipsum. Could this be what brings Gon back into the game? Yeah. I would like to talk about the interaction that just happened. So when you double place your bets with Karma, you draw 2 cards first, and then get the coin, and then draw 2 more cards. So that's just something to keep in mind when you are doubling with Karma, and you just want to make sure that you have the hand space for everything you want.
Yep.
Yeah. And although Eclipsum's not winning this turn, they're still looking in a very good spot. Stabilize, have a leveled Karma on board, have 1,000,000 cards in hand to be able to answer any threat.
Yeah, and all we're really doing this turn is just, dropping this Nagakoboros. Here we immediately decide to stun it, but we decide to bring out this Cataclysm, try and trade off this Karma. Here, if we'd like to save our Karma, we can draw for it, or we can just cast both of these high notes in hand, deal 8 damage directly, and just kill both units. And, we'll show lethal on open attack.
Yep. And Gon is tapped out. No possible thing that can represent to save his units from the high note.
Yep.
Something for your nerves, boss.
Here we play the set, play the probably yep, and that'll show a surrender from Gon. Yeah, so that was an interesting match. Like you said, the Alawi Jarvan ended up, it drew its Alawi late. The Jarvans were removed. Ended up just, being a bunch of cards in hand that couldn't really get there against this Karma deck, which is a shame because I believe that's the deck the Jarvan deck is intending to target.
That is the one of the quirks of Alawi about how you need to not just find your threats, but find your threats early to be able to apply pressure early and snowball the game from there. And it's just an unfortunate series of events that led to the game state.
But here we're getting back into the third and final game of this series, and we're getting to see Alawi Jarvan versus Gwen Vayne.
Let's see it. Both of these decks are Cataclysm decks, and are a bit linear in their playstyle. So it'll be a bit of a dance, to see who can put on the most pressure.
Yeah, and we see the key card on Eclipsum's side, Opulent Foyer, the big Gwen power card that allows us to abuse Scout and just really stack those hallowed triggers. Whereas on Gun's side, we're seeing a really awkward start.
Yeah,
the only unit we have in hand is this Tentacle Smash until turn 5. And even then, the Tentacle Smash is immediately trading.
And here, we thankfully do top deck and Answered Prayer. And we are going to play it for 5 mana just to start sizing up the Tentacle. Now, it may seem weird to play the Tentacle for 5, but in this deck, you're actually often playing for 5 just to start sizing up your Tentacles.
Agreed. And I really like this pre-commit hate spike here. At 1 mana, there's really not much that Gon can do here, and it's really just shutting down any attack on Gon's side.
My goodness, what is all this?
And here, Eclipsum develops the Gwen, and Gon contemplates whether to answer this Gwen.
Yeah, and
I
we
do like this
so
pretty sharp sight from Gone
Yes.
to keep the tentacle alive while still removing the Gwen. As keeping your tentacle alive and big is essential for the win condition of this game.
Yep. And here we can choose to stack it even more, either with the Eye of God into an attack, or with the Buru 5 mana unit to spawn 3.
A lot of actions from Gone might seem inefficient on just the fundamentals of the game, but with a deck like Alawi, where you're linear, you know you're doing one thing, sizing up a tentacle and smashing with it, that's fine. You just need to make sure that like you're executing your game plan well, and that I think Gone is doing a good job of just knowing what their game plan is and committing all their actions towards it.
Yeah. But here we do see, this Valor come in and is probably going to immediately try and remove this. But what we do see is a single combat hoping to remove the Challenger unit, but from possibly from the Buru Lookout. Oh, but we let it fall instead, saying we want to preserve our only other blocker, and we can just try and restack our tentacle later.
Here, Gone Tentacles for 2 mana, opting to leave up tricks. And Gone is immediately rewarded and is able to tentacle smash the Gwen.
Join us. Come in.
Yeah, and I really like this attack, leaving back our
Jump blocker.
non-ephemeral unit. This is a really interesting block, keeping our blocker but being willing to go down to 7, saying that we've already seen 2 Gwens and that one of Mist's call didn't come out. So the only thing that can really stop it or bring it back to present burn lethal is the Eternal Dancers, which we do see in hand.
Now, with the Cataclysm in hand, Eclipsum actually can rally this turn, which generates not just a token, but also two blockers with the Opulent Foyer.
Yeah, however, our board is too wide. We are going to shred one of those. And because he Eclipsum challenge from the Valor, this gets blown out by the single combat.
May I see your invite?
You're easy to track.
And here Eclipsum opts to trade in the Queen, which I do like.
Yes,
As
agreed.
without a Tentacle, Gone can do nothing with their deck, and Eclipsum is short on board space next turn anyway.
Yep. And now with this Eternal Dancers, there's really not much, especially given seeing Gon's hand state, there's not much that can answer this. And Eclipsum does go for the Eternal Dancers, knowing that this should be presenting lethal, bringing a Gwen back, getting 5 wide.
The night is young.
We're not done yet.
And that'll be it. Even with removing the 9 attack unit, it's not enough. It will be exact lethal. And we see the good game and the sad Poro come out. Bone knows it's over, and Eclipse moves on to the semifinals.
Or clip something just for fun. So
Yep.
we can tell our opponent,
See what the top
we'll
decks
kill
are,
you
and and it's a rally. Yep, and there it is.
And I think that ending was poetic, as you know, there are some players that would rather draw 2 cards than win the game, but Eclipsum does it both: win the game and draws two more cards.
Exactly. Yeah, and like you said, that Alawi deck again both times saw Alawi only late or not at all. Without those pieces early, we can see that deck fall apart.
Like, I like Gom's idea of deciding to target Somerset, but as you saw, just not finding those Alawis, not finding those Watchful Idols early, that was backbreaking for the Alawi deck, and
Yeah.
it ended up doing what it didn't end up doing what it needed to do.
Agreed. So yeah, I think we're going to take a very short break while we check if there are any games left going in the quarterfinals here, and if not, we'll probably take a longer break.
Sounds good. See ya.
And every time I close my eyes, a little less of you remains. I know you're slipping further from me now. Am I too far away?
right, and we're back in game. We got Tippy Tips versus Floppy Mudkip, game 3. And we see Floppy Mudkip's Samira Varus versus the Tippy Tips Karma set here.
And Floppy Mudkip is one of the players going to the tournament. He's one of, if not the biggest player to watch out for, as he did win the last 2 seasonal tournaments, and he's been prepping a lot on his team, Red Pup Games, which I'm also a part of.
Yeah, and I mean his teammate Card Gamer we've also seen a bit of today, and I believe they brought the exact same 120 cards. We've seen a bit of Floppy today, so we've seen this Samira deck. It's really exciting, but I don't think we've seen it against Karma's set yet, so I'm really excited to see how this matchup plays out.
So I'm allowed to talk about this now because the tournament is in session, prep phase is over, but this was, I guess, the ace in the whole deck that Red Pup Games was looking to bring into this tournament. And we actually believe that it is like the strongest Samira deck, even stronger than Fizz Samira. It has a lot of tricky play that might not be immediately identifiable, but this deck can do some very disgusting stuff.
Yeah,
I remember in scrims, we would threaten to kill Samira, and then we would spell shield, and then just lethal in response.
Yeah, I've been told quite often from people who are playing that this is the Samira mirror breaker. That you want to bring this if you want to beat everyone else's Samira decks, both the Leona variant and the Fizz variant.
I agree, and this deck is just good into everything in the field besides Ash Nox and maybe Lurk.
Yeah. I really like, I said it earlier on stream, but I really like the one of Transfusion as well. That acts as both an always on, all out, and 2 procs for the Varus level.
Yeah. And this deck is actually the deck that makes the most use out of Samira. You are regularly rallying multiple times with Samira, so just having as many tricks as possible to keep your Samira healthy is pivotal in this deck, which is why we opted for the Transfusion.
You could use a drink. Something I
Yeah.
said.
I really like this from Tippy Tips, considering not blocking the Samira at all, saying that this line makes me think you have all out in hand. I don't want to play right into it. Also, interestingly enough, this is not Samira Fizz. This does not have Swindle. So this tag out in hand was generated for free off this Ambitious Cultist.
And what I like here is that Floppy chose to navigate this turn, leaving up 4 mana to answer the set that he sees in hand. That's visible in hand. So Tippy is not able to slam the set here unless he wants to tax a Furious Wielder.
Yes. But even if he does tax that Furious Wielder, we see that he doesn't actually have protection in hand. Interestingly, going for this Hexobliterator, saying, testing to see if we have the all out, but instead we're going to use this. We're looking to use this tag out, recall it, and it's free. We can even replay the Ambitious Cultist this turn.
Yeah. I see what Tippy was going for though. Looking to remove the threat that threatens something set, and then once you deal with that, then you're able to safely slam set down to answer the Samira.
And even if it's protected, that is a combat trick that's not used in combat, used post combat on defense.
Now, it may look like Tippy is in a bit of a rough spot here, can't develop the set, but also look at the turn number. We're going to turn 9, meaning that's Floppy's last turn to present lethal and try to win the game before Tippy is able to take over the game with Karma on turn 10.
Yeah, and
you can see that Tippy does have the turn 10 combo in hand with Karma and Placer Bets.
Yep, and
Then presumably
along
being
with
able
us. God.
Oh, sorry. Then being able to slam the set after to generate showstoppers and obliterate any threats.
Yeah, and while we do have the Furious Wielder and a buff spell to try and answer this Karma, it's just not going to be enough. Well, especially with the second Karma in hand. Interesting.
So right here, I wish I was able to see the amount of coins that Tippy had, to represent, I guess, the amount of secret mana he's representing. As Floppy is wondering whether it's worth it to tap out and kill the set and not leave up any protection for Samira. But we do go in and threaten the Samira. But Floppy is able to okay.
Oh, and we just end around instead, which I like. As you said, it's turn 9 here. This really has to be where Floppy goes for lethal. Otherwise, Karma comes down and threatens to just end the game all on her own by just drawing cards and generating mana. So here we see the top deck Shadow Blade Fanatic come out. Just looking to do a very non-committal play here. Get a little bit wider, not spend too much mana. While also spending cards to generate towards, like you said, this rally. We can, in this deck with all these cheap cards and free cards even off the Ambitious Cultist, try and rally multiple times.
I didn't survive the desert only to die of boredom.
And here, Floppy swings, presents lethal, tells Tippy, hey, I want to see what you want to do first before I use any of my tricks.
Yeah, I like this line. Presenting lethal, otherwise, Tippy could just say okay. I like the gem as well, especially because I believe otherwise we would not, if Tippy just said okay, we wouldn't have generated our free flare.
And another reason why the gem is good is because the gem is focus speed and can't be played during combat.
Agreed, yes.
There are two types of people, the quick and the dead.
So right here, Tippy is thinking about how best to navigate this turn, and Tippy has to be mindful that this is probably not the last attack he's seeing this turn, as Floppy does have full hand and will almost definitely rally with Samira this turn.
Yeah, now I like this line from Tippy as well. We are certain to rally, but this allows us to replay the Mixologist and heal, as well as generate more coins and more mana.
Want to prove yourself? Now's your chance.
And here we go for killing the set, which I believe is likely to not work, as we have the palm in hand that'll allow Tippy to both keep his set alive and develop another blocker.
Now, while it may seem like an easy palm from Tippy, he does have to be mindful of the spell shield card from Floppy's side. Now, Floppy doesn't have it in hand, but right now Tippy is thinking about it and realizing that he does not have a popper for the spell shield card, which makes Tippy just hesitant.
Yes. And while we could dig for one or spend a very expensive spell shield popper in Hex Splitterator, I'm not sure that we want to dig too hard as well. Would rather save that place your bets for the Karma turn. And here Tippy is electing to let his set go and just stun the Samira so that the flare can't be generated for extra burn and for free cards, allowing us to even quicker stack up rallies.
Blink and you'll miss me.
So now Floppy knows that Tippy only has a small amount of mana to work with. I can't tell how many coins there are in hand, but now this is a lot of agency from Floppy's side. Just figure out the best way to present lethal this turn, or Karma can pop off the next turn.
And here we get we go as wide as possible. And with two free cards in hand, both the generated spell and the 1 mana refill 1 coin, I think we can just barely not rally a second time this turn by summoning the Samira.
Yeah. That was a very heads-up play from Tippy, opting to stun the Samira to prevent that one flare, rather than save the set.
Yes, Tippy realizing that as long as he survives this turn, he can really, really push next turn.
And preventing that second rally by not letting Samira generate a flare was very smart.
Yeah. While that said, we should be able to rally early next turn if we tick up Samira's style meter here. I like this from Floppy going to remove the blocker. And while we see the Hex Splitterator in hand, I don't think we know how many coins Tippy has. And even if he does try and go for it to blow this out, we do have the all-out backup to prevent the Hex Splitterator from dealing damage. And we see refill 4 mana. It's just short of being able to use that Hex Splitterator.
But it does let us use this Aftershock here, or play Karma as a blocker.
Yes.
So I choose to.
And here we just do decide to play this Aftershock.
And Floppy does have the trick in response.
And with no mana, we see that that's going to do it from Floppy's side. And Floppy will move on to the semifinals.
I was wondering for a bit if it was ever better to play Karma as a blocker, to play around tricks, but if there are any tricks, just guaranteeing that blocker wasn't enough, as that trick would have been used for offense to push lethal anyway.
Exactly, yeah. Either way, those tricks being there, it does the same damage. And I believe that does it for the quarterfinals. So I guess we'll go to a short break and then bring you back in on the semis.
Those cravens backstab me, deceive me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Yeah. 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Hold down the reckoning to play said. Beneath them we look on. When they part comes the hatred they bring. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their face. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until our last breath. So what is to be left for us? My people look on and say, don't fear what you don't.
What's going on? We're back here for semifinals. I'm in Asia, and unfortunately, Spider had to run. So I went out on the street and asked a random guy if he knew anything about the Runeterra card game. And he said, "Oh, I actually stream sometimes. I want to turn."
One is seasonal.
Oh, that was what it was. Okay.
Yeah,
So-
one of those big
I'm here
tournaments. Yeah, what's up, everybody? So yeah, I'm here to fill in. Here to fill in for the last bit here. So far things have been looking kind of crazy, right? It's kind of what I've picked up on is things. A bunch of favorites still in. Some favorites getting knocked out early.
Yep. And the top four is Eclipsum, Icado, Card Gamer, and Floppy. And we're actually going in to see Card Gamer versus Icado, which is a match that I'm so excited to see.
Yeah, that sounds crazy, but I think let's first see how we got here. So this is the top 16 bracket. We did start with 64 players, which is quite a few, twice as many as previous day twos. But you see here, this is the cutting down all the top 16, and we still have some bangers. Even all the stuff people have said about how matchmaking this, matchmaking that, there's still some really good names up here. Like you have Icado, Alexander, Americanas, Card Gamer, Total Cup. Over half of the names on here are definitely threats that could have just won the entire tournament. So it is kind of crazy how we still narrowed it down to four. We still have some of the best players in the entire tournament in this top four. We have two RPG gamers with Card Gamer and Floppy. We have Icado coming in also, one of the bigger streamers in LOR, doing really well. And then we have Eclipsum, who's good here. Is probably the underdog in all of this top four compared to popular opinion. So we'll see if they can take it out over Floppy and then just kind of take away the whole thing.
So excited to hop into it. Now let's go into the deck list. So the first deck from Card Gamer is Vayne Aatrox, and it has a staple 1 Quinn. So what this deck is looking to do is just establish board, put on pressure, and he is looking to target the spells decks that Kato brought and still loves.
Yeah, this deck's very interesting. I noticed a lot of the teammates of Card Gamer brought the same deck to both the Swiss rounds, or sorry, the day one, not really Swiss rounds anymore, as well as day two. The only thing is, and from my opinion, is I've seen this TF Fizz deck kind of just run over everybody all day. And I don't know, you've tested with Card Gamer, he's on your team. Is this deck supposed to beat TF Fizz? Is this supposed to be good into it?
Yeah, it's definitely not a free matchup, but it's definitely supposed to be favored into TF Fizz. So what we did with our lineup going in was just looking to be good into the top decks. So Karma, TF Fizz, Jack, and this is exactly what Card Gamer's lineup is looking to do. And this is the first component of it.
Yeah, I see that it has a common common occurrence in all of the decks, right? When we switch to this next deck here, like you said, all of them are trying to beat this TF Fizz deck and the Karma deck, but I just don't know if that's super possible. You see here, this is a deck that a lot of people didn't bring that RPG was on, and this people kind of figured it out the day of the tournament, seems like, or the day before, whereas hey, you know that Noxus Leona deck? The Noxus Targon style Daybreak aggro deck? what if you just didn't play Samira? Like, fun fact, Samira is really good in this list because it gives your stuff Challenger. What if we actually just played our own Challenger unit, right? And people realize that if you can just play no Samira in this deck, fun fact, it's still very, very, very solid.
It still does the proactive game plan that you want with your core of Daybreak units. And Diana is Samira at home. And
yeah, Diana's definitely the Samira at home unit in this build. It seems like it's Kale also. What is the Kale for here?
I think the Kale is just for one more threat density and just because you have the champ slot open. The thing I would like to pay attention to are the Sunburst and Pirouette, which are more unconventional adds. The Pirouette is just another stun after you get your Daybreak stun, and the Sunburst is good for the mirror, where you can eliminate your opponent's Fiona or Ravoon. And also the set. So let's go into the mulligans.
Oh, so it looks like we have Jack into both decks. Is that what we're seeing here? The exact same? Okay, no, it's just one person saying. Let's say that's pretty crazy. That is a pretty crazy opener. But it looks like we do have Jack Seraphine on the side of, I'm pretty sure that's Icado.
Yeah.
So we'll see here what is Card Gamer brought. So game one, they brought in the Aatrox Vayne deck. How does this matchup typically play out? Like, what is your average curve here? Because a lot of people would expect that the Jack deck is actually pretty okay into it. You know, you have the early game heavy metal to deal with any type of unit and weapon. And then towards the mid to late game, we see Icado already has that Hex Splittering in the hand to, again, deal with the unit and get rid of the weapon.
Yeah, so right here, Card Gamer's playing the deck we didn't get to talk about, Varus Samira. And yeah. So what Ikado's looking to do in this matchup is set down BB and eliminate any threats with Hex Split. But a tool that the Mirror Varus does have from their side is Discord, which is able to ping the kegs to fight over the stack when BB does her stuff.
Yeah, I remember I was scrimming some of this matchup with the Tank Buster, who is another top 64 player in this open, and we played this exact matchup a little bit, and there's actually some really cool things you can do with BB. One of the things was, like you said, you go for the Discord play on the keg. Well, if you have a warning shot, you can actually burst speed to remove the keg and then start a new one with more burst speed. So there's still a lot of intricate play. I wonder if that's something that's ever come up for Card Gamer or Icado, and they know to play around that, or that they can do anything about that. And it's really going to come down to see how much practice each of these players actually has in the matchups, and see, you know, we know Card Gamer is he's on a team that scrims a lot, plays a lot, so he's probably very familiar with this. We'd love to see if Icado also has put in that time and the scrims into this type of deck, and to see how much just pure knowledge both of these players have in the matchup.
And right here, I like that pass back from Card Gamer, realizing that their swing wasn't going to do much, and just taking Ikado's mana bar.
Yeah, I think Card Gamer is probably one of the most underrated good players. Like, I think a lot of people associate him as like, oh yeah, that guy's, you know, he's an RPG player. He's a pretty good player. He helps out Floppy. He helps out these other, you know, RPG guys. You know, so he's pretty good. He's, you know, somewhat towards the top of the ladder, but I don't think he's really had his breakout tournament yet. From what I understand, he's had some sort of like mental kind of block in tournaments, killer in scrims, but now we finally appears to have gotten over that mental block, and he seems to just be destroying this open.
This is definitely Card Gamer's season. And he just wasn't fortunate enough to get the hands, get the like there's a meme of bad Card Gamer luck in RPG, but this is the season where he's breaking out. And it's funny because he was hospitalized a few days ago, and he actually qualified for the open on IV drip without any food. So
yeah, that is absolutely insane. I couldn't do it when I was sitting at home in my gamer chair, comfortable 67 degrees inside my house. Like, I couldn't imagine doing it inside of a hospital, IV dripping out of you, probably about to go unconscious any moment your opponent top decks you. Like, what is that? That's just crazy. But I do like the all-out play here over the Spell Shield. So Spell Shield, the difference here is all-out can protect you from multiple things when your opponent has mana up. Whereas the Spell Shield, you really want to stop it from the really big things, like, you know, the Hex Splitterators, or when your opponent has multiple kegs, because all-out only stops 2 damage, because it gives you that +2/+2. Whereas the spell shield has the potential to stop up to, 6, 7, 8 damage, however much you end up getting with one of these kegged up hex obliterators, or just a super keg into something else like that. So I really like the all-out play over the spell shield play. I know a lot of players sometimes have issues figuring out, oh, which one do I use here? They both stop the spell, and that's kind of a way you can tell is like, will you need the spell shield to stop something bigger later on? And in this matchup, you will, as we see here. Ikato did top deck a second fast speed spell to be able to stop this spell shield from coming through. But without that top deck spell, this would have been a perfect example on how the spell shield is better on versus these bigger threats.
Agreed. This high note comes just in time for Ikato to pop the spell shield. As from the PNZ side, and I was scrimming from the PNZ side a lot in RPG. Like, Mystic shot effects are very important, not just because they threaten Samira, but because they also pop spell shield to let your hex split through for a threat.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see what the level up progress on this Varus is, and do you ever sacrifice your own Samira to keep this Varus around and level it up? It depends on, I don't think this Varus was auto-drawn, so I think Card Gamer still has the potential to auto-draw their second Varus. But if this is a Varus that you absolutely need, I wonder if you ever just, hey, I'm going to give you Challenger, and then I'm going to sacrifice my Samira to buff it up with the Transfusion, if that was aligned. But I think because you have the option to just get a free second Varus, and the Samira is doing a lot of work right here, killing off units and setting up your future draws, it's probably better just to keep the Samira alive here, just try and draw into the second Varus.
I agree. Samira is absolutely pivotal for this deck and enables a lot of nasty stuff. It's what makes you not just like an honest Varus deck. And there are actually a lot of positions where it's correct to hex split a Samira over a Varus. But we also did just have the option, the ability to auto draw Varus anyway, which further supported the reason of keeping Samira alive and just drawing another Varus later.
Yeah, and I really like that Samira is looking... So Ikato again draws another 2 damage spell, which is not uncommon. The deck has a lot of removal spells. So if anyone thinking like, oh my gosh, another removal spell when you play against the sec, just know that that's basically their entire deck. I probably would have liked to see this Unwielding card before the spell shield in case you draw something like, this Noxian Telstones, where you're going to want to use it anyways, so you could have used it to prevent that 2 damage, and then now you still have that spell shield for something like the second Hex Obliterator we do see in Ikato's hand. So this is just like a typical card game fundamental, that if you're going to draw cards during your turn, you probably want to do that as your first action, because you never know what you're going to draw, and it might affect how the rest of your turn goes. So you see here, Card Gamer kind of, pseudo waste multiple of these cards here because he didn't decide to draw first. And sometimes that can really be the difference between a pivotal moment in winning you a card game or falling behind. So the Seraphine does stick here, which can be kind of unfortunate. I don't think she's anywhere close to leveling. And the spell that the Seraphine gave is a pretty fair removal spell, but it is a spell she already plays in the deck itself, so it's not actually going to help in the long run with that Samira level up progress.
And I'd like to start with the Gem Girl from Card Gamer, immediately threatening to heal up Samira, forcing Ikato to answer this Samira now. Another thing the Gem Girl does is it gives a transfusion target to be able to sack health to buff up this Samira out of removal range.
Yeah, I think this is very good. I think the only thing you have to kind of be wary of if you're a card gamer is if you use too many cards, you can kind of waste the Samira rally, which I don't know if that's something you care about. I know when I've played this deck, my personal experience has been you don't often get to rally too much because it's not like the deck's like, you're not getting stylish shot back every attack, right? You're not playing cards that make new cards all the time. So, like, if we look at this hand from Card Gamer right now, he's probably has the ability to get off 1 rally here with the Samira, and then that's gonna be about it. So, for example, if we have to play out this Varus, we can play Transfusion, and then if we have to play something else, then we kind of waste the Samira rally. Fortunately, we can just choose not to do that, but I think we're in a very good spot if you're Card Gamer to be taking over these this game right here with the leveled up Samira and leveled up Varus.
I'll be very inclined to agree if it weren't for the second hex split that Ikado has in hand as an answer to either Samira or Varus. However, if it does go on the Varus, then okay, then there is a potential for it to be blown out by a transfusion.
Yeah, the only scary play would have been if Ikado put the Hexbliterator on the stack, or put the Hexbliterator first, and then if Card Gamer went for that transfusion, all Ikado had to do was put this keg out at burst speed, because the keg would have put up the Hexbliterator up to that 7 damage, so it still would have been okay. But yeah, like you said here, you're in a hard spot. Is transfusioning the Samira the better play, or the Varus? Both are like really, really scary, but I guess it's more how confident are you that you can end the game before the other one matters, and which one is the most important one right now.
Here, Card Gamer has already seen one hex split from Ikado, so I think protecting the Samira and just playing to have both champs on board makes sense.
Yeah, 100% agree with that. I think you don't plan on your opponent having both hex splitters if they only play 2. And then this is great because you have the gyms. The only downside is you can't gym before the attack. You can still get the rally here for free, though, even through this Hexbliterator, because you have that other burst speed spell, the Samira spell. So this is really still forcing Ikado to be in a not great spot, even with that Hexbliterator. Because what do you do here? You obviously want to kill one of the champions, so you're not just tanking 13 to the face, but whichever one you don't kill is just going to get gemmed up and then hit you immediately again and still represent probably not lethal, but very close to it. So you have to sacrifice the Seraphine, which ultimately feels really bad. Like, you have the potential to just win the game with this BB Seraphine drum solo hand, but if you die, then how good does having these champions do? So Ikado's very heads up here and knows how much damage he can and can't really take, knowing that the Samir is about to rally on them. Again, this is going to be an easy, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 damage, still almost killing Ikado, just putting him at half HP. You should just probably play out, both gems. I don't think you really want to use the Samira spells right now. There's no reason to. It's going to be the same burst speed, 1 damage next turn as it is this turn. So the only difference is maybe it can count towards something else that you need it to next turn. We have BB in a Dream, is essentially what we have on Ikado's side. Oh my gosh, and then Card Gamer with the Varus off the top. What a draw, man.
In comparison to you.
So this is gonna be probably not actually too difficult for Card Gamer to deal with. Yeah, because he does have the BB here, he's gonna be able to kill both things with that sort of leveled up Samira spell. I forgot what the name of it is. Not Encore. What was the name of this card?
High Note?
High Note, yeah. With the High Note plus the BB keg, you can do that. The question is, does he want to let Card Gamer draw a card? Because obviously right now you have the flowed I just don't remember, a drum solo. So you want to get the maximum value on that. But the downside is now you're giving your opponent an out to draw some sort of pump spell or some sort of interaction for the keg like Card Gamer just drew. So this is exactly what Ikado was worried about. He gave him one draw and said, hey, Card Gamer, you have to draw an answer to respond to this keg, or else I'm going to be able to kill your stuff when you attack me. And Card Gamer said, okay, I can do that. And then just did it. He just went ahead and drew it. So I like the play of just giving your 1-2 challenger here, pulling BB to the side and saying, hey, can you somehow kill both my Samira and my Varus at fast speed? If not, then you're in some tough luck here. So opts in for the challenger on the Varus instead, even pulling the BB. Wow, that's very interesting. This still does represent lethal, so it forces Ikado to have some amount of cards, but I like forcing the most amount of damage possible, because having to deal with the 2 HP unit, you're like, is this 1-2 ever actually doing anything? The answer is more than likely no. There's so many spells that just deal with this 1-2 at fast speed that it's pretty irrelevant. So I would rather just pull that to the side and try and push as much damage as possible with the other cards.
I think Card Gamer did the math and realized that with the flares in hand, even when pulling BB, that you are still pushing 9 damage.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, I see. With the flares in hand to buff him up. So, fortunately, Ikado did pull another fast speed removal spell, which is absolutely what he needed here. I think if he didn't find a fast speed removal spell off of that Sputtering Song Spirit, this game was pretty much wrapped up. But because we were able to find this fast speed, the course Discord, it's really good. But I think Aikado ordered incorrectly. I think if you do the Discord first and then let your opponent interact with the keg, then you get this really big Seraphine Mystic Shot, and then you're able to actually deal the high note and then deal the keg damage to 2 units. Now Aikado's only getting to do the keg damage to 1 unit, and he's still going to be in a lot of trouble because he either kills Samira or the Varus. Either way, Samira's going to rally. I think this game's just over.
Yeah.
I think it depends. No, I think Varus lives at exactly 3 HP, and that's enough for the Aftershock to kill him, but I think Varus is just pushing enough damage for lethal. Yeah, I think Aikado just simply misordered the spells here.
Also, right here is... Okay, the Varus is striking the keg, right? I wonder if it was better for the Samira to strike the keg instead, as Varus striking the keg actually resets the bow.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I didn't notice that it was the Varus.
From Wargamer.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think the Samira should have gone ahead and been the thing targeting the keg because you don't want to reset. The way a Varus bow works is it resets all the way down to 0 on strike. So as soon as the Varus strikes with the spell, it resets the bow all the way down to only 0 bonus power, so 4. So he's not actually getting a single point of overwhelm damage through, I don't believe. We do get the rally here, and the question is just, is that enough to push lethal? And it looks like that. Yeah, it looks like it is. I don't think of any 1-mana spell that could do anything here. So I think that is just all she wrote for game 1 for Card Gamer.
Very well played from Card Gamer. Knowing exactly what he needed to do in this matchup. Which points of pressure to...
Oh, it was the Samira striking.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, I was like that made sense to me. I think that is way too much damage coming across from if the Varus was the thing that was going to strike, because if the Varus strikes first, then that is literally 0 extra damage coming across from the overwhelm. Yep. So well played by Card Gamer, well played by Aikado finding the outs of those fast speed spells. A little bit of misordering, but you have to realize if you're a chatter going like, haha, misordered, you did this wrong, is that line only loses to exactly a top decked answer to the keg. So if it's not exactly an answer to the keg, then that ordering's correct because you get the maximum of damage and you get to kill both champions at fast speed.
So here we are with the Samira-less Leona deck going into Aikado's Jack Seraphine deck. Now,
yeah, so
the inclusion of having like 1 KL instead of Samira might actually be better in this matchup, as it's just an extra threat rather than Samira, who's kind of just a 2/2 versus a spells control deck.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I was going to point out, right? Is that it's probably better because your unit's just bigger. And Aikado's deck, in this Jack Seraphine deck, typically, all of the removal spells deal 2 damage. There's 1, maybe 2 spells sometimes that deal 3 damage, being the Aftershock, and then sometimes if the Jack Seraphine deck is on a Some Fumes variant. But for the most part, 99% of spells in this deck deal either 1 or 2 damage. So having a big 5 HP unit like Kale be able to tank a lot of those, have to be like, hey, you have to use multiple spells, or you have to use BB and then multiple Keg to take me out. That's really good in this specific matchup. Is it good overall? I think if you're playing on ladder, you'd probably still rather have Seraphine because the card is just insanely strong. But in a tournament setting like this, where you can force your opponent that says, hey, I'm going to ban the Seraphine deck because Seraphine's really broken. And then you look, and Samira, yeah. And then you look, and your opponent has 2 Samira decks. It's just one of them doesn't have Samira. It's pretty sad. It's a pretty sad thing to experience. The good thing for Aikado, though, is he does have basically the thing that stops any aggro deck ever is BB plus Caustic Rift. And, we have the Caustic Rift here.
Now we do technically have a point of interaction in Card Gamer's hand for the BB plus Caustic Rift line with this Fervor. So usually Fervor is used to just go face and get value out of a unit that's going to die anyway. But I wonder if Card Gamer this turn, like this game, knowing that BB plus Cost Grip is such a pivotal line to stabilize, will look to use his fervor to fight over the keg.
Yeah, and I think that was a big point. Ikado's been a big advocate on how BB is not actually broken because you can interact with the keg, and that's but most people are saying like, oh well, if you do BB plus Caustic Riff, you just wiped my whole board, stuff like that. And then Ikado's actually been the biggest advocate I've seen on Twitter and on his stream say things like, well, you know, if you're playing whatever type of deck, you should have interaction for it. And then if you don't put interaction for the keg, then that's your fault. If you don't have the fervor for the keg, then you probably built your deck incorrectly, or you built your deck in a way that you're just accepting to lose to this type of thing. Now, that can be very frustrating sometimes depending on the hands. Like if they have Caustic Rift plus something like the like Make It Rain or some way to put 2 spells on the stack, it makes it very, very hard to interact with. But we see here that Ikado doesn't have this multi-spell hand. They only have, or they don't have a multi-board wipe hand. So as long as Card Gamer doesn't get too antsy with responding, okay, so he's just ripping the Caustic Rift right now and just saying like, hey buddy, show me your fervor. And I don't see a reason for Card Gamer to not respond with this fervor. But apparently Card Gamer sees a reason for him to not respond with this fervor.
I think Card Gamer is looking at his hand, seeing a bunch of beefy 5-drops, and is fine with taking this game late, and just like killing this BB right here.
Yeah, and that's one of the crazy things about this deck that I found very frustrating when playing against other good players on these Leona, the like Daybreak pseudo aggro style deck, is you never actually know what their overall game plan is. For example, if you look at this and you say like, oh, they're an aggro deck, and you mulligan for all your cheap removal and your cheap units, stuff like that, then they're just gonna go, okay, I'm actually passing for 2 turns, playing a 3/4, playing a Leona, playing a 5/5, and then you're just sitting there like, oh, I can deal 2 damage to their unit, and then vice versa. On the other end of the spectrum, you're like, oh well, this is like a big mid-range deck that plays a bunch of 5-drops, so let me just mulligan for the mid-range. And then they're gonna go, yeah, no, here's like triple 1-drop into stun your thing into Brothers Bond, right? And it's very, very frustrating and not knowing how this matchup goes. So while having the BB and the Caustic Rift is typically pretty good in some most traditional aggro decks, I'm willing to say this Daybreak deck is not your traditional aggro deck in the sense of it can go really late if it needs to.
Clad in shining sunlight.
And with no second Caustic Rift in this hand, we did pick up a Time Winder off of the Seraphine, which is a nasty hit. Unless that Time Winder's main deck, which I don't think it is. We hit the Time Winder off of the Seraphine, which is nasty because it can still kill these 1 HP units on the side of Card Gamer. Whereas previously, if Ikado didn't have that Time Winder, it would have been really rough for him to deal with this KO coming down, buffing everything, and then swinging with a 5-wide board. And we do see Ikado here starting to cast a lot of spells and draw a lot of cards. Most of the time, I think Seraphine decks try to keep some of these cards in their hand for when they're ready to like combo off with the BB. But Ikado kind of recognizing like, no, I don't want to go super low. I'm going to try and tax their cards out and then just say like, hey, if I can gain control of this game, I will eventually find the BB and I will eventually be able to win the game thanks to things like this rummage in my hand and these draw spells that I know I have coming up, like this drum solo, and just know like how not scary things are. We did find a Hex Splitter to deal with this KO in the long run, which is good. So Ikado did a really good job piloting this turn to turn a turn that could have potentially been 8, 10, 12 damage into something that's gonna be at most 7 damage, which with 7 damage and your opponent having 2 cards in their hand, it is really, really not that scary.
Yep. So I will say there is an Eclipse Dragon in Card Gamer's hand that he did hit off of Ravoon, which has the potential to get some crazy value and potentially generate a game ender like Scourge or the Great Beyond to further like threaten Ikado.
Oh, but Ikado knows about it now. Now he has his own Eclipse Dragon. This could be a turn where I could see Ikado doing some sort of like 1-card rummage. Oh no, he picked the Might. Really? That's very interesting because I don't really know what Might's doing. I don't think you are fast enough to race him here, especially when you have 0 BBs and 0 Seraphines in your hand. So I really think that I liked seeing the dragon play. You could have opened with rummage on one card, whatever you top deck that wasn't great. You rummage that card away, and then you just play your dragon down, get a celestial, it's like one celestial and one dragon, right? So you get some of those and you try and high roll back, because now if I'm card gamer, I probably just pass here, play my 3-drop, play my dragon, and just continue to high roll, and then Ikado's just gonna sit here with this might. I understand picking the might if you're telling yourself, hey, I'm going to kill you with combo, because burst speed spell good, right? Burst speed spell really good with BB, really good with Seraphine, really good with a bar if you can get bar and Seraphine, because bar will make this now a 2-mana spell that gets doubled. But you are just not in possession, both on board, in your hand, and theoretical draws to get to a state where you're ahead enough to make this might actually matter. If you can get yourself into a spot where this might actually does damage, then you're probably winning the game anyways, and the dragon would have been better if you just didn't find exactly that spot.
I agree. I will say though, Ikado probably just chose didn't care what card he chose, planning to use it as discard fodder anyway. But I do think that in the cases where you need to play cards and it's not correct for you to rummage, then having that Eclipse Dragon as just a blocker is good.
Yeah, definitely agree that Ikado just played that there just to get hand information, to say like, hey, what is your hand? If I see one card, I know you have a champion. If I see both cards, I know what to play around. So very, very understandable also. And card gamer with probably the biggest pickup of the game, that doesn't seem like it, is this 2-mana unit. Card gamer needed to draw a 3 or less mana unit this turn, so he could play that unit and then activate the Daybreak on the dragon in the exact same turn on this turn. And because he was able to draw that, he's able to play the 7-drop dragon before combat. Otherwise, the play was probably like open attack, might something, and then play the dragon for the Nightfall triggers. Well, now you can play it pre-combat and get the extra value out of it. And oh my gosh, are those some big units.
Beaters.
2 big units, and 2 of them that say, hey, you can't block me. Now, we do see Ikado does have 1 elusive blocker here, picks up a 2nd elusive blocker, which is going to be nice. But if I had to guess, I'd say these elusive blockers are going to be going away fairly soon. But I think the biggest pickup here is that BB. I think most people don't realize how close Ikado is to actually just winning this game on the spot. And it is 100% going to come down to, can he not die this turn? If Ikado can proceed to not die this turn, I think this game is over and we're going to a game 3.
I agree. It would normally be scary seeing that Phoenix as a removal-based control deck, but that's actually a pro of Hex Obliterator to a card like Vengeance, where that Phoenix in hand from card gamer side won't be coming back after it's Hex Obliterated.
Yeah, that is a really, really good pickup and really good answer. I think there are a lot of really good cards from Card Gamer that he could have got from the big Celestials units there. And just unfortunately for Card Gamer and very fortunate for Ikado, this was one that can just be one card answered here. But that is also assuming Ikado doesn't need to use that Hex Obliterator this turn, because we do know Card Gamer has that might in his hand. And if you're Card Gamer and you might here, you force this Hex Obliterator and... Oh, wait, is that just lethal? Oh, no, because we have Transmogrify.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Oh, I didn't see the Transmogrify line. I was looking at the Hex Split plus Prize Fight line, but this makes sense. So you can conserve the Hex Split.
Yeah, and then, so this is very, very scary for Card Gamer, because we are in a spot now where Ikado... I don't believe Card Gamer actually has a way to kill off Ikado's units in response to anything. So Ikado doesn't only just have like this turn and then some cards to play. He actually has this turn, can play his BB, pass, completely refill his mana, and then just proceed to combo off. So this game is actually looking pretty deterministic for Ikado. I don't think there's a World Card Gamer win. I actually think it's impossible. I think the only way for Ikado to lose this game would be if he somehow managed to only draw units and literally doesn't see another spell for the rest of the game.
I wouldn't count Card Gamer out so fast, as he is about to have the double elusive threat, and we only have one answer in hand with the Hex Split. So this it does hedge a lot on what Aikado is able to find off these draws with the formula in hand.
Yeah, I think the only counterpoint would be that Card Gamer just doesn't give him the 2 actions. And so again, it's just like, can Aikado continue to survive? If Card Gamer gives him the action here, then yeah, we're just gonna play a elusive unit. This is also just like a boatload of damage, right? Like, we're just talking about and focusing on the 2 elusive units. Like, Card Gamer is about to take away a blocker from Aikado, and then Aikado can replay a blocker here with the elusive unit. But if this dragging us through, if Aikado doesn't find the kill here, there's a chance Card Gamer can kind of just like sneak through by just being too many unit syndrome.
Right here, I think our out might actually just be the 3rd Rift. Oh, is it the 3rd or 2nd Rift in the deck?
It would be 3rd Rift, or it'd be 2nd Rift because he's only played 1 early on. And Aikado is on only 2 Caustic Rift, so he'd have to find 2 of 2 Caustic Rift there. But if I'm doing the math right, which is really hard to do Seraphine math, and I think both players are sitting here trying to do it, have we already cast the keg spell today? I don't think we have. I don't think we've played the line 'em up, knock 'em down. So that would be 1, 2, 3, 4 kegs. The coin is another 6 kegs. Time trick, I think we've used, but if not, that's 8 kegs. So we could get insanely close to just kind of winning the game here. But that's why I'm up here, because I don't have the patience to do that kind of math. And if it's possible, I'm sure Aikado will try for it. But nothing is more frustrating than trying for it and not having it, right? So I think Aikado really needs as much timer as he could right now. And I bet he wishes he wasn't in the red so his timer wasn't shorter, because he really needs to determine if he has enough spells to actually win the game. Because if you start going for the combo and you don't have it, that can just be absolutely game losing here. But we see here, yeah, so he's going for it. He does have the mana, he says. He says, I'm going to cast my line 'em up, knock him down. I'm going to play my slow speed spell. That's going to put you to 5, and this game is just over, right? Because each keg, this keg is going to do 1, 2, 3, 4 damage. So yeah, we just cast the burst speed spell in our hand, and this game is over. And good job, Aikado found the damage. Aikado did the damage, and Aikado did the math, and he found the lethal. Exact lethal there at burst speed.
That whole turn, I wasn't actually thinking of the warning shot lethal, and I was just thinking of, is there a possible way for Aikado to answer the board? So that's a big thing with the Jack deck about how you can use BB to stabilize the board and buff up your removal, but it's also used to enable a semi-OTK.
Yeah, I think it comes all down a lot to just practice on the deck and playing it a lot. I've played the deck quite a bit, and I cosplay that quite a bit. That sometimes you just know when you get there, you know? But that was an insanely close game 2, extremely well played by both sides, and it's time to take us into the final game 3 of the semifinals to determine which of these players makes it on to the very first Rumble or Glory and Navori Open finals.
In NA.
And NA. Or Americas. Oh, one of those. So we see here it's Aikado into the Set Karma deck. This we haven't seen from Aikado yet. We haven't seen the Set Karma in this matchup. So it's exciting to see how well the prep actually pays off here. We do see Aikado did manage to draw one of the Aftershocks in his deck to deal 3 damage. Otherwise, this turn could have been absolutely insane, dealing a bunch. And we see not only 1, but 2 of the best cards in all of the Daybreak package in Card Gamer's hand, and the control player's nightmare card, Sun Guardian. So
these scale out of control pretty quickly and are get out of the conventional removal ranges that PNZ control player likes to see.
Yeah, and PNZ control players typically like to stack damage if they can. Like, you want to play a chump blocker here, block the unit, put it down to 2 HP, Mystic Shot it in the future, Mystic Shot it on open, stuff like that. But the thing with these Sun Guardians is that they don't let you play that reactive style that most control decks like to play. They make you say, like, no, buddy, you have to show me that you have 5 points of removal right now, or you're not doing anything. And that pass from Card Gamer shows you that this guy has scrimmed this matchup, and he knows how to play against PNZ control. He's wasting Ikado's time. And this is one of the things that Karma set players think, a big misconception on how passing works. A lot of players, when you're playing Karma set especially, they think, oh, if I just make it to turn 10, I will win the game. So if we are both passing, I am ahead and I am winning the game. But that is not how this game works. You cannot just simply sit there and pass, because some of these decks can just straight up 20-0 you. And as we see here, with Ikado passing that much, this attack can get absolutely ridiculous. Even if Ikado just develops the 4-mana blocker here, one, he loses out on the healing. But two, we have Leona's Morning Light to sit here, buff our 2 units to be gigantuous again, and then on top of that, just say like, hey buddy, like you are going to get destroyed here by all of my damage.
I really love this play from Card Gamer. And playing a proactive deck isn't just about trying to kill your opponent as fast as possible, but just identifying like the pressure points you need to attack. And what happened to Ikado was that he got so backed up in mana from taking that pass, and Card Gamer says, okay, he looks at his board, realizes he can get an open stun next turn, and doesn't see a way for Ikado to effectively deal with the board with the amount of mana that he's limited to.
Yeah, a lot of players don't realize that some decks can be played in different manners, in the sense of some aggro decks can be played more slowly. You don't always have to play cards as the aggro deck here. And you see here, Ikado can't take any more passes, because he knows if he were to sit here and pass, he wastes this entire turn for Hex Obliterator. And back when I ran my aggro deck into seasonals, I actually had a game where I was playing aggro, and I literally passed so much that I overdrew on cards. So I always love to see players like this just know how to manage their mana and say like, hey man, I'm just gonna like hit you a bunch, and then what are you going to do about it? We see here we have the Sun Guardian. It's not going to get the Daybreak proc, but we're about to have Leona just absolutely pop off next turn, and just be super wide. And that's if we decide to even develop, which we just might not, because of how much pressure we applied. And this is literally a class, like a specialized class on how to play aggro efficiently and how to beat control players. If you guys struggle with control players because maybe you're a newer player, or you know, a mid-range player or a top player that just doesn't understand how to play against control, this was a master class in how to abuse their mana. And this is a master class if you're playing a set Karma player, to show you passing is not everything. You cannot just sit there and go, oh, I'll pass for 6 turns, because while they only need to hit you, like they only need to survive 5 attack tokens before they kill me. You have to realize that they only need 1. If their attack token does 20 damage, they only need that 1 attack token. And as we saw here, Card Gamer's attack token did what, like 11 damage on that turn? Like literally did half of Ikado's HP, total HP in that turn. And that is enough to just put him so far ahead in this matchup that it'll be pretty hard to climb back from. Now, this will be the last attack token Card Gamer has not on turn 10 with the leveled up Karma. So if this attack doesn't kill them, I can very much see a time where Ikado has a very rough, or I'm sorry, where Card Gamer has a rough time actually finishing the game out, because Ikado is going to have that leveled up Karma, could potentially draw get a draw spell, could find a way to start bouncing the gain life units over and over again and kind of work your way back up. But at the current moment, Card Gamer has so much board pressure, it is going to be basically Ikado having to just top deck his way out of this game. And if he doesn't create the right cards with Karma, if he doesn't draw the right cards in the right order in the next 2 turns, then this game could very much just be that's all she wrote for Ikado's open run.
And right here, Ikado was thinking very carefully about whether it was correct to high note there and what his bets outs were to live this game. And Ikado was considering what 2 cards could I have left in hand that let me win here.
Yeah, this game is just over.
Yeah. Because those are units in hand, then this is over. I think Ikado was playing for Card Gamer's other hands. Last 2 cards in hand just being like 2 5-drops that he can play this turn, but...
Right. Yeah, but that's not what it was. It was these cheap units. So that was, again, just Card Gamer showing how to apply pressure, how to take board control, and how to force these control players to waste their mana. If you can make these control players not actually spend their mana for the first 5 turns, those turns don't exist. People laugh at 3-2s and 2-2s, but like, oh, that's like a small unit, that's like a smallish unit. But if you get enough of those in play, you're good. If you notice, go back to that turn 4 where he had 2 Sun Guardians in play. Most players say like, oh yeah, I'll attack with my 4/5, kill your unit out the way, still have 2 healthy units and like a small Sun Guardian, but then your Sun Guardian will just get Mystic Shot and you're in a sad spot. So what does Card Gamer do? He passes. And so like, no, I'm not letting you put damage on my units and try and Mystic Shot. I'm telling you like, you have to be able to deal with this big HP total all at one time. You have to pay up front. There are no loans. This is no paybacks here. These are not stocks. I'm not putting stocks into this thing. Upfront cash. Show me the triple Mystic Shot. And if you don't have that, then you're just dead. And I believe, so that is the first finalist we have confirmed, which is an RPG finalist, a Red Pup Gamer, player. And I believe that out of the last 4 finalists, including the last open and the last seasonal and this first open, 3 of the 4 finalists have been RPG gamers. And we even have an RPG gamer, Floppy Mudkip, on the other side of the bracket. And so there's a potential to have back-to-back tournaments, Riot Majors, have back-to-back all RPG gamer top cuts. And we have the option, if depending on how Floppy's game went, to have the first ever back-to-back 3-time Riot Major champion.
Yeah. Floppy might be a turkey. That's what's called in bowling, right? Where you
turkey,
three
yeah.
strikes.
That is, a 3-piece. That is, in bowling, if you get 3 strikes in a row, that is a turkey. So it'll be very interesting to see how that side of the matchup goes. I don't know if we have that game available, but it sounds like the match has already ended. And Manesia, do you want to let them know what happened, I guess?
Yeah, so Floppy just 2-0'd, so we just confirmed that it will in fact be a RPG final with Floppy versus Card Gamer.
Yeah, so back-to-back RPG finals, back-to-back finals for Floppy Mudkip himself. This, all in all, is absolutely an insane run for RPG. I think a lot of people understand that Red Pup Gaming is the best team and only like real team, like major team in LOR at the moment. And I think anytime someone says like, oh, these RPG guys are a whole league, I've been saying this for months now. I've said, anyone's like, oh, what's your top 10 LOR players? I'm like, I don't care. It was like, you have RPG and then literally no one else is on their level. And people are like, oh, Mo, that's like such an egregious take. Or it's like, oh, you're just like licking their boots so much. You're just saying that because they're your friend. You're just like sucking up to them. And I'm like, no, like literally look at these guys. You had half of all of top 4s in the seasonals for like the second half of last year. You have back-to-back RPG finals. You have the player that has the most seasonal wins in the Western Hemisphere. You have the only player to have back-to-back major wins. And then now the first major tournament of the New World season is, again, an RPG-only finals. If that does not relay how much further ahead this team is than literally every other Legends of Runeterra player in the America Shard at least, then I don't know what to do to convince you guys. And you're just being a hater at that point because you think it's cool and quirky to be different. But these guys are just not on the same like lane of existence as the other LOR players right now. And it's very clear that their prep, their work, whatever it is, the magic voodoo they're doing in their Discord server, it is paying off time and time and time and time again. And as someone who just like constantly gets cooked by these guys, like I find myself being a pretty decent player, but when I play against Floppy and I play against these other RPG players, I'm constantly finding myself like, man, I don't want to play this game. Like, can I beat them? Sure. But is it going to be easy or enjoyable? Like, not at all. They make you work for every single win. They make you work for every single anything. And it is just absolutely disgusting how dominating this group of players are.
I'm just gonna speak. Okay. So more on the finals later, and we're gonna go right into the break now. So excited for this finals.
Yeah, that's gonna be sick. here. There is a little bit of rough patches here and there, but all in all, we have had some insane games today. Some very high quality matches between some of the best players in the America Shard. We saw an insanely close best of 3 series where both players played out of their mind all 3 games. And just take another look to see how we got here is, again, we have Floppy coming all the way, just 2-0 as a first opponent, 2-1, 2-0 eclipse him, making it to the grand finals. You have Card Gamer, having to come through, beat Total, who's a really good South American player, beating Dragon 5-5 and 2-0, taking out Icano 2-1, and then now we have both of them in this grand finals. As again, we said it earlier, the script literally writes itself. We have a back-to-back Red Pup Games only grand finals.
And some comments I'd like to make: both these players have great stories behind them. Floppy, this is his 3rd tournament. He's been a finalist in a row and might be the 3rd one he wins, as he just finished winning seasonals back to back. And Card Gamer was previously hospitalized for a stomach bug and was playing open rounds with an IV in his system without any food, but he's here to take it now. And also, I'd like to correct: Card Gamer is not from South America. He's from Florida, which is
No, Total is from South America. Yeah,
sorry.
Total is from South America. Is a very good South American player. But I mean, Florida is like the South America of America in a way. It's like as south as you can get, I think. But yeah, this is gonna be an insane grand finals. I believe they're on exactly mirrored up lineups. So that'll be interesting to see here. First deck we're going to look at is the deck that actually got banned last match that we didn't get to see, which is that Quinn Aatrox Bane deck. We went over a little bit. You see the 1 Condemned, the only 1 Quinn. The big thing that stands out to me is the 1 Quinn. A lot of people I see opt for the 2 Quins and then 1 Aatrox, thinking second Aatrox isn't that great. And then, you auto draw the Aatrox with all your spells, or all your equipment. So being on the 1 Quinn and 2 Aatrox is probably the thing that makes it the most apart. So that's just one of the 3 decks. And again, they are on a mirrored lineup. So we can go and just look at all 3 and be able to cover the entire lineup here.
And here's the Leona deck that we saw last game. And this deck is good because it's not just an aggro deck, and it can also change to a mid-range game plan. And it doesn't have to get in early and just hope that your opponent doesn't draw blockers, as it can just set up a big board and then stun half your board in 1 turn and push damage to there. All the best aggro decks historically in the game have been good, not because they can kill you the fastest, but because they have multiple game plans that they can go for.
Yeah, and the last deck we have here is going to be that Varus Samira deck. And this is probably the deck that's going to get banned here because this deck is just simply insane from what I've been hearing. We saw it pop off against the BB Seraphine deck with all of the protection, with all of the removal spells interaction for the keg. And I think in general, Samira is probably the strongest card in the game at the moment. So just being able to take the Samira deck off of the table in this mirror match is probably going to be the winning strategy.
And this deck can do some very nasty stuff, as it takes fundamentals from a lot of different decks in the past and jams them in one. So it's both Auction Sivir, Auction Lee, and as it both has mid-range fundamentals and combo fundamentals.
Yeah, it's definitely a deck where it can be kind of tricky to play at first, and you can probably play it to a 50-55% win rate. But when a top player gets their hands on this type of deck where they just have so much agency and so much control, they really can just decide to play the game however they want to and just dominate any sort of play style with it. As we see, like you said, the Samira being able to take over the early game. You have, if you just want to be combo, you can just use Samira for aggro, use your spells, use your momentous choice for damage, all outs and stuff like that. If you want to play the more mid-rangey variant, you have the quick attack challenger out. You have the dark and ballistic and flip over to Naga and just start killing your opponent stuff at the end of turns and start playing for board control like that. It is just a lot of ways you can play this deck, and when you have enough reps on it and you know how you want to play in each specific matchup, you can go really, really far, as we see with the 2 finalists here.
And an interesting quirk with this deck is that it does have to balance being proactive with being reactive, but with the way the deck is built is that you're actually doing both at the same time, as the cards you use to protect Samira usually multicast, So you're leveling Samira and getting Samira stacks at the same time while protecting your champions.
Yeah, when I picked the deck up the first time, I forgot how quickly you can level Samira and both get the rally from Samira when you get things like the double cast on your momentous choice, and then all of a sudden, like, well, now you're also just drawing a Varus. So it's like every single point of your game plan, whether it's to win with Varus OTK, whether it's to just like level your Samira and rally eventually, casting these cultist spells and getting them doubled is just doing all of that.
This is a deck where the parts of it form to make the whole. So when going in, you do need to have your game plan, which turn you need to win with, in mind, as you can't just like jam cards and expect to win. And you need to make sure that all your cards you cast go towards your coherent Varus or Samira game plan.
Mhm. Yep, and I think I heard we're ready to get into the game. No, I did not hear that. I lied about that. We are not ready to get into the game. But yeah, just tell me about how. So you're recently on Red Pub. What is it? If you can leak something, what is it that you guys do? Just one thing that like just is different from, because you've also been in plenty of prep groups. I've prepped with you
Yeah.
for Worlds. Like, what is probably the biggest thing if you could give any sort of advice, obviously no secret sauce or anything, to these other up and coming teams that are like, hey, I want to be on that level. I want to be, competing with these guys. I want to be beating these guys. What is something you can kind of tell those players to do when trying to form their own groups or start their own groups to kind of get on that level or get on the track to that level?
So I'm glad you asked. So I think a lot of people have an impression of like what an LOR team is about. Like they think it's just a collection of good players, when it's really not. Like I think competitive LOR is getting to a point where it's not just a solo game; it's a team game. Because having that prep group to help you for the tournaments is massive. I guess a big thing I would like. I think a big thing that people get wrong is in scrims. You're not scrimming to try to win. You're scrimming to learn. So just like scrim all the key matchups that you expect, and try to look at the game from both sides, as instead of just like both like deafening or like muting or like playing out of call, and just like trying to win, like treating it like a ladder game. Like you can try just like talking and asking, hey, if I develop this, do you pass back? When that's usually, I guess, shunned, but that's actually a thing where like
Yeah, that's definitely one of the bigger things I've had to do in my scrims lately, where I'll just like tell my people like, hey, just like tell me if I'm dead. Like I like the goal of scrims for me is to like get both of us more familiar with the matchup, how it traditionally goes, how to get better, stuff like that. Like my goal is not to win. I'm not trying to beat you. I'm not trying for you to beat me. Like my opponent, like sometimes I'll be scrimming with my partner and they just won't talk to me the whole time. And I'm like, hey, that's not like how this works. Like we're not trying to win. Like the goal here is not to win. And I think you also hit the nail on the head here, where I think 99% of teams and practice groups that I have joined or tried to start has simply just been people that think, oh, I am going to be on this team with good players, and that will somehow make me better. Or like we will scrim sometimes, or we will scrim and that will make me better. When really it's a lot more than that. It's about, the biggest thing is communication. From the team I started here with, Drizoth, Henneke, Jordan, the biggest thing I've noticed that we've done different than other teams that has helped us out with this prep group being the most successful so far has been just the amount of communication we have between the four of us. It's like telling like, hey, I'm trying out this deck. Hey, this deck kind of sucks. Hey, this deck matchup it like doesn't really go how you think it does. And then we go and we scrim and we come back with information on that scrim and we just type it out. So we have one player doing the work, and then it's like now you have four people gaining the knowledge. And that's the biggest like a benefit you have with a team is you're able to split all of the work between those people. So instead of you as just Manesia having to go out and test the Karma set Samira matchup 20 games, the Karma set into Samira matchup 20 games, the Karma set into Elite's 20 game, you can kind of distribute that out per person. And so now you can get all of those matchups done in the same amount of time, but just between different people. So I think communication is definitely the biggest key. Obviously, you need good, strong players to make sure you are playing correctly, because you don't want bad information. Bad information is worse than no information. So you definitely don't want to go into a matchup or a tournament thinking like, hey, this is definitely favored for me, because then you get the issue with people have on ladder and ladder stats where they're like, oh yeah, this is like definitely winning matchup. Like Seraphine or like Karma definitely beats Samira Fizz because we have Caustic Rift. And that's how we win the game. And then you play against someone like Drizoth and Scrims and he 5-0s you, and you're like, no, dude, like people on ladder just don't know what they're doing. Like they just don't. They're not mulligan correctly. They're not doing things correctly, and so playing with good players will definitely help because you get maximum value out of your scrims in your time. It's kind of like coaching, but for free. But you don't necessarily need to fill your team with all-star players. There are plenty of behind-the-scenes type of people that like we work with. We have someone joining our team in the next couple of days that is like not saying they can't play in tournaments or can't do well, but primarily like their goal is to help us, scrim and help us learn matchups and help us find decks. And so it's kind of like, a traditional sports team like in basketball. You don't have 5 Kobe Bryant's on a team. That's not how it works. You have your Kobe Bryant, but then you have like, your forward, you have, your support members on top of that to kind of help the whole team do well and kind of help everyone do well and everyone get to that championship. And I think not enough people are really treating it that way. They're kind of like, oh, I'm like a pretty good player. So because I'm a pretty good player, I can just keep doing what I'm doing and I'll beat most people. And you'll like probably top cut a bunch of tournaments. You'll day 2 a bunch of tournaments. You're probably top 16, top 8, some opens. But it'll be very hard. And you like have the potential to win an open, sure. But you don't have what these RPG gamers has, which is not just like, I don't expect to like top cut the open, but to have the chance to win major after major after major. Like that is something that takes way more than just one person can do. And one person saying like, yeah, I'm a good player, I can probably play. Because we see plenty of good players play in these tournaments. And we see plenty of good players top cut after top cut after top cut. But we only see one major champion in the America Shard.
I agree that communication is absolutely vital to a team, and you hit the nail on the coffin. We talked about how the benefit of a team is that you get to pull labor out to a collective, and rather than just trying to figure out everything yourself, you can learn decks from other people, like learn how a matchup goes from other people.
Yeah, I think that's probably the biggest takeaway that I think a lot of teams aren't doing correctly is just biggest things communication. LOR and getting better at LOR is a lot more than just playing LOR. When I was probably at my peak and when I'm trying now, I don't sit here and play LOR for 10 hours straight. I scrim LOR and I play like, a decent amount of LOR. I'm not saying don't play, but I'm spending most of my time chatting with people, watching streams, talking to my teammates, watching their scrims so they can scrim for me in a sense. Looking at stats, like there's a whole bunch of stuff you can do that is not like directly playing the game that can help you. So like when I'm at work, I work, 8 hours a day, but out of that 8 hours a day, I'm not just completely missing out on LOR. Like, can I play LOR? Not really. But what else can I do? Like, I can have like a stream open on my side monitor, or I can like, my friends are like streaming their scrims or their ladder games into Discord. And so now not only is my teammate getting ladder practice and getting his own physical practice in by playing the game, but like I'm also getting practice and I'm also learning because I can watch them play. So it's a lot of just helping people help out. And it unfortunately is a lot about being strict about it too. If you have someone in your team that's not helping, if you have someone that's been sitting in your team and not contributing at all for a long time period, sometimes you just have to say like, hey, you're not really contributing, you're not really helping. What can we do to make you help us?
And now we're jumping into the first game. Let's go see the mulligan.
Yeah, so the grand finals of the first ever Glory and Navori Open in the America Shard. Game 1, it looks like we just have the mirror match loaded up here.
So this mirror is actually one that's very fun. And Cardgamer does find the Darkened Heart, which is absolutely pivotal in this matchup as a mid-range mirror. As it lets one of your units, especially one of your challenger units, trade while theirs just dies.
Yeah, I was gonna have you talk to us here. What's the most important kind of cards or set of cards in the mirror match? Is it these strike spells that kind of help you, like, the fish fight is a one-sided single combat? Is it, like you said, the challengers with the quick attack? Is it the champions? Like, what is it that you're like, wow, this, like, I'm looking really favored here?
It's definitely Harp and Fish Fight, as they just allow one-sided interaction where your unit kills a thing and then theirs doesn't, and you just get to build a incremental board advantage that snowballs into you just taking over the game.
Yeah, I definitely think that a lot of this matchup is just taking small board advantages over and over, which is what a lot of mid-range decks are. But specifically when you have challengers and keywords like quick attack on them, it's kind of not necessarily about like dominating as much as it is like, yeah, I'm gonna like kill this one unit here and come out 1-0. And it's like, oh, I'm going to come out like 2-1 here. I'm just going to come out slightly ahead at each trade until you just don't have any more units. And then I'm just going to hit you with my big dark in the late game here. One thing I'm surprised about is Card Gamer didn't go for that Vayne attack, which because he has the catch in his hand, I thought would have been very sneaky. But I guess it really comes down to when do you want to be proactive and when do you be reactive. In my opinion, because you have the double catch, I think it's nice to swing with the Vayne, and then you either get 1 level up on the Vayne and then 3 damage, or there's a chance that Floppy just says like, yeah, I'm down to trade Vaynes here because we see Floppy does have the second Vayne in hand. And then Card Gamer is able to say like, nah, just kidding. Here is a, fast speed weapon or burst speed weapon equip. And then now again, Card Gamer comes out ahead on that trade.
I agree. I think that Vayne attack only had good potential for Card Gamer, but could just be I think that goes unmentioned in a lot of these games. A lot of this casting is just like the nerves of playing against a player that you know is strong. Like a lot of people like are like that versus Majin, and this is the 2-time seasonal champ Floppy, where you just like sometimes just get a aura of they can do some like crazy things. What should I do? Like, and then you just like don't play as cleanly as you could because they're of like that reputation.
Yeah, it can also come down to these guys play together a lot. Like they're teammates. They play together a lot. So it could also come down to be some sort of read of like, oh, I did this play and this happened in scrims. They play a lot, so they could know what's going on here. And this is actually absolutely insane position for Card Gamer. That tumble forces Floppy to immediately attack, because if you try to equip your weapon, Card Gamer just gets a free kill. But because Card Gamer has the 2 catches in his hand, he can actually catch to burst speed equip the Aegis, and then second catch to buff the bird out of range of the strike there.
I like how you pointed out that line, but I think what Card Gamer might be setting up for here is to play draw next turn with the quick attack harp and just take over the game. Or they might decide to put Vayne right here, and hold up that fish fight.
Yeah, I liked that play. I liked how he tumbled this turn because it's set up for the double strike. I definitely think Card Gamer is playing very reactive. He's playing very much like, I'm respecting Floppy having all these cards, which obviously with Catcher we see he just doesn't have. But I think you have to, at some point in time, I think one of the skills of hand reading and saying like, hey, does my opponent have these cards, is going to is saying things like, I'm going to force you to play a card. And then if they don't play it, you can say like, oh, I have the read that they don't have that card. But if you never force your opponent to actually be in these spots where they have to, at some point play a pump spell, then how do you ever get the read that they do or do not have that pump spell?
Agree. And I like Card Gamer's decision here to just do a simple quick attack open with Vayne rather than play out a draw and tap out, as Card Gamer does have a lot of reactive tools here with double catch in hand, double tricks, and the fish fight.
Yeah, it's very interesting because we talk about how taking M-Critical board advantage. It's not about just slamming big units. And as we see here, Card Gamer just with 1 unit being able to kind of just like kill Floppy. Like he was able to just apply enough pressure to say like, hey man, do something. Which we can see here on the side of on the side of Floppy, that he does have these condemns to try and get ahead with the strike spell. But Card Gamer has been sandbagging these double catches all game. So Floppy will have no idea that these pump spells are coming, because you would think to yourself, oh, if they had double catch, they would have done like this play. Or if they had 2 pump spells, or a pump spell in general, they probably would have played a little bit more aggressive or played a little bit different early on. So Card Gamer has done an exceptional job sandbagging these 2 catches in his hand, and not letting Floppy have even the slightest whiff that he could potentially have a double catch.
And here, Card Gamer is fish fighting the Vayne, deciding to fish fight first before Floppy is able to cast his own fish fight. And that in this matchup, action economy does matter. So little things like being able to fish fight before they fish fight is huge.
Yeah, being able to fish fight before they fish fight is huge. Also, just being able to take off 1 more unit from this board is nice. And being able to say, like, at fast speed, they have exactly 1 condemn, right? Like, of course, you could have multiple Vaynes in their hand, like we saw here. They had the Vayne from the opener. But you just kind of have to force him to like, hey, show me your exactly 1-up spell. I don't think I'm a fan of. Oh yeah, I am a fan of the Dark Eater because you just have second catch, right? Yeah. So this makes your Vayne take the least amount of damage in the future, and I believe she actually survives the unit strike because in order to give the bird Challenger, Floppy Mudkip has to take an action to play a unit, and if Floppy takes an action to play a unit, now Card Gamer can just go, okay, here's a Tumble, here's an Aegis, I'm buffing up my Vayne and giving it tough, and you're gonna have to sacrifice 2-for-1 units, which again, from the beginning, is what we said this game comes down to, and these matchups come down to, is taking, 1 unit for 0, 2 units for 1, and just running your opponent out of units. And then we're also getting to the point now where you say, oh, Card Gamer's hand is kind of gunked up, man. There's too many equipments in his hand. Well, we're getting to the point where you can just start playing these equipments as big honking units and just start attacking. Like, what does your opponent do if you just play an 8/6 with quick attack? They don't do anything.
Yeah. That's the most underrated part of the deck. Is just like hard playing Darken, because Card Gamer's plays the next few turns are actually like pretty good. So he can play Draw, he can play Zolani, and then after turn 8, he gets to play Harp and just draw a bunch of cards and get head on both board and value.
Yeah, this is really good. And the fact that Floppy's only point of interaction here is a 6-mana spell should just tell you how not great he is. And he knows he is just dead. He can't come back from that. By the time you have to deal with the leveled Vayne, the free attacks from the Overwhelm, you're going to start getting... I mean, he knows about the Dark and Harp in the hand, so he knows about the quick attack, start drawing a bunch of extra cards. Floppy has a bunch of units, but just can't play them, because if you start spending your mana to play units, you're already so far behind in health total that the Overwhelm units are just going to come in and kind of destroy them.
Let's go on to the next game.
Yeah, so game 2, Card Gamer 1 game away from stopping Floppy's destructive streak in the competitive scene with the Samira-less Leona Daybreak deck against, again, what we're going to see is the Aatrox deck. Now, I would believe that the Aatrox deck is favored because you can do things like Quick Attack Challenger, Quick Attack Scout Challenger, Tough Challenger. Your units just simply get bigger than most of the early game units from this Daybreak deck. But in scrims and practice, how does this matchup typically play out?
In testing, we actually found that was slightly favored for the Leona deck. And you did mention that like challengers and like Challenger Harp can take over the game, but anytime you don't draw those early tools, you are pretty behind. And as a unit deck versus the Leona deck, they can just set up to stun your whole board in 1 turn and push damage from there.
Yeah, and then on top of that, they just have these like big challenger units, right? Like you have Leona. It's a 4-power bury your challenge unit that just says like, oh, that Badger Bear, that's a cool card, dead. Oh, that, Vayne, that's a cool card, dead. And so it can not only just set up for the big offensive turns by being like stun, but by just like, again, in every matchup, what we talked about last matchup in the mid-range matchups is just say like, kill 1 unit, get 1 for free. Get 1, 2 for 1. Just these slight advantages, and that's what Leona is really, really good at also with these big challenger keywords.
I will note that the absence of Samira in this deck might actually flip the matchup in Vayne's favor, as having Samira to just allow you to take good trades by giving any of your units challenger, so you can have your big Sun Guardians eat their Vaynes, is huge. Just choosing which trades to take.
Yeah, I definitely think Samira missing here because the challenger is kind of big. I don't know if that matters too much because of how big your units are. Obviously, that matters because we're talking about incremental advantages. But I think because you still have this Daybreak package from the get-go, like this, oh, I'm going to play big units is really good. Fervor, obviously, interacting with these formidable units is really, really good here. Like, this combo is about to be disgusting. Sometimes you can just play bigger units, and bigger units better deck, right?
So what Floppy's looking to do in this matchup is just control the board, not let it accumulate so much that Card Gamer can set up a stun turn to end the game. And then eventually Floppy draws Aatrox and is able to heal up and then get to a Darken late game that Card Gamer cannot push past through.
Yeah, I definitely think you have to identify who the aggressive person is in this matchup, and I definitely think it's the Leona deck, right? Because the later the game goes, you get leveled Aatrox, you get 10 Aatrox, you get big old Darken units that you just cannot push through, even with the might. Like their units are just simply too big for you to push through. Oh, this Ravoon's definitely taking over, and I really, really like the Pirouette tech. I'm actually also on 2 Pirouettes myself. I think they're on 1. Because most people, when you play against this Daybreak deck, they think, okay, first action, Daybreak stun, right? Stunhawk, Leona, they can do that type of stuff. They never play around, or sometimes just straight up forget that they can Pirouette and then have a second stun now, and be able to stun after the very first action.
The Pirouette is absolutely brutal, and it can even ping off some units like this Sweet Feather Tracker we see right here. But yeah, it just lets you play for those big combo turns. And I've seen Moonlight Affliction in some other decks. Basically, Pirouette is like a mini Moonlight Affliction. And it's like heavily discounted at 2 instead of 5, and they fulfill the same role.
Yeah, I definitely think I agree with you there. I'm really excited to see how this turns out because Card Gamer, like we talked about earlier, sometimes this deck can be really aggro and open a triple 1-drop, right? It can be kind of crazy early on and apply too much pressure, and sometimes you can go mid-range. Right now, Card Gamer has one of the hands of all time. It's one of the hands where it is very aggressive. But in this matchup and at this board state, that's not what you want. You don't want to be playing a 1-mana 2/1 into your opponent's 4/4 or into your opponent's 0-2 with tough type thing. So that pickup was really, really good for the Daybreak deck. And into these mid-range decks, the stun is very, very important. And this is a card that's like impossible to play around. But it is very, very big. And this is sometimes people are like, oh, well, draw diff, creator diff. But I think sometimes when you're playing a CCG, that's just what it comes down to. And the question is going to be like, yes, Card Gamer created a really good card, but can he actually utilize that to get a big advantage and take away the game and win the first tournament?
Right here, if I'm Floppy, I'm very comfortable. I have Aatrox down. I have 4 units that can control the board with Challenger, and I'm at a healthy 19 life total. So what Card Gamer has to do to try to take over this game is hope to draw into some more stuns and try to like find one big turn to push a lot of damage and try to finish off with Fervor.
Yeah, I think it's going to come down to, like you said, find out Leona, finding these big stuns, just getting one big turn. Because if you don't do that, yes, World Ender costs a lot of mana right now, but it's not like it's not getting cheaper consistently. And another 1-drop off the top for Card Gamer is really, really, really not what you're looking for. So you really want to be looking for those mid-range units, for those big units that can combat the situation. Otherwise, like you said, Floppy's just going to become ahead. Floppy's down to just click the pass button. He's down to just say like, hey, I'm going to play these big units. I'm just going to play my unit here. Next turn's turn 8. If I want to, I can play an 8/6 quick attack unit that draws me 2 cards. And like, what are you going to do about that? Are you going to double Fervor? If you're a Card Gamer and you double Fervor with this hand size, you might as well just go top left, bottom right, and just go to game 3 and pray you get a better hand in game 3.
Unfortunately, Card Gamer did not top deck the Daybreak stun that we talked about, and it said a humble Crimson Pigeon. But if Card Gamer did top deck a stun, this game state would have been totally different, as he would have been able to double stun with both the Pirouette and a stun that he potentially could have top decked to push massive damage this turn.
Yeah, but unfortunately, you got to play the card you're dealt, and he was not dealt the Daybreak. He still has to swing here. Killing off his 1/2 is very interesting. Okay, there we go. So yeah, you're going to sacrifice the Diana. You might as well get the 1 damage on it. And again, Card Gamer, a very good player, knows what his outs are. He knows the clock is ticking. He knows he does not have time to diddle-daddle around and pray for top decks, that this game is not going on for much longer. He basically has this attack, maybe one more attack. I love this stun. This is exactly what I would like to see, and what we were talking about, that you needed to stun this Aatrox so they gain less life and try and find this like double Fervor out. we do have Might even, so if the 4/4 blocking Badger Bear does block our big unit, we still get to push even more damage with that. And basically just pray for the top deck over them. Oh, looks like we are... Okay, there we go. Let's say, I guess we're going for trades here. But yeah, I think what Card Gamer's trying to do is just say like, hey, I'm just going to try and go for the out of, you know, kill all of your stuff here. So we have 9. This Might is going to push another 5 damage, which would actually, you know, put Floppy Mudkip at 14, which if you draw second Fervor, you have the lethal. Now we do have the form up from the other side for Floppy. So we could just take this down to 12. So Card Gamer puts Floppy down to 6, which again is still in that range for the double Fervor. But I think the biggest thing that's not being looked at right here is what happens after this so the board state after this game ends. The board state after this turn ends is that Aatrox, there's only 3 units, and Aatrox is technically one of the weaker of the 3. So Aatrox gets stunned by the landmark and cannot gain 2 more life.
Additionally, this tracker with the harp on it isn't able to tax a unit to control the board. So
wait, this game is over. Floppy misblocked. He blocked a smaller unit. Card Gamer pushed the 3 damage, and there is no single combat in Floppy's deck list. So Card Gamer has the okay, right? Is there a single combat?
There's not. So I like Floppy's like heads up play here, as he decided to walk, as he found this as like the best way to stabilize the game, as keeping the Badger Bear alive does eat the stun, so Aatrox is able to swing this turn.
Wow. Yeah, but
so
that's
right
it.
there, Floppy made the call. Hey, I'm not gonna win into Fervor, so I'm just going to take the line that is best against everything else.
Yeah, but unfortunately for him, Card Gamer did have the Fervor. So that was it. That was your champion for Glory in Navori. First ever Riot Open champion. Stopping the streak of Floppy Mudkip. There is no 3-0, but we crowned a new king of the America Shard right now. Still a member of RPG, and is Card Gamer. With excellent play, excellent heads up. Played insane. We were able to catch multiple of his rounds, multiple of his matches. And all in all, that was very, 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 very well played by Card Gamer. Every game we saw from him.
And Card Gamer, the reason why he did well was he was just a master of timing, know exactly how to set up the board for those crucial stun turns, and just knowing like this is the turn I need to win, and this is the turn I'm going to apply pressure.
Yeah, he did a really good job being able to just say like, hey, I know how I'm going to win. This is how I'm going to win. This is what I'm going to do. And it's really, really exciting that he finally got his breakout performance. I think, again, a lot of people sleep on this guy. I think they say, oh, yeah, he's pretty good because they associate with him with RPG. But I don't think they realize just how strong this player really, truly is because he hasn't had his breakout performance. So I am extremely happy for him and extremely proud of him that he has had his breakout performance here and was able to take down an entire Riot major, earn him some Worlds points, get him some $1,000 cash in his pocket, and just, you know, see how he's feeling.
Before this tournament, he had not topped the seasonal before, but like you said, this was his breakout season, and he came to show that he was one of the best players on the server and blew it out of the water, beating Floppy Mudkip, 2-time seasonal champ, back to back.
Yeah, and he did that really well, but instead of just me and Manesia telling you how good this guy is and how he must feel and all that type of stuff, well, just ask him. Card Gamer, you've done it, man. You not only have top cutted in day 2 to tournament, but you were able to go all the way on your first breakout tournament. What are you feeling and thinking right now?
Yeah, I don't know. It's really surreal. I feel like I played pretty well, so like it feels really nice that all worked out. But if people saw my tweet from the other day, Friday I was very sick and like in the ER. I had to get like fluids because I was super dehydrated. So like my prep was super scuffed. Like Samira Varus, which a bunch of people on RPG played, deck was incredible. I like my first game of it was Saturday when I queued up for like the open at like 7:30 p.m. after I like finally recovered. So it was like super scuffed, but I made it work. And I think like a lot of that is thanks to just having like the guys in RPGs to the point where like even when I don't play this deck, I can look at the notes they've posted and watch like a game or two that they played and just like be, like 70-80% and just get the rest of the way there.
Yeah, so you attribute a lot of that to your team. Again, showing the importance of having a team and that communication to say, okay, man, I'm out of the office right now. I have personal stuff going on, whatever that may be, and still be able to come back and have your teammates be able to just basically guide you and pilot you through these games, through this deck, how to win like specific matchups because of all the notes and VODs being taken down.
Yeah, most definitely. And also, like, I think just like some of the people we have in the server are just like so good at their archetype. Like, I gotta give a big shout out to like Loser Beam. Like, no Karma game was as hard as any time any of us scrimmed against him. So like, I don't think I dropped a single game to Karma this entire like seasonal. And I know a lot of people are really scared of that deck, and I understand why, because it is a very scary deck. But like, yeah, when you just have like a team and you have some of the best players around you to like really figure out the ins and outs and things, it's just things work out. It's great.
Yeah, that's really good. I think being able to test with those strong players, especially the archetype specialists, like the control specialist, the combo specialist, stuff like that, can definitely help figure out specific matchups if you just simply don't have the time to play all of the games and the matchups themselves. But talk to me about this lineup. Who kind of like what put you on this lineup? I know RBG works a lot together. It looks like a lot of you played this even in EU. I saw Hash played this lineup before America's even opened. So how did this lineup come together? How did you decide that this was the lineup? What did it do for you guys?
Yeah, so I actually wasn't that involved this time, so I'll let Floppy fill in some of the blanks. But like the general idea was Aatrox is pretty much the best non-Samira deck, and it's very good at targeting PNZ control. So we also wanted to play like Leona Samira we were leaning towards at first, because it's like the Samira deck compared to Samira Fizz you'd rather play into PNZ control. And we kept looking for a third deck, and we couldn't find anything. So eventually Hash was like, hey guys, let's try Samira Varus. So we tried that, and it was incredible. And it turns out like the best thing to do for a third deck was Leona with like some filler champs.
Right. So
I think Floppy can really speak on like the strengths of the lineup, because he did a lot of work in like figuring this out and refining it.
Yeah, like the lineup just like ended up very well positioned going in, because a lot of people are like on this PNZ control copium, and like you just get to clap every Karma or Seraphine player you see. As well as just like, I think this is power level wise, like just the strongest thing you can be doing. Because you get to play a Samira deck, you get to play what is 3 cards off like one of the best Samira decks, and you get to play Aatrox, which is just like incredibly well positioned and powerful in its own right.
Yeah, so you guys actually think, if I heard you correctly, you said the Aatrox deck was the best non-Samira deck?
I think so. Like, you can argue about like things in a vacuum, like Set Karma is doing like the most unfair thing or whatever, but I think like when it comes down to what people were playing this weekend, Aatrox is the second thing I wanted to be on. Because outside of Ashe, I feel pretty good about playing everything. Like, your worst matchups are things like Deep and Malphite, which are like scary, but you have outs, and they're decks that can tend to fail on themselves as well, so.
Gotcha. Yeah, I don't think that's a conclusion that a lot of players came to. So it's very interesting that this group of players you guys came together and was able to, scrim enough at, play decks like quote unquote, they're like real power, true power level, right? Because it's like if you play Karma into Ashe, if you scrim the wrong person, you think, oh, well, Karma's like super winning, and then you scrim this other person, it's like, oh, Karma's like super losing. So it's very interesting to see what happens when you have really solid players on both sides, and then you come to realize that these PNZ control decks just aren't good. I think people are kind of starting to catch on that the Seraphine Jack deck wasn't really strong. It was kind of just like a Dirtle type deck. But the fact that you guys were able to just say, like, yeah, Karma is not a deck that I'm afraid of is actually very impressive. That's something you guys were able to come to a conclusion on.
And also, this lineup does fit very nicely under a tournament ban, as all these decks do lose to Ashe, but in a tournament, you can just ban it.
Yeah, I was actually prepping with someone to your guys because they're like, oh, this lineup, this open is kind of weird. We can all be honest about that, about how some of the people that qualified were kind of weird. The day one was kind of weird. So something to look out to. So it's like, who are you actually scared of hitting? Like, what can stop you from getting to that high placement? And it's like, oh, like these specific players. So it's like, okay, well, what lineups are they going to be on? And we're like, okay, well, Ashe really like beats your guys' deck really hard. And so we're like, okay, so what can you put with Ashe to beat this really hard? And then we were just like, Deep and then like maybe a Noxus control deck. But then it's like, do you really want to be playing deep and then some random Noxus control deck? And the answer is like, probably not. Like at that point, you would just be better playing good decks that you're practiced on.
Yeah, and that's like a big part of it too, right? Like you have to pick an area to be weak in, and we decided to be weak into the portion of decks that are probably like on paper the weakest decks at like just like doing their own thing, like executing their own game plan, however you want to say it.
Yeah, so that's really crazy that you guys were able to get to it. So we talked about Card Gamer, because obviously you're the champion. You finally had your breakout, but I want to talk with Floppy here for a little bit. Floppy, what are you kind of feeling right now? Like, obviously you had a great tournament performance. I don't think anyone calling second place is like a bad performance, but I think once you start winning too much, you kind of start getting people that are like expect you to win, or kind of have this pressure of like, oh, Floppy, like of course he's gonna win, of course he's gonna do well, like he's best player, Western Hemisphere, all this type of stuff. Like, do you ever feel that type of pressure leading up to today and in the finals, or like was this just like another day's work and you're like, yeah, I just got second this time? Like, what are your thoughts and feelings and emotions about winning so much to then end in a second?
I never really like feel pressure about any of that. I kind of just like do my own thing. I don't really care about what people say. Like I don't even really care about this loss. Like I'm very happy that Card Gamer won. I think he really deserves it. I think this will show people how good he actually is. Because he has been like kind of under the radar for a long time. So like, yeah, like I think I'd be more sad if it wasn't a teammate, but I am like very happy that Card Gamer took it down.
Yeah, I've heard through the grapevines that the actual, like a lot of people say the best player in the game right now is Floppy Mudkip. But I've actually heard through the grapevine that the best player in the game undoubtedly is Card Gamer in scrims. How does that?
That is factual.
That's factual.
Yeah.
Card
You
Gamer in
witnessed it
scrims
right
is
there.
just-
That was a scrim.
Yeah, it's pretty much a scrim. Like I've been playing versus this guy for a year and a half. Like it's just a scrim at this point.
Yeah, I saw some lines that were pretty interesting that I would have to go back and say, like, I would personally never do in that match. Like, I would have inclined to, like, do other things. But obviously, like, you won, so you did well, and your lines were probably more correct. And then, I pointed out that people have to also remember that you guys play each other a lot, and you've been playing each other for a long time. So there's also gets to a point to where sometimes you know your opponent more, and it can be kind of more like mental gymnastics built into the game instead of just simply like, oh, if it was any other player, if this was Swiss rounds, I'd maybe like, double catch on turn 3 attack or something and do some stuff like that. But you're like, no, I know this guy, he's going to play like this, or if I do this, he might, think a different way. And there could be a lot of mental things like that. Does that ever come into play when you guys are meet in tournament? How often do you guys meet like teammates in tournaments, and does that ever affect anything?
I don't think I've met that many teammates in tournaments. Like Floppy is definitely one of the players I'm willing to play the most different against. Like I'll definitely be willing to take some weird lines, either passes or playing like a very aggressive game. Like I think the Vayne game especially, I noticed my hand was really weird and I played in a very exploitative way, which could have definitely backfired on me. But I knew I had the Zolani, so if I tried to pressure really hard with quick attacks and get him low enough, I could try and have like Zolani push the final bit of damage to just go over the top.
Yeah, one thing I did notice that is a very good skill. I think there are many skills it takes to play card games well, right? I think most people would agree that, and some people are just better at some skills than other. Things like threat assessment, hand reading, deck selection, stuff like that. And one thing you did phenomenally throughout this entire tournament that we watched you was assess what your macro game plan was, and then figure out how to execute that from turn by turn. Is that something that you feel like you do really well, or knows that you do better than others? Or has that ever come up before, where you just know what your win condition is, you know how to play to that? Sometimes it can change on draws and your opponent's draws. Is that something that kind of just happens by playing the deck a lot? Or is that something that you kind of like worked on and trained throughout different card games or years of just practice playing card games?
I think it's a lot of just like having a good thought process about it and like being willing to attack things from all different angles. I don't have that many reps on these decks. Like I've played Leona, I played some Leona Samira and like some of the other flavors of Leona since it's been around for a while. But like I don't have that many games. Like I said, Samira Varus I just picked up, and Aatrox I played a little bit this season, but I really hadn't played it since like Aatrox and Vayne really got nerfed in the hotfix.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So a lot of it is just like trying to focus on what I understand about like each deck and just recognizing like how the game should play out. Like, what do I actually want to do? Like, if you look at it in like a bunch of like basic card game fundamentals, like I'm sure you're very familiar with them with your background, like who's the beatdown role assignment.
Sure.
If you just work on defining that really well, you can really start to construct a lot of everything else. And because I was lacking in some other aspects in terms of prep, I really tried to just make sure I was doing that as well as I could this weekend.
Yeah, that's good. And obviously it worked out for you. So, but I think kind of towards the end of things here, do you have any tips talking about these card game fundamentals and just how to, because there are a bunch of people watching, a bunch of people play this game, but only few people are actually at the tippy top of card games in general, specifically LOR. Is there any type of general advice or some place these people could go to get advice on how to just become a better card player, specifically in LOR? If you have any advice like for them on like how to get advice or just how to practice and get better.
I think it's just like a bit underrated, but I think like people should just look for other games and like other strategy type games to learn from. Like I've seen a little bit of like your coaching and stuff, Mo, and I know you tend to do a lot of analogies to like other games for like people that play Valorant. You'll like compare it to like FPS games and stuff or like fighting games. And I think looking in those areas for advantages is it can go a really long way. It can open you up to like new lines of thinking. And along with that, like when you're trying to find these new ways to think, you're going to be wrong, and just be okay with that and be willing to keep, you know, attacking situations and ideas from every angle until you can come up with the best idea possible. Because like I wasn't a very good player forever. Like it took me a while to get this good, and like it took me even longer to be able to perform in a tournament, right? So it's a lot of practicing and honing and refining and just willing to be wrong and just like in pursuit of being right, you know? Wrong is like a transitory state.
Right. And
my
I think that's
opinion is
go ahead.
Well, my opinion is the best way to improve is hit card game with some coaching.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. So let's try that again. And if you had a way to tell people on how to get better, how could people get better at the game of Legends of Runeterra, Card Gamer?
Oh, true. You can hit me up for coaching. It's pinned on my Twitter or just message me on Discord. I'm on a bunch of Discords. Twitter is twitter.com/cardgamerlor.
All right. And do you have anywhere else people can find you and anyone else you want to thank? I know people usually finish things off with like, oh, I want to thank, you know, my mom, my dog, stuff like that. Do you want to give any final shout outs or, you know, tell people where they can find you?
Yeah. So big shout out to all of RPG, especially like Floppy, Hash, Cup, R and Gouda, like a bunch of those guys who were like all in there yesterday, like helping out. A bunch of other people too that I can't think to name. Shout out to Casters and Aegis for running this, Riot for hosting it despite the scuff. It'll be better next time, guys. Copium. And yeah, I guess I'll start streaming or something now. So also Card Gamer Lore on Twitch if you want to check that out sometime in the future.
Awesome. And then, yeah, so that's going to be it for this tournament. And that's going to be it for the final interview. Your champion again for the Glory Navori Open, the first Riot Major of the new competitive series, is Card Gamer with Floppy Mudkip. Another RPG finals back-to-back. RPG is still holding, you know, I think over 50% of the America's top fours now. I think we can probably start counting again because it's a new season. So far this season, they are maintaining their average of 50% of top four players in the America Shard. So big shouts to them. All great players. Go check them out on all the socials, like he said. But I think that's going to be it for me and Benasia here at Aegis. And yeah, I hope you guys have a great rest of your day.